Los Angeles. It is good to be back.
We don't stop. We don't stop. No. We don't stop. We don't stop. No. We gon' make it to the top. Yes. Whether you like it or not. We don't stop. We don't stop. No.
It is time to present your all-star squad.
That is a good-looking team.
Could you imagine having to play against this team?
I'ma knock him out the frame. Once I tee him up, give me what you got. It still won't be enough.
This year's Rookie of the Year is Pred.
Pred continues to be huge. Pred, are you kidding me?
The 2022 Call of Duty League MVP is Cellium.
And the MVP shuts the door. Cell makes the play.
Everything I done is kept the people wanting more and more. I entice with it. Got the swagger and the lore, like the winning score for sure. I'm so precise with it. I just get it while you might get it. The way I spit it, yeah, I'm nice with it. I'm on top and the flow's hot. I think I need to have some ice with it. Woo!
Let the Royal Ravens bring this back down. They have the numbers again. The player comes through.
One last player. It's all going to be under Pred. A 1v2. Oh, they light up. They light up for Pred.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. LA Thieves have stamped their tickets to the grand final.
And let me get it secured. What sort of comeback is this? FaZe make the run. They close it out. It's another final showdown.
The city of Angels. It's time to start your Call of Duty League Championship.
You might just wanna refrain. Boy, I got choppers like Clay. It's NBA in
Oh
the
my
game.
God!
Pull up and shoot it like place.
There is gunfire rattling out all across Tuscan on board. He's in. He wins it. There's only one man left. And it's done. The LA Thieves have done it. They have run it up. They are your CDL champions.
Run it up, run it up, run it up. Run it up, run it up, run it up. Run it up, run it up, run it up. Run it up, run it up, run it up.
It's unbelievable. I don't even know what to say, but back to back. Come on, the best in the world. Back to back MVPs. What? I do this. I'm him. He's him.
Run it up, run it up, run it up. Run it up, run it up, run it up. Run it up, run it up, run it up. Run it up, run it up, run it up.
What's up, everybody? It's Puckett here, and I just wanted to start the show by giving a big thank you to everyone who's been on social media this week. My notifications have been blowing up. I know my whole team's notifications have been blowing up, and everyone is getting super excited for the brand new season. So a masterful shout out to the 22,000 folks who are here bright and early. It is time to kick off the 2023 Call of Duty League brand new season.
Never see me coming, you'll never see me running. Always a step ahead, calculating and cunning. Never stopping for nothing, I stay aiming and gunning.
Wait a minute! Oh my God!
Watch your back, 'cause my time is now.
Another for Brent! Brent! It's 3!
Protect your neck, 'cause I'ma take the ground.
aBeZy making it look easy.
I was born for this, I'm the greatest of all time.
Scump is just slaying. It is a massacre. Oh my good God, he's going to eat him alive.
I'm coming for you. Watch your back, 'cause my time is now.
Who's going to be the hero? Who's going to be the king?
Protect your neck, 'cause I'ma take the crown.
This one is done.
What's up, you gorgeous gamers? It's Chris Puckett alongside the great Alley Cat and Nameless. We're coming at you live for opening day of the 2023 Call of Duty League season. Alley Cat, let's start with you. We got a brand new game. We got some brand new rosters, but what are you looking forward to most here on day number 1?
The storylines that hopefully can exceed last year's, Chris, and you being next to us for the entirety of the season. I haven't felt this level of serotonin in 4 months.
Nameless, your subs have been popping off. Your Twitch channel has been excited. It seems the people are pretty excited to see you back here on Twitch.tv. How are you feeling coming into the new season?
First of all, we're on Twitch. That's incredible. You're here, so it's going to be a fantastic year. And these teams have been grinding a brand new game. It's totally different from last year, a lot slower. I cannot wait to see these teams kick it off today.
Now, these, of course, are opening weeks of online qualifiers. What are we qualifying for? Raleigh, North Carolina, baby. Major #1 is coming up bright and early, mid-December. We are heading down to North Carolina, and it's not just the Pro-Am. We're going to see challenger teams. You're going to see all of your pro teams, but other events as well, aLLeY.
Yeah, it's not just us. This is going to be a huge event. There's going to be the first ever in-person 2022 Call of Duty Mobile Championship going on at the same time. And there's something else too.
And there's the Cold Bowl for you Warzone lovers out there. The military esports teams going up against some of the creators, your favorite creators. It's going to be absolutely epic in Al Mazrah. A Call of Duty Bash, just a fantastic weekend.
The Cold Bowl, so hype. Space Force are returning champs. Yep. Some of the best trash talk we've seen. It's online. Check it out on my Twitter. But in the meantime, we got to remind you, tickets are still on sale December 15th to 18th. Where do you want to be? North Carolina, alongside us. It's the Call of Duty League Major I tournament, and it is going to be huge. A lot of awesome action coming up here in just a little bit. But first, we got to talk about the new game that we're going to be seeing our players playing. aLLeY, this game is fresh, just dropped. What are your takeaways so far? What are you looking forward to today?
Well, you know, every year, new game, new meta, new maps. And can I just say, this game is stunning. Some of these maps, the colorways, the intricate details, the water that we're going to be seeing some people hitting some routes in. Shout out HyDra. It's going to be interesting for sure, especially with the meta. And it seems some of the players have talked about it's getting a little bit into a traditional old school type of style.
Yeah, it's a little bit more traditional. Obviously, there's no slide canceling, and the last couple of years that has been crazy and abused by the players. You got to slow it down. A lot of players can be holding their irons, which basically means pre-aiming, posting up in a position. You spawn really far out in a lot of these hills, and you can also get spawn traps. So positioning and setups are going to be more important than ever. And then we can't forget footstep audio. It's a lot louder it's a lot louder than previous titles. So if you're up top of building in a vertical spot, you can hear them coming up on you. So
crank up those Astros. You're going to hear them, and that AR is going to be ready for them. We got to talk about the rosters, though, because roster mania was in full force, and it didn't just affect the players. It affected one of our franchises as well. The Paris Legion is now moving to Las Vegas, joining the Raiders there, where we will see Temp, ProLuke, Clayster, and TJ Halley lining up here for the squad. What do we think of the Legion moving out west?
Well, you know, every year, Chris, I feel like we have a redemption squad, right? It's usually a squad full of veterans or full of players that had a really rough previous year, and that's what the Vegas Legion is going to be. It's going to be Temp, who is putting up numbers all season, but they could never truly close it out, alongside a player like TJ, who has been a veteran in the scene, but often overlooked sometimes. So this is a team we have to watch out for and hopefully double their wins from last season.
The Legion standings at the end of the year, not where they wanted to be. So they're making some major changes, but a team that was near the top all year long, also in the mix of this roster mania. Tell me about what went down with Atlanta.
Yeah, I know this caught a lot of people off guard. They get rid of Arcides and they bring in Slasher. Now, this is an Atlanta FaZe team. You know, they've won so many tournaments, and then going into this last year, second place all year long. We heard rumors of turmoil between the guys, and you know, if you watch their latest video, Perception, they said they were all in a room, and Cellium said, I know who I want on the team. It's Slasher. And everybody else around them said, that's our guy. So he was their first choice. That's exactly who they wanted. And I think he's going to bring a lot to this team. He was a fantastic search player last year, top 2 in KD and kills per round. And that is where they struggled in Search and Destroy. We're used to seeing them dominate. They bring in Slasher to get them back on point.
Pretty incredible stuff there. FaZe mixing things up, and that had, well, a bit of a trickle effect. We got to talk about where Arcides went here, because he's now wearing purple in 2023.
Crazy.
He switched coasts, and honestly, can I say, am I a big fan of this move for Arcides? No, but I do want to move over to focus on 2 players in Neptune and Spart. Spart, with his insane Major II MVP win last year for subbing in for this squad, brought a new gun to the meta as well, and shook up the entire league. So I'm interested to see what this player can do heading in at the start of the season, but also Neptune. After his tribulations with the NYSL squad going down to challengers, he found some success. So again, hoping he can have a little bit of a redemption year.
I have to say, Hook has played his best Call of Duty when I've been watching him. Sure. I'm back, baby. We'll see what the LAG squad has for us a little bit later tonight. That is our 4th match of the day. But we also have some teams in action who didn't make any changes. And let's start here at the top with the LA Thieves. No reason to make a change when you're having success, right, Ant?
Yeah, no reason at all. These guys, they make a couple swaps within their team and roles. Kenny went to the SMG, and then they brought in a coach in Shane, and they were unbelievable. They figured out Vanguard. The narrative all year long was like, this game is just anybody can win any tournament at any time. They cracked the code. They won back-to-back. Their search and destroy was on point, and this team is looking to get back into form in this season.
The returning champs, the LA Thieves, looking for another ring. On the other side of this matchup, we got to take a look here at Seattle. The Surge back in action, and this is a squad with an old man at the helm and a whole lot of youngsters underneath them, Allie.
Yeah, you said it perfectly. It is going to be the vet inaccuracy, just surrounded by these younger guns. I mean, you're talking about a team that has Rookie of the Year and MVP of Major III in the likes of Pred, a player who has not had any ups and downs. He has continuously been on the up and certainly will be the player to watch continuing into this year, as well as Simp. Rookie year last year, you know, was sitting alongside his teammate Pred, but still putting up some of the same performances. So a team with a lot on their shoulders.
And Nameless, we have to talk about what's going down in Texas. The final farewell tour for one of the greats, the Ginger Ninja. Calling it quits at the end of this year. One final run for OpTic. How do they get it done?
Man, I mean, well, it starts with him. He's got to be going off this year. He had a pretty decent season last year. Obviously, they dealt with so much struggle with iLLeY not being on the roster. They plug him back in, though, and at the end, they still ended up getting a top 4 finish, Puckett. This is a team that is going to be in the discussion to win every single event. They have that much talent, and Scump, he's got to be the leader for these guys, man. I'm expecting him to have a big season in his last dance.
Allie, do you believe the hype for OpTic? A lot of people on Twitter, they're saying, look at the colors. It's meant to be. This is our year.
You want it to be, right? Like with Scump last year, I think it would be no better cherry on top than for Scump to get the final ring at the end of the season. Of course, we have a very long way to go until then, but you're talking about a 30-time champ looking to solidify possibly being the best Call of Duty player of all time. So a team to watch for sure. I'm a little nervous just because of how the beginning of the season and the tribulations from last year went. But again, it's OpTic Texas. They always pull one out for us.
I was just looking at that graphic in the bottom right. It said earnings $1.186 million. Not a bad career so far, Scump. Let's see if you can add some more cash on top of it. It all starts tonight as you get your chance to open up with some points in your opening battle. 4 games coming our way this evening. OpTic Texas is going to be in that second match taking on the Minnesota Røkkr. But we open up with Atlanta FaZe Boston Breach. We'll see Las Vegas Legion against the LA Thieves and the LA Guerrillas taking on the Seattle Surge. Allie, best matchup on that board right now.
Las Vegas Legion versus LA Thieves. Now listen.
Number 1 versus 12?
Wait, listen. A team with nothing to lose versus a team with everything to lose, okay? Opening for the season.
This is how we start these takes, huh? This is how you kick the season off?
Incredible first match for both these teams.
All right, she's living with some hopium in her life. You guys let us know, how do you see it breaking down in the chat? We're going to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're diving deep with the Boston Breach and Atlanta FaZe after this.
Racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that Wraith. Check the stats, I ain't got too much to say. I got Gucci on my belt, but my pants sag. Wouldn't be surprised if my biggest hater made a fan page. You taking orders from your boss, you man-made. Grown at getting touched up by the handshake. Don't think you hear me right, let me clear my throat. 100 racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that Wraith. Check the stats, I ain't got too much to say.
Quarters is back live. Chris Bucket alongside aLLeY, Cat, and Nameless. And we got our first match of the brand new season just a few moments away. Boston Breach, Atlanta FaZe going toe-to-toe. And we just found out our map pool for this one. Nameless, break it down for me. How does a Call of Duty League match work, and what are we going to see here in this opening battle?
Oh, well, there's 2 hardpoints, 2 search and destroys, and 1 control. So in this series, we got some interesting maps. If you guys have probably never seen these maps played by pro teams before, if you're a brand new viewer, and just trying to break down some of these games, like that HyDra hardpoint map is probably going to look a bit different than the other respawns that we have. You're going to see players in water trying to get around to the back. You're going to see spawn trapping if a team can execute properly. The spawns are very sticky on that map, so that's one that I'm looking for. And then also Fortress Control, aLLeY. We could talk about that gauntlet.
We could talk about that all day long. I'm interested to see what team's going to have defense heading into that map because it is going to be spawn trap galore. But you could come out with something special, especially when it comes to objectives in this lineup. There's always going to be one site, whether it's search and destroy and control, that's going to have that heavily favored. We'll see that heading into this series.
All right, we're going to have this series kick it off in just a few moments, as we mentioned, but we got to talk about this Boston Breach squad that's coming in because my man, the Moobot, Methodz, used to come into New Jersey to New York to join me on the esports report. He shed about 30 pounds since then, grew a foot, grew a beard, and now he's looking to lead this team. Tell me about the Breach, Nick.
I look at the Breach team, and I think that this team is going to be solid. So they made a roster change bucket. They get rid of TJ Halley, and they bring in Owakening. Now, let's talk about what they got a little bit. So with Owakening, this guy was 6th overall KD last year, 4th average in damage per hardpoint, and 2nd average damage in control. So the guy was a respawn demon. He runs around with an AR, he picks up kills, and that is going to alleviate pressure on the map for guys like Nero and Vivid to get up close and personal and be that nuisance. So we should see them get a lot better at respawn headed into this season.
Breach are the underdogs, according to the coaches poll. aLLeY, Cat, if you're looking at one Breach star to have a big game on opening day, who is it early in the game?
Honestly, actually, I know most people will probably go with Owakening just because he's a new player on the roster. For me, it's actually going to be Nero. Last year being his rookie year, he had some shining moments, but there was a little bit of inconsistency in the underlying. Could that have just been Vanguardian Leviosa? We do not know. As we head into the beginning of this season, he's already made a lot of noise in the S&D scene, so I'm really looking at that map too and looking at him to have a good year too.
The Beards are out in full force for Boston, but on the other side of this matchup, you got the baby face killers of Atlanta FaZe. Let's take a look at this squad. Nameless, they have been some of the best since the CDL started.
Absolutely. And, I was watching that video I was talking about earlier, and aBeZy said he's playing like an absolute rat this year, which is something I can't wait to see. Like, see him slow down his game a little bit, be a little bit rattier, because as the SMG player in this game, you are going to have moments where you're struggling, where you literally just can't move. You have to just wait because the ARs are going to be on their pre-aim. And then also, obviously, we have to be looking at Slasher, the new pickup to this team, to see what he brings to the table, especially in Search and Destroy. That is where I'm expecting them to be so refined because it was, the problem all last year.
Yeah, and last year when it comes to S&D, that's where Atlanta FaZe was struggling. It's where they couldn't close it out. 2nd average placing. I mean, that has to be so painful. But now heading into this year, I think when you look at Atlanta FaZe's roster, it was kind of like, there's no way we can make this better, right? These players just need to get better. They need to figure something out. When they plugged Slasher in, I was like, they found it out. They somehow made this roster better, and it's specifically going to show up in that Search and Destroy. Slasher, 3rd player overall when it came to S&D last year, was a part of one of the craziest runs at Major II for LAG, a team nobody, except maybe like 2 people in Pick'ems had winning that event, and it was off the back of like 9 straight S&D wins. So again, that map 2 and 5, should we get there? I'm going to be looking at both of these teams.
I like the Slasher pick. That's my player to watch. You made the move for this, man. Is the move going to pay off? It's time to get our predictions in, and I'm starting first. I'm going with Atlanta. Why? They got Simp on the team. They got aBeZy on the team.
That's
it's
a great
the same
reason.
core
That's
since the start of the CDL. Where are you going, aLLeY, Cat?
That's fair. Actually, I think everybody's going to be surprised with this one. I'm going to go with Atlanta FaZe.
Wow.
Usually I go a little bit for the underdog in this situation, but honestly, I love the Slasher plug into this roster. I think they're going to be disgusting.
Nameless, are you going with the Beards? You got a strong one yourself.
I mean, Slasher's got a beard, right? So I'm going to go with Atlanta FaZe. I mean, you saw like the players poll of players. They had Atlanta FaZe Core 3 as their top 3 players in the game. So I think Atlanta FaZe come in here and they take this one. Slasher's going to hold these guys accountable when they make mistakes, and they'll improve. every single match.
We just saw a huge jump in viewers, so let's take a look at it one more time. Also, mods, I know it's our first day back here on Twitch.tv, but let's get some predictions in the chat this year, shall we? I want to know what the people think. We got to take a look at this 5-game series one more time, and a quick reminder, this is Call of Duty Esports. It's a little different than Warzone. You're playing 4-on-4 with 5 maps in your series. The first one to win 3 is going to take the series, and this is all leading up towards the end of the year. Talk to me about what's on the line here.
Yeah, there's points on the line. So not only is this going to be your seed for our Major 1 in Rally, there's also points on the line because we have a championship at the end of the year, and that's a whole lot of money. That's a championship ring, and these guys have to qualify for it. Only 8 of our 12 teams will be at the Call of Duty Championship, and we saw the implications from last year's Stage 1. If you didn't get enough points in the online portion, you didn't make it to champ, so it's important to start off hot.
And it's different from last year, right? Because last year we had the kickoff, and that wasn't worth any points at the beginning. That wasn't even until January, so we're starting earlier. Points are on the line much earlier, and there are teams who figure out the game usually before everybody else. Like, you know, we talk about a player like Lamar. Usually his teams always figure it out first. If you can get ahead early, that could slide you into champs later on, even if you have a drop-off near the middle of the season. We saw teams do it last year, or you could be the New York Subliners, and you could just have a terrible beginning in the year and somehow crawl your way back in towards the end. So it's storylines in the making starting day 1.
All right, let's take a look at the maps one more time before this series kicks off. Chat, get the official predictions in right now. I need to know, what team are you calling and what is the series score? This is the first best of 5 of 2023 CDL season. We're starting early here in December. aBeZy, break it down for me. We got hard points game 1 and 4, search games 2 and 5. Do you need to be better at respawn, or do you need to be better at search in this game right now?
Well, you know, it's always been S&D wins championships across the board, and we're not really going to see any smokes heading into this series. It's going to be Fortress and Mercado, map 2 and map 5 here. And Fortress, you can get away with that. This one's going to be a little bit more close quarters. You're going to favor over towards that Arches side, at the right side of the map. So that one's not going to be that much of a big mix, but Mercado trying to get through mid, and snipers are allowed.
Oh, mid's on lockdown.
Mid is chalked, so they got to come out with something special here in this series.
This is something that was up and down on social media. You guys might have seen it. People were talking about, do we want to play with snipers? Do we want to play with smokes? It looks like smokes are out. Snipers are in. We're getting the highlights we wanted, nameless.
Yes, we are. Snipers are going to be in. And to aBeZy's point on Mercado, you can jump up on the wall literally in 0.5 seconds and shut down mid with a sniper rifle. So that'll definitely be interesting to see how it plays out. But yeah, snipers, I mean, I'm glad that they're in. We're going to see the highlight moments. So many of our players are disgusting with that weapon, especially in this series. Maybe Simp will pull it out.
All right, well, we want to remind you all we're live here on Twitch.tv, and while you're watching, you can be earning some rewards. So why don't you just log in right now? Because if you're watching this weekend, you can link your account and you can earn big. We're going to be hooking you up all season long, so get it done bright and early. I know you're linked up all the way across your Twitch accounts.
Right now, I'm linked right now. Free stuff, like, who doesn't want free stuff? And then also, like, all of our Call of Duty packs are up there, the different skins. Like, I went on this morning, I was downloading some packs, I had the LA Thieves skin.
Of course
that thing is OP, I was running around.
You
so go ahead, check it out, link your account, get the free stuff. I mean,
all right, we're just waiting on one of our players to get back in the lobby so we can kick this one off. aBeZy, can you talk to me a little bit about the snipers? I think you have the most gameplay amongst the 3 of us here on the desk. The name was put in 8 hours last night into some mosh pit, but what are we liking about the snipes? Are we going to see it in respawn? Is it purely in search and destroy? What other guns should people be trying to prioritize when they're now jumping into these unranked modes?
Well, when you're jumping in, definitely do not pull out a sniper in respawn. You might get team killed. You're going to have some very unhappy people in your lobby, but we will not see any snipers in respawn, especially in our CDL series. We will see them in search and destroy, and we're probably going to see them being those opening first bloods, especially with the way some of the maps work in this game, where previous games, usually you don't have a position where you can watch over the entirety of the map. Well, not in this game. We have maps like aBeZy where you can push up onto tennis court and watch the entire cross of the map, or you can push up onto Vance and watch the entire cross of the map, meaning the enemy team cannot get to a single bomb site without crossing your sniper's pre-aim. And if you're a good sniper, which most of the players in the CDL happen to be, you're going to get probably the easiest first blood of your life.
And do we have some strong snipers in this first matchup? Who would you give a sniper rifle to for each team?
I mean, I'm seeing Simp.
Snip?
I've seen Simp run the sniper. I've seen crazy highlights from him throughout Call of Duty history. And then, you know, looking at the other team, like, I'd probably expect Vivid maybe.
Maybe? I actually don't know.
None of them are traditional sniper players on that team. But in this game, the roles are also going to be a little bit different.
Yeah, we should talk about that. So is this a slower game, AR-heavy game? Is that what we're feeling early on?
Yeah, so we're seeing teams run 3 ARs more often than not on a lot of maps in the early scrims. The sub is, you know, it's solid, but it's inferior to the M4. The Vaznev is just not going to cut it in a lot of the situations. And due to the movement, you can't really get out of these sticky situations. You can't slide cancel your way away from somebody. And the M4 is almost like a do-it-all weapon at times as well. Like, you can get up close and get kills with the M4 a lot of times on your pre-aim. So, you know, in this game, M4, it's going to reign supreme. Those would be the guys that are dropping the big numbers.
There we go. We're just going to change up a few of those players' names for you. Don't worry about that. We're getting in there. Mubai had his game face on. So Methodz, is he your anchor AR? How is the Breach going to be playing? Have you guys been able to catch any of their scrims?
Breach, I have not, but I will say this is definitely going to be an AR-heavier team, which in this game, you would think by saying that, that means they're going to be a little bit more favored, but there's been some aggressive sub-players that have been pulling out the M4 as sort of the quote-unquote flex. Again, roles that have become a little bit muddled when it comes to this game as we play a couple more matches. We'll probably get a little bit more used to the play style, but it's definitely going to be slower. Boston Breach is a little more of an AR-heavy team, so you would think on a map like aBeZy, when we open it up, they should have a little bit more comfortability.
We're going to see 4 ARs in some situations. Like on Fortress Control, when you're on offense or when you're in that spawn trap, we're going to see all 4 players pull out an M4 at times to break out of that because it's a literal gauntlet. So this game is going to be a lot different. You're going to have a fast AR, a slow AR, and, you know, on this team, it's going to be Methodz who's running the slower AR, and then Owakening is the fast AR. But most of the situations, like Vivid's probably going to have an AR out as well.
And Vivid was kind of the guy known for purely SMG last year, right?
Yeah.
He was down there in Florida just getting abused, got moved around. This is a new opportunity, and he's got some heavy ARs to back him up. But when you look at this screen, the top, I am just terrified when I look at those 2 names, Cellium and Simp. This whole squad are just nightmare fuel.
Oh, absolutely.
So how do you take down Atlanta FaZe? Is there a weakness on this lineup?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds crazy to say, Puckett, but it was search and destroy last year. Like, they were losing a lot of Game 5 series. And then in this game also, like, every team is going to be beatable if you have better teamwork. Like, your gun skill only matters so much. You can rotate, set up, and you can execute really well. You can become pretty consistent in this title. It'll just be about who's able to do it faster. So I would not be surprised if Boston come out really, really hot if their system is better than FaZe at this point in time.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you. I'm going to say something a little bit off the wall here. It looks like Tyler maybe got a new hairstyle, new haircut. He kind of looks like baby Octane to me right now. Is that a faded take?
I mean, a little bit, yeah, it's the haircut.
Yeah,
once he turned forward, I seen it, yeah, just a little bit.
It's good, a little Octane. He's not going to be a human turret, but he will be what would be the opposite of human turret?
A turret? As you can see, it's going off the rails day one, guys.
Come on, I meant something. All right, you know what I meant.
All right, tell me a little bit about this guy in the bottom right, though. Nero has been all smiles. The man's rocking a ponytail. He's feeling good today. I haven't seen him play yet, aLLeY.
Well,
what should I expect from Nero and Vivid specifically on this Breach lineup?
Okay, well, if we talk about a little bit from last year. So Nero was originally duoed by the likes of Cap. That was kind of a rookie duo that Boston Breach was able to snatch up. Again, one of the last teams to come into the season and to build their roster. And they were surprisingly more successful than we were expecting. And Nero, he had his ups and downs throughout the season. He was a very high engagement player. Once we paired him with Vivid, he got a little bit more consistent. So that's what we should see about him heading into this year, is a little bit more consistency.
All right, well, I'm told the match is ready. The players are in. It's time to send it over to 2 Esports Awards nominated commentators. We got Miles the Ross Boss and the Great Chance.
Thank you very, very much, Chris Puckett. Wow, it just feels right saying that. Rolled right off the tongue and straight into our hearts. Not going to be standing up for quite a while. Ladies and gentlemen, let's do it. It's opening weekend here. The 2023 season, myself and Chance ready to rock and roll into what will be a ridiculous year of Call of Duty. Chance, you look great. How you doing?
Ah, dude, we got the Puckett intro. Like, that warms my heart on like an unparalleled level. I mean, it's a brand new like day of Call of Duty. It's the start of a brand new game. So like the hot takes are going to be out and about. The first player that drops a 40 bomb, best player in the game. The first player that drops double digits in S&D, best S&D player in MW2. So we're here for the sarcasm. We're here for the hot takes, and hopefully here for the hot gameplay as well.
Well, we've got a lot of fun gameplay to look forward to. Of course, 4 games a day until we get, of course, towards the Raleigh Major, starting things off with an absolute bang, my brother. I mean, God, I have no idea what to expect. We've watched plenty of scrims. We've played plenty of the mosh pit. To the players we met today, sorry, guys, it was brutal. But a lot of fun ahead of us. It's going to be a wild and crazy year of Call of Duty, and Modern Warfare 2 is already smashing records and all sorts. We're going to see what happens here in the competitive side of things. Brother, I mean, high-level expectations for the day. We've got our maps and modes here in a moment.
I mean, what do you want? Like, you could talk about like expectations on different maps that we're going to see, right? We're going to have the Michael Phelps Award once we go over to like HyDra to see who's going to have the best rotations. I think without question, Mercado Las Almas is like the best map to like just say out loud. Like, it's just fun. So like, I want a map 5 just to actually read the title, but I'd say maybe the most interesting map we actually have in this list is probably going to be Fortress Control, because this is one of those maps that like, it's kind of interesting on what teams are going to elect to actually play it, because I mean, for me, it's like shades of Gavutu, of just being absurdly defense slated. And of course, well, Gavutu, a lot of the gameplay was stagnant. On Fortress, not so much. There's going to be a lot of gunfights, but just a lot of spawn traps as well. So it's just going to be fun to see the strats of like teams trying to like, you know, find ways to get out of like, even just off the opening break to make it out of your spawn is not always an easy task. So I just want to see what the pro players have cooked up. That way I can start doing it with my own gameplay, because I tell you, I struggle.
Well, we will be seeing, of course, Fortress coming up in this series. A very defensively heavy map. That's the way we are presenting it thus far. But expect all that to change, especially throughout the entire season. As we all know and love, the Call of Duty competitive world, things change, guns change, map strategies change, and God only knows what this game will look like towards the end. We say it every year, and I tell you what, every single year it comes through. Keen for a bit of HyDra, mate. I thought that was going to get banned out in the vetoes. Of course, you can now see on the graphics who does pick and ban which map and who doesn't want which one, which is very exciting. But more of that in a moment. Chance, we're very, very close to getting to the first game, to getting the season kicked off and underway. High-level calls here, brother. Of course, FaZe looking strong, but a new look Boston.
I mean, you say high-level calls. I feel like most people's expectations for this one is just going to be like FaZe all the way, right? I don't necessarily know if like the roster change that they made could be considered an upgrade, because I think like last year they were the most consistent team right towards the top, and I think it's the same thing this year. Everyone expects like the same kind of thing, and now it's just Slasher in sort of that main AR spot. But it is going to be fun to see what these guys can do. The expectations have always been high for the squad, and on the flip side, I mean, this is a very good look at a Boston team awakening on a brand new roster. If you want to figure out how good you are, Atlanta FaZe is quite literally the perfect team to test yourself off with. And I mean, hey, aBeZy, not a bad map to get things going.
No, we start things off here, ladies and gentlemen. The first map of the 2023 season, and everybody is dressed to impress. Here we go into the hard point.
They actually look so good. But yeah, Slasher, he'll be right up to the power positions. I mean, this is kind of going to be like the most difficult hill in the game, I would say, for this year to actually collect a lot of time. It is incredibly open, but I mean, so far, Boston, not too shabby. Just a little chunk off the rip, but of course, with these annoying angles, with Simp down low with the Vastnev, with the open lines of sight with the ARs, not easy to stay alive.
Look for these close engagements time and time again. Awakening a nice 2 in the feed there, as we've got 25 seconds remaining here on the first hard point here on aBeZy. Again, the state of the game right now, the way pros are playing this one out, expect to see rotations going down very, very early. And by that, we mean heading towards the next hard point location and trying to get your team in the best possible spot. So far, though, so good for Boston. 20 plus, well, nearly 20 seconds of climbing, as they're doing the very best they can to hold Atlanta FaZe at bay.
Yeah, and aBeZy, brand new haircut and brand new style, just trying to keep these players at bay. I think there was discussion about him trying to play a little bit more rattier, so you see the corner he's trying to tuck himself inside of, but while he's doing that, Atlanta FaZe actually just collecting the time. Now, it's not the perfect hold for the moment, plenty of pressure around the hill, Methodz inside, there to take him down, trophies out and abound. Nice little contest time for Boston.
Trophies either side, though, so not a lot of projectiles going to make their way through. aBeZy, perfect pinch, cleaned up. That's a clean break and a good hold now for Atlanta FaZe. Watch that score line change. The question now remains, how long can they hold it? 30 seconds remain. Here come Boston.
And maybe just one more push to try to get these guys off the point, but it is ARs everywhere. This is going to be something to keep track of, by the way, for every single hill, for every single map. The number of Vastnefs compared to the number of like M4s that are going to be used. Because I saw Simp pulled out the Vastnef at the start, already made the switch to the M4. On this hill as well, aBeZy, M4 in hand. So it is going to be hill to hill specific of like what the AR SMG meta is going to be. And right now, it's definitely M4 dominant.
Yeah, it's a lot of M4s so far. Cellium, another man with an M4 on your screen. 4-1 since he last dropped. So looking to get himself kill streaks. He does have a precision airstrike, and the SAE in the back pocket. We'll see that come into play a little bit later on. The chain, though, doesn't come through. Boston Breach, they've got hardpoint number 3 in their hands. Top AC and Simp. The wind in his hair as he flies forward, but Zinni takes clean care of him. aBeZy now, next man up to the plate. Will he give Methodz his 3rd kill from atop this spot? Looking to get streaks as well. And again, a solid hold at a Boston Breach chance. And we are seeing it time and time again already here on aBeZy. It's all about the hold.
And you just see how, yep, the hold is going to be good because the break is that difficult. The double trophies on the hill, a head glitch posted up for the ARs, and that is a ton of time. Nero is just going to be able to soak up the final 20 seconds guaranteed for him. And a massive rotation. Every gunfight going over towards New. It's trades for the moment. And it's looking like FaZe will at least be in the hill first. And yet the trades are on point. The teamwork is there. Strong moves over towards New for FaZe. But for the moment, down by 30.
Again, the move over towards New could be huge. We'll see if this is a perfect 60 in just a moment. Eyes on the players from Boston with a bit of parkour now to try to breach and enter the aBeZy. Now on the inside, Vivid has an opportunity to maybe get that opening pick, but so far it's all FaZe in the kill feed. Backline, not safe. Vivid now caught out and aware. This is going to be a much better looking hold now as the rest of his teammates make their way forward. But still, clock ticking, a lot of time gone, all Atlanta FaZe.
Yeah, Boston finally have like cleared out the back spawns, but I mean, it's not like it's not being read for the moment. Slasher on the head, he threw the back door, able to just rip them. And Boston, that might be a moment where they drop the ball because they put that effort to get those back spawns, but it's not looking like they're going to get the scrap. It would have been a farther rotation. Number 7 Awakening actually just basically spawns up at New. So hey, you can avoid getting spawn trapped just by randomly spawning out. That's the way to do it.
Great work out of Slasher already. 5 spree in his hands, 12 and 5 overall. Beautiful work, and it is going to be a perfect 60. Chalk it up for Atlanta FaZe. That's the lead in their hands firmly. Rotation now going down. Cellium, the man on your screen, he is above the hard point. If he can make these entry kills and set his boys up, this could be another massive moment as both FaZe and Boston Breach trading these hard points back and forth.
And they're just waiting to pounce, and Slasher maybe waiting for streaks as well as the timing. You see 2 of his teammates on the other side working a pinch, so that's where he makes his move. It is perfect, and hey, Slasher might not have gotten the streaks, but that is a calculated break. They took their time to make it happen, and now they get to let it run.
Prism in the back pocket. That's going to be streaks acquired now, and that's the lineup there from Cellium. Gets the first kill towards the side of the hard point, and this is not a chain technically. You're going to get at least a little bit of time out of this one for Boston Breach, but for now, it's a glorious bit of work as Boston now making their way forward. aBeZy with a tactical retreat. Pressure is now mounting. Has to now dip out of the fight, and the pinch is on. Can he stay alive? The Wonder Kid from out every year of the CDL he's performed in. His teammates are there. Simp's backing him up, and the break is there. A final 10 seconds to FaZe. Boston looking towards next.
And I gotta say, for Atlanta FaZe, this is just like phenomenal patience that's coming through. Of like the timing's on the break, aBeZy not flying into death, and he's talking about the rattier style. You can see he's actually slowed the pace down a decent bit, but where he falls, I think really the success we saw from Boston came from what? The AC hill, a little bit of success on P1, and then top AC, they got a near full 60. Otherwise, it's been nothing but Atlanta.
Beautiful stuff out of Atlanta. And this man on screen, 15 and 7 for Slasher, the new man in the team, replacing Arsties after last season and already looking very, very comfortable here in the red. Awakening the man up top now, looking to get his boys back into the hard point. Over 100 points we now cross for Boston Breach, and sorely needed time as Awakening, the man we have touted as to be one of the more dangerous individuals in the league. A little slow here, 9 kills so far to the 11 deaths, but he's looking to add a couple more to the pile, keeping his teammates safe and sound on the point. Beautiful work, Boston, not out of this yet.
And this is honestly about as good as it could really get for a P1 hold. To get a player inside the hill just staying alive. Awakening gets to be the man from the heavens above just with the coverage. But when you're sort of on that like AC side of the map, it just makes the pressure on this rotation that much more difficult. All the Atlanta players though, they're toted up around the hill, getting broken down for the moment. And you talk about a break that Boston needs, and you talk about the break that they're gonna get. It's aBeZy, last man standing. Other than him, it is nothing but the breach around the hill.
What a turnaround for Boston Breach. We're going to see a lead change here, but what we will go into for the first time this season is a listen in with Atlanta FaZe.
Time. truck. He's truck.
Let's get back.
On the back. He's on the truck. I died.
We can
Gotta get that time.
Gotta get that time, guys.
Yeah, I'm one shot. Come on, middle. I have your middle.
Yeah, nice.
I have your middle.
I have your holes right now. There's good time. I'm shooting for new.
I have ace in defense.
Yeah, it's your time. It's your time.
Yeah, I'm watching over you.
I'm about to pinch. I'm gonna pinch deep. Leaving you. I'm going
I
all
think
the
I'll
inside
ping you
before.
guys.
I have a Sheik.
Okay, we should try and get orange then now.
Yeah, probably.
I'll
I'm pinching all the inside before.
Okay, they're playing Megatide, I think. I'm gonna go launch. I'm gonna challenge
Top AC on you. He's right above you. Top AC weak. Sorry, 74. One shot dead.
Top AC dead. Orange top. Orange. One shot orange. Absolute in orange. That's
nice. Nice. Good.
28 plat. I need a trophy though.
I'm trying to keep the trophy.
I'm gonna die orange. I'm one shot. Not because you're
back alley.
Oh, you fucking trolls.
Back. Watch your ladder.
I have your ladder. Okay. I have your ladder.
You play your pinch.
Orange, one shot dead.
Nice. Could be ladder, Chris.
This is really good 30 right now. No bullshit.
And take a listen to that, man. The AC hill where Boston had all the success last time. We heard Atlanta FaZe break it down. It is the super mega tight setup. And funnily enough for Boston, somehow no one watching the ladder. aBeZy jumps up top, absolutely fries him in a break on that hill. Honestly, that's going to be the play of the game.
It's an outstanding run so far from Atlanta FaZe, and they are running all the way to the finish line. First to 250 in the hard point for now, and Boston Breach have been stunned and silenced here on Embassy. Slasher, 21-13 from the back line, looking to make the entries now. aBeZy leading the charge with a spree. That's going to be the hard point. That's the break. That's FaZe for the win.
And they are just inside the hill, posted up, every single angle covered. Vastnev M4, it does not matter. The pressure inside the point in the final seconds potentially ticking through. You're going to have to, stack through the hallways to try to make this happen. And maybe you'll get the early break. Maybe you survive for just a moment. But they still got a long way to go.
It's 10 seconds for the win now for FaZe. Boston now holding on with the skin of their teeth. Can they find it? It's 30 seconds on this point. You have to not only win every second here, but also hit the next rotation. Not going to be an easy thing to do. We'll see what Cellium can do from the back line. Simp now cracking through those double doors. Nero wins the fight. Massive hold. Methodz as well. Nero with 2. The hard point still in the hands of Boston. All 4 down for FaZe.
I mean, hey, they at least forced that rotation. You do have Vivid over in the mix. He's going to be towards the hill first. You got Awakening on the cross, so you have all of your cuts for the moment. And you're still down by about 70, but the kills are going their way. They still have most of the crosses. Down but not out. Breach, they're trying to cook something up in Kitchen.
And Kitchen is up next. We're in there now. Over to Nero. The spree comes to a close. Here comes FaZe and knocking, flying through. Oh my, big 2-piece from Zinni upstairs. Over to the bottom side of the point. And his teammates are winning the fights as well. My good golly. This is not over yet. Methodz with another. It's a 5 spree trophy. And now teammates in here. This game ain't over yet.
Oh yeah, this is the crunch time. This is where you start to feel the pressure in that momentum shift at FaZe. They're getting picked apart where they're trying to set up the pinch. Bottom's been open, but Vivid right now has Cellium trapped in. A couple trades coming through. Question is, can Methodz hold these players off?
Here he goes. Shots there. Cellium with a big win now. The break's on for FaZe. That's going to be it. Surely Vivid can't get anything done. The last man alive. No way in 5 seconds can Methodz get there. No. Atlanta FaZe. 1 break was all it took. A good map 1 for them. And I tell you what, bruv, it's going to be a fun season already.
Oh, baby. I mean, that is just, nerve-wracking from both sides. That was a nice attempt. I mean, if Methodz picks up 1, maybe both of those kills towards the end, who knows? But I would say most of the game, it definitely felt like Atlanta FaZe just incredibly patient on the breaks, and sometimes it worked out, sometimes it didn't, but more often than not, eventually they found that success. I think really the biggest mistake, or the only, flaw in the gameplay, was Boston on that AC hill the second time around. For whatever reason, no one had eyes on ladder. aBeZy had the perfect timing, and you break a money hill like that, and obviously that was a big difference maker towards the end. But FaZe, to the surprise of literally nobody, absolutely slaying out all 4 players across the board, heavily positive. And Simp and Slasher enjoying each other's company, 26 and 28 kills respectively, all the damage in the world.
Massive work there out of Simp. Chris Lair, one of the more Terrifying Call of Duty players in the world, without a shadow of a doubt. Don't let that funny name fool you guys. He's dangerous. Here are the highlights from map number 1. And again, a little slow. It was a decent start from Boston, but that slow mid-game chance, they just could not keep up with Atlanta FaZe, managing to chain those hard points together. Brilliant setups, not letting Boston get close. You see how difficult it is in this game to get a break done. It takes patience. It takes coordinated, what's it? Speed and precision, a little bit of violence thrown in there. It's not an easy thing to do whatsoever in MW2.
No, not at all. And, I think Mercado is probably the most extreme example when it comes to the hard point, but aBeZy, you get a taste of it as well, of sort of, if you're having success on one hill, more than likely you're losing the rotation towards next. So it's like an exchange game, because I think for Boston both times, decent bit of success on P1, difficult rotations over towards P2, and it's just sort of like that back and forth style of trying to maximize your points as much as you can. But again, with one big mistake coming through, with all of the slang in the world going towards Atlanta FaZe, maybe not a comfortable win towards the end, but I'd say fairly convincing, certainly for the lead that they had. So 1-0 up towards the Fortress S&D we go. And I mean, Miles, if we want to stay on the Atlanta FaZe side of things, I think Search and Destroy, while they've always been good, definitely took a bit of a dip between Cold War and the Vanguard season. And I'd have to imagine, especially with bringing on a guy like Slasher, this is the game mode where they're looking to crank things up.
Yeah, Slasher known for his solo plays when it comes to Search and Destroy. We call him an island player. He typically doesn't play with the rest of the squad. He plays on the other side of the map, and he creates opportunities and hits those late flanks. And I tell you what, friends, he's a dangerous player. All the way back from the start of the CDL in Modern Warfare 2019, we saw him do some magnificent things there back on OGLA. Wow, what a throwback. Yes, we're all getting older 1 year at a time. For Slasher, the gameplay still looking very, very young. Excited to see what they can cook up here on Fortress. Now, of course, we didn't want, Boston Breach did not want to play aBeZy coming into this one, so we'll see how well they fare here on Fortress, as everyone's getting refreshed. Beastbot Josh in the background there, the coach for the team, and everyone there on Boston Breach, the bearded band of brothers. Chance.
I mean, look, if the facial hair is on point, if you got the chem in that category, maybe you could translate that into gameplay. But I think, honestly, well, I guess we gave Atlanta FaZe their due. They have like the new S&D style. This is the situation for Boston where it's just like, we need to see these players evolve. I mean, especially guys like Nero, even Awakening, literally just across the board, incredible pop-off potential. But the difference maker is like finding the way just to like bring that level of consistency. Like Nero's the guy that's like setting kill records. Like he had the King of the Cage record on Bocage last year.
Yes.
I think he's dropping like the 17 kills, 16, 17 at one point in Search and Destroy. So like absurd potential all across this roster. It's just finding like the way to like level it up, and whether that's about like the chemistry with your teammates, whether that's a communication thing, whether that's of like, hey, my best situation is when I'm flying, I need to find the situations where I need to slow down. Whatever all these like little like X and O sort of minute switches that these players can make, if they find ways to evolve, I mean, these guys could be devastatingly good. Like you saw the comeback they nearly orchestrated on aBeZy. When things are good for this team, it's gonna be great. The question is, how often can they make it happen? And then to backtrack, I mean, you're talking about Slasher, the island player, the pick heavy style that he can bring to Search and Destroy. That's just an added weapon, because you also have aBeZy, the literal first blood machine on your squad. So, I mean, I think they have to have like the most well-rounded Surge gameplay in the league. Like they can snipe as well. There are no weaknesses in this game mode. It's just about whether or not they can sort of bring it together. And you see Slasher, I mean, he's throwing up, top 5 S&D in the game stats last year, and now he's got the brand new team.
Brand new team, brand new look here on Fortress. A and B bomb sites we have eyes on here. Vivid with the old snippy snips, and it's not a great start. He's gonna have to back on up. Heavy tags, no kill though. The LAB, another one of the snipers we're seeing here in MW2. Different looks across the board. That bank's going to land. Pass on some information, but not a whole lot, though. The rest of the team now lining up for this one, but heavy stack over towards A on the offensive side here for FaZe.
Look at that angle both Slasher and Vivid are trying to work with. He's trying to take him to the lab, but you're also taking him to the flank. Yep, Nero finds the opening, so Boston just suffocating so far in this round. And nobody making mistakes. It's Cell and aBeZy no longer working together. The First Blood machine needs all 4.
Everyone has to be very, very quiet. We heard Nameless talk about this on the opening segment here. Nero over the door, covered it, sorted. Boston Breach round 1. And before I could get the thought out, you have to be very quiet in Search and Destroy. Everyone's wearing very heavy, very loud boots. Nero knows one way or the other aBeZy's coming. And Vaznev rings out a good first round.
And it's really just a perfectly played round as well, right? I think Owakening gets the first blood down towards the P1 side of the map. That's an opening for Nero to play a little bit more aggressive, get a little bit more of that map control, and just try to trap these players in. I mean, aBeZy is a very tiny map, but especially if you're on the attack, not a lot of places you can go aggressively, but Boston's giving it a try. That is 3 players trying to get out towards the P1 side of the map, and it doesn't last too long. A couple trades coming through, and you see in the feed, Boston are trying to bully. It's not easy. And Owakening might have the intel, but Owakening also the last man alive. Does have Deady popped.
Last man alive. Deady pops. So dead silence now activated. He's not going to make nearly any noise as he scuttles across the map, but he's not going to be invisible. This ain't no invisibility cloak, but your boy is moving with a little bit of pep in his step. Can't check every single corner. Great work from FaZe. There is the equalizer. Now, for those of you watching, of course, here on Twitch, enjoy that new calling card if you've been viewing since the start. Drops are enabled, ladies and gents.
And I mean, Miles, I know I talked about how hot takes on day one, but I just thinking of the Vanguard season for Atlanta, where like at the start of the year, there's a lot of complaints from the squad. Their heads weren't entirely in it. Their focus wasn't in the right spot. We just saw incredibly patient gameplay for the breaks on map 1. And even there, that was an instant setup from those guys in the 2 versus 1 of let's cover each other's crosses, get cornered up, and just making sure that they have everything dialed in. So right now, Atlanta's looking very well prepared.
Different look though in this round. They've pushed towards A, but they're not exactly sending it. Whoa, Nero's little fingertips got spotted out there. Tags in, no kill. Just trying to breach the fortress quite literally right now is Nero.
It's going to be interesting timing with him and Simp as well. Yep, Simp knows he's there. He jumps on it as well. First blood for Atlanta.
That's huge. Now you got a bit of an option to work your way forward. Simp finds his second on the round and a delightful dolphin dive out. Owakening ends the spree. aBeZy there making things that a bit hard enough for Boston. Before I could even finish the sentence, Methodz the last man left there as Simp. A powerful 2 kills to start the round off. aBeZy's compark trade manages to get himself into the second there. The trades are on point, Chance, and Atlanta FaZe looking good so far in the search.
And nice little adjustment as well, right? Owakening on the first round where he was on defense, gets a pick on the P1 side of the map. This time, Simp and Slash are working together, and they knew exactly where Nero was, trying to hit the hop-up spot. And as soon as they get that intel, I mean, they just go and pounce and pick him apart. And I can't remember who it was down low, but Simp definitely ready. He brought this trap. I know a lot of talk about the Vaznev versus the M4. Make no mistake, the Vaznev shreds.
Yeah, it's disgusting. All the guns in this game are disgusting, let's be honest. Except for the mini bag. Except for the mini bag. Never found that one to work out quite well. Dead silence popped. Awakening though. Nice shots in. Atlanta FaZe are starting to bleed out here. 2v4. It's Simp and aBeZy. The terrors. And one of them are taken care of. What can Simp do? The first 1v4 of the season. It's on the cards. There's the opening kill. 1v3. As he's now got to kill 3 members of Boston Breach and defuse the bomb in 35 seconds.
Yeah, and it's also in a situation like this, you don't want to necessarily pop Betty and just go for it. So as soon as he gets a little bit closer, you're going to see all those Boston arrows turn once they hear him, and he'll just make the noise himself, throws the stun, and I mean, there's just too many things to check and not enough time to work with.
Let's see if he can gun Methodz though. He's going to back on up sensibly. Will he get another kill out of this? No, that is that. The round is done. Breach. Watertight work there on offense. Fantastic stuff.
And big picks as well. I can't remember who got the first. Might have been Nero,
Awakening.
But even towards well, yeah, and Awakening got the next one on Slasher as well. Then again, just locking down that flank slide slash like P1 side of the map. So the picks have reigned supreme, and I think effectively, yeah, it's aBeZy. It's like a lot of TDM when it comes to S&D on this one. Maybe a couple quick plants will come out every now and again once you get the trophies out on offense, but I think first bloods will definitely dictate the pace, as those are some very blue eyes on Simp.
Don't let those baby blues fool you. He's a demon. A lot of demons in this lobby. We affectionately call Awakening Demon Joe. Nero, though, has been the superstar of Search and Destroy for this roster. Oh, an opening, and he catches 2. Slasher caught unaware. Not any more to be had in the round, though. 2v2. Vivid now on the A-bomb site. Will aBeZy sniff him out? I don't think he's got any clue. Chance, just over a minute to go.
Yeah, no, they have no intel. They're worried about the flank. They have no idea Vivid's pressured up. So Awakening Vivid basically had the entire map trapped. They spot out Vivid and just rips him. One small mistake, and well, now a 1v2 for Big Wake. Good luck with this one.
Awakening, the man with many nicknames. Big Wake, Demon Joe. We've seen Giga Wake come out a few times. Terrifying sight to behold. Just over 30 seconds to make this 1v2 happen. Cellium with the eyes on the stairs towards the gallows, towards that bomb site. And here comes FaZe. They've thrown their nades. Awakening time this right. Spots ahead. Damage dealt. Here comes the challenge. He's done a lot of damage. Not enough time to get the kill, though. Now, ticking away, slowly but surely. Empty pockets. No dead silence to work with either, so he's thundering across the map. Here comes the final hit. FaZe unaware. FaZe! Oh, my big wake! They line up for him. And he's going to take the lead with a sensational round.
Absolutely godlike on that one. Does so much damage even with the Semtex on the front end. And I think both the players on FaZe were probably so weak that they're like, he's going to chow quickly. Like, I have to be here for the coverage. And I mean, 0 time wasted without the dead silence. That is a perfectly played 1v2. And talk about a massive one for the round as well. That'll put Boston up. That's a little bit of momentum, and that is some world champs that he just brought the gunny to.
You know, the best thing is he just went,
yep,
nice, that's good, nice. And the rest of the team is probably super high. Awakening 7-3. With a slight lead now. We're over the halfway mark for Boston Breach. First to 6 here in Search and Destroy.
Oh, and aBeZy, by the way, aggressive on the A site. More or less left by himself, and I was going to say, that just means an opportunity to catch him out. Nice work there by Nero. Man advantage, and there's no rush on the bomb plant. They're waiting for Atlanta to overpeak and maybe make a mistake. Cellium does not bite.
Another one for Wake. Adds it to the pile. Simp and Cellium last members left alive now for Atlanta FaZe in the 2v4 retake. Bomb planted. Good luck. Have fun.
And I mean, what do you even do? No room to flank, no room to hit through the front. Perfect snakes coming out of Nero, and maybe a little snake battle on the front end. But yeah, Boink. Absolutely Boink. Nowhere to go. And Boston Breach, man, putting in some work. All the talk we did about Slasher with the pick-heavy style, I think Awakening versus Slasher for the moment, he's like 3-0, 4-0 against him. So Awakening, he's got the clutches. He's got the number on the picks. And Boston now with a nice little 4-2 lead.
A tidy one, a comfortable one. We're going to keep rolling. See if the momentum right now for Boston Breach can get them all the way across that finish line. Because this has been a great look for them. They're taking the first bloods, they're playing the setups, and they're not letting those gunfights get away from them. 8-3 for Awakening. Beautiful work. It's a nice opening kill there. For, wow, 2 for Simp. How did that happen?
Yeah, that's one of those rounds, you know, Simp just goes and wins it for you. Can't complain about that. And funny enough, I was watching almost like the psychology of Slasher getting forced in a corner because he can't find the picks, but Awakening is now being singled out, and I don't know if Slasher's going to be the man to finish the job. He's got to send in his teammates for the bait.
Hold on. How did Awakening kill Simp in that situation? He was like stunned on the floor. Simp ran over it. What in the name of all things? Fortress, well, Slasher gets there in time. And that's the final kill. So FaZe, another one on the belt. Back at it we go.
Yeah, Slasher getting back down just a little bit, having to make those mid-round and mid-game adjustments, as it were. But hey, bait out a teammate, get a little bit of confidence flowing, and get ready for the next round. But shout out to Simp for that one. He wins it for him with a 2-piece off the opening break.
Unreal. We'll see what he does this time round. Chris Lair, world champion MVP. Back in Cold War. Who's their world champ there? A sensational crew he's had so far, and here we have it. Slasher has eaten everything thrown at him. Done. Finally. He's had his fill. He's done. Back over to Simp now, trying to get into the fight. Tags are there. Can't get either of them done. Boston Breach, the firing squad from inside the fortress. The cannons get the job done. Good round.
And just there for the coverage. I think it might have been Vivid that was in the back window that's able to jump down and help out his boy. And it's Vivid there towards the end to finish off the final kill. But we saw the strat from Atlanta try to get aggressive out on towards that A site, but couldn't deliver on the first blood. A way too many nades after the fact. And now the pressure is on. See if they can make the comeback that Boston nearly orchestrated in map 1. Not an easy map to make these comebacks on, though. Down 5-3. Boston in full control.
And this plays nothing like my game. This is kind of lit. I was hating on Fortress S&D. But this is a spicy start. Awakening is not going to get kill number 11. We have slowed the pace right down now with Boston Breach on map point.
And this is just so many players stacked up. Bottom green, top maps, just ready for someone on Boston to overcommit and make a mistake. But Boston, no one's over aggressive. I mean, you have Vivid been watching the A cross the entire time, so I think Boston maybe just saving the nades and saving the tacks for once they get a little bit of intel.
Intel's what you're playing for right now. Oh, Nero spots him on the cross. That's enough information for now. Is that going to push FaZe to now make a play? Damage dealt, but not enough to pull Nero into the gunfight, because you know FaZe have got teammates to lock that kill down. You take the bait, you are one dead fish.
And this is bold, man. This is the bomb leaning towards trying to cross towards B, and
here he comes,
this is a near impossible task, and that is a reason why Nero for the first blood gets the second to follow up. You got bomb down, you got Slasher and Cell in a 2v3 with no time to work with.
No time to work with. The go button has been hit. Less than 20 now on the clock. Cleaned up. Nero finds himself another great round out of Nero. Cellium, last man left alive. 1v3. Nearly impossible. Time working against him. Vivid is there for the kill. Boston Breach get the job done, and they level up the series.
And just a stranglehold on the map towards the end. I mean, all their bases covered. You had Owakening up his top second, Nero to watch the cross, this time with an M4. And instead of getting caught out with the Vastnev in hand, trying to do the fancy jump spots, he knows where the child's going to be coming from, and there was no pressure on the A-bomb site on offense in that moment. So I'd say a comfortable moment for Boston. No mistakes made, get the job done. And this is the interesting thing, by the way, in my mind, about like Fortress control. It doesn't entirely matter who you necessarily think the better team is. It is going to be like who can capture more ticks, like get more segments just to pull defense for that round 5. In my mind, that's going to be the name of the game. So I think it's a little bit of luck on your side to get you a map win for aBeZy Fortress control. So this is a massive opportunity in my mind for Boston to go up 2-1 in the series.
And what a sensational turnaround for, again, the predictions all over the place as we tie up the series 1-1. A great look there on Search and Destroy from Boston Breach. And we were banging the drums saying that FaZe were going to be amazing at Search and Destroy. Yeah, it was all right, but you didn't account for Big Wake. And I doubt the fans did either. What a fantastic start to the series. We're now our first commercial break. Here as we roll on towards Control. We're going to be playing on Fortress right after this one, friends. Don't go too far.
upgrade your game with a Scump, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. Map number 3 is waiting in the wings as we go now to play Control on Fortress, Al-Bagra Fortress to be precise, which if you have dropped into Al-Mazrah, know it is a dangerous and horrible place and you should never go there because me and Chance are there. It was nice to see that in the chat as well. Mate, who are we going to Fortress? Defense heavy. What are your takes?
Look, it's going to be the most defensive heavy map in this game. I think it almost has to be. It is operation. Just if you're on defense, spawn trap them. Get posted up with ARs and like top dub or top art. Have one guy to watch the left side of the map, and like 2 guys can legit pin back an entire team of 4. So if you're on offense, it is get some map control, and you can literally never afford to let it go. If you get 4 down on offense, that's just straight up might decide your round. So I don't know if like teams are going to have like sneaky stuff for like opening breaks to get out. You basically just have to get players alive in the enemy's base and just be annoying and go for spawn kills. I don't know if it's going to be as stacked as Gavutu. I doubt it'll be that defensive heavy. And there's obviously a lot more potential on a map this small just to win rounds on kills, but I don't know exactly what we're going to see is like what teams sort of like set the standard of this is how you play offense, because at least for me, I'm very much still struggling with it.
Yeah, it's tricky, but we'll see how our professional players handle things. Some of the finest in the world going at it right now. It's basically a 2-2 split across the map for a defensive team. Atlanta FaZe will be on defense first. And into trouble you go. Nero. Oh my God, Vivid finds a second. This is it. They're flying. Cellium. Oh, he finally slows them down. Will he get any more than just the one? As he tries to roam the fortress holes and keep things safe.
And that's my expectation of like try to be annoying on the map, open things up, because Cellium right now can't afford to really look out these windows because he knows there's players underneath and behind him. So you got to get the pressure in and around green. And even if you do a good job, as soon as you get wiped, you're sort of back to square one. Now B is a little bit open.
Oh no.
But maybe not for long. Simp is there.
Keep an eye on that mini-map, top side. You need to have at least one way out of your spawn if you're Boston Breach. The offensive team are doing the best they can. And right now, premium real estate owned. And Awakening, man, he's got his name on the deed. He is running the show right now for Boston Breach. And he's creating a lifeline. Now the flood, now the teammates can make their way towards B. They're getting there, but Simp's going to get those kills. Vivid, a second kill who would be huge. Wait for the reinforcements to show up. They're here. aBeZy, no, managed to get it done. Defense holds, all down in Methodz to keep this play alive.
And keep in mind, literally any segment that goes by on offense can have massive value long term. So Atlanta FaZe doing a nice job of making sure that doesn't come through, but still decent bit of pressure. As long as you have players up in the base around bottom green, you already see the first tick on A has come through. So Boston starting to make moves. This is a little bit of success.
Whoa, Methodz, massive work there. Up close and personal against Simp. Catches out another kill. The progress towards A now flying forward. The second segment gone. Only one remains, and you're going to see another minute added to the game clock.
Yeah, this is beautiful right now for Boston, and they should be able to secure it nice and safe inside of that. Not an 18-wheeler, the back truck, whatever it is, but they secured. Already fantastic work. And keep in mind, up 5 lives right now on kills. Boston are really pushing the pace.
Pushing forward, trying to get themselves in there. Cellium, nice bit of work through the door there. That's going to keep B safe for now, but you still got a decent amount of lives for Boston to throw at this one. 15 lives remaining. Time going their way as well. Let's see how B gets hit.
Oh, nades up top as well. That should be good for maybe a little bit of damage or to back the players out of the window. They're able to get up towards B consistently, like through A1 or through A2. They have the pressure on. Now it's just about the kills. They're collecting the kills as well, stopping the clock on point, and still that life advantage.
Methodz just lying just in wait there towards that archway. One of the A's Chance just brought up a second ago. There's a big kill. There's still a contest though. You have to clean this player off of it, and that's not going to work out. Simp and aBeZy, the Terrors, doing exactly what they do best. They don't let the first segment go through. They drain it all the way back to square one. Boston back to the drawing board.
Well, at least Boston still have the pressure on the map, though. It's not like they're getting pinned back in their spawn. They're consistently able to get up towards this green area of the map. So this is about as good as I think you could really expect things to get on offense. And another big win. Plenty of time. Only need 6 now, make it 5 more kills, and Boston could just instantly win the first offensive round of the year.
No, unbelievable. All expectations destroyed. aBeZy, though, he's doing what he can. Vivid up next, another huge 1v1 win. It is 4-7. No lives remaining for Atlanta FaZe.
Could you imagine all that setup we did about the defense heavy? Boston just wastes 0 time of frying from round 1, making us eat our words.
Crazy. Well, here comes Boston. One sledgehammer blow. and they could knock Atlanta FaZe clean on their backs. eBeZy blinding away. Slasher devours one. Trades. Here come the trades. The trades are on. 2v5. Cellium wins another one. 10 seconds remaining, and this is going absolutely down to the wire. FaZe may just be able to stay alive. Can Cell get a kill here? 1v1 against Big Wait, gets it! Simp! Oh my goodness, Breach! I think it was 2 seconds on the clock! What a round!
Dude, and like already, I want this stat so bad. I want to fast forward a month or like even get the data from scrims on how often you actually win rounds on the attack. Because again, I don't think it's going to be as bad as Gavutu from the Vanguard season rather, but that is not easy. What Boston just did. I mean, right from the jump, they get 2 Vaznevs in bottom green, already causing problems and slaying out of their minds. That is a phenomenal first round. And I have the mentality, if I ever win a round on offense on this map, I'm like, oh, GG, we got it in the bag.
Well, what a start. And Boston certainly bringing the heat here. My picks are already
Oh, and this is it. And this is the spawn trap, by the way. This is where they actually have the control. This is where Boston never let themselves get put in. Now you have Atlanta FaZe truly stuck in the back. This is what I thought the standard was going to be. And just look at that tight setup from Boston. 2 players to worry about the left, 2 players to worry about that like big gate. And just nowhere you can really try to go. So tough to get out of.
Love this readjustment now from Boston. The covering fire there from Slasher enables his boys to get out. Bit of suppression. Fight the way forward as the kills are working out inch by inch. FaZe have managed to slip out. They've managed to get themselves closer towards A and immediately now oscillate from that top side of the map towards the A zone. Can they get forward? No. Vivid. Nice shots. Quick answer back here from Slasher. That's not going to be a problem whatsoever. The numbers now from Boston, though, Chance, starting to fade out. Only 2 alive at the moment.
And look, that is honestly incredibly well done to get out of the spawn trap by Atlanta FaZe, but it still takes 30 seconds to set all of that up. And then if you lose the gunfight to get traded, you're back to square one, but now they have the control, get a nice little 4 down, and plenty of players stacked up over towards A. So it took a long time to make it happen. Atlanta FaZe starting to make moves.
Atlanta FaZe, no, the nade, the trophy doesn't arrive in time, whether it's a frag or a Semtex, it's Awakening and Methodz, and that is massive from Boston Breach. Time ticking. You don't finish the job at A, and this is huge. Boston hold it down, keep it defensively sound. They are doing just that. 20 seconds. Keep FaZe down. Keep them in the arm bar. They're going to tap in 15.
Oh my God, what an absolute dagger. You finally get the success over towards A. 3 players stacked on point, and then they just make it rain with the nades. And yeah, I mean, good luck flooding out of this one.
They had to flood through the double doors there. You've got 3 ways out of your spawn, and none of them are very fun. And Atlanta FaZe, it was all in on the double doors. And Boston, perfect read. The guns were up. There was no hope in hell there. Well, Chance, 2 back-to-back on Fortress, brother.
And we didn't even get to the part where, like, all the time Atlanta FaZe had to like take, I think they sent 3 players out of Arch, had a couple different double chows come through to clear all these players out. It takes them 30 seconds to find that opening just to actually get over towards A. And then all that work, and they never got a trophy on it. So, like, there's so many things on offense you have to do right. But, I mean, hey, Boston, 1 for 1. We go again.
I like this. Out we go. Superman second from the air. Wow, Vivid, so fast, so furious, so dead to a teammate, unfortunately. But Awakening, the man to get the job done for a moment. Trophies down in the middle of the map. It's going to slow down the throwing of anything dangerous from the other side. aBeZy wins a big one there on the Nero. And now the line in the sand is drawn. Middle of the map, all now Atlanta FaZe. Eyes towards the Boston spawners. Let's see how Boston breaks out of the trap now.
And let's also see how long it takes, right? I think maybe a minute and 10 was on the clock when they first got that, you know, technical 4 down. So they're starting to make moves and trying to clear out aBeZy, and not a fun task to have to do. He's cornered up, ready to go. Really just no openings just yet. Finally, aBeZy's gonna fall, and I mean, that's what, 30-35 seconds that just went by before they even set foot on A. It takes so long to make things happen on offense.
Yeah, well, there's a Simp. Ooh, managed to get behind. Not enough to get the kill on the Vivid. Damage dealt, nades out. Here comes the counter-attack from FaZe. Beautiful work now to push that front line forward. A sweet nade from Nero there off spawn. But is it enough to buy the space? As FaZe are being cut down as they try to rush to the power positions. The top side of the fortress there, what we call the single window. Slasher now holding it down alone. Standing on the zone, draining it. He knows the other team's going to be coming for him. And so far, great work, Chance. Over to B we now go, though. Clock stopped at 21 seconds.
And I think maybe one player left alive. I mean, keep in mind, obviously, FaZe already have the tough task of needing to win a round on offense. But as far as the tick game goes, if you get a full shutdown here, which that's looking like it's not going to be the case, at least one tick has come through so far. They don't quite get the shutout, so Boston are doing a nice job. 2 front war, man. Pressure over towards B. The players just stay alive and buy their teammates time to get the pressure over towards A, so Breach really are making moves on aBeZy.
Yeah, you draw the aggression all the way over from B, and Methodz is still alive over there. He's playing it slow and steady. aBeZy's going to get caught. Massive work. The second. Pistol. No! Cellium wins it. Quick draw there. 20 seconds, though, left now. Back over towards A. Finish your food, Vivid. A clean plate in this household, brother. That's that. A minute on the clock. 14 lives for Breach.
And that's just point. Yeah, it's so massive as well, just to get A like secured as well, and the like take over towards B. Because if they had gotten shut out, there would have been potential for Boston to end up on offense for the round 5 if we had gotten there. But I mean, they have just far and away, you know, exceeded my expectations for an attacking round. And I mean, still a minute left to work with. Plenty of pressure on the map. We'll see if they can make some magic happen again.
Yep. Watch out, though, Wake. That's a lot of stuff thrown at you, mate. Creeping, crawling, slipping, sliding, shooting. Simp winning it. Backline safe. Don't have to worry about that for a moment. Method's going to now go for it, but again, Simp's there.
Whoops.
Whoopsie daisy. These things happen. Nero with 2. That could be it. That's the wind in your sails. It's time to go.
Oh, man.
Left is Slasher. Slasher now down. Onto the point you go. This could be a perfect stack. There are so many members of Boston here to make this happen. Controls gone. B nearly finished. No way. No hope. Holy I thought it was going to be so defensively sided. We were all wrong. We've all been hoodwinked, bamboozled, swindled. It's a 3-0 on Control.
Yeah, GG gets smoked. Casters don't know what they're talking about. We don't understand the map, but you know who does? Boston Breach. Good Lord. In different ways as well, man. And this is like, it comes back to sort of the idea that these are players like Vivid, like Nero, that can play absurdly aggressive. They need to find ways to evolve, find those moments to slow down, and little things like that of when you get the pressure over towards the B side of the map, as long as you are staying alive and drawing that attention from the players on defense of Atlanta FaZe and letting your teammates get out of the base, work their way over towards A, and just keeping that map pressure up. I mean, that's the way to go. It's when you get pinned back in your spawn that you don't have a fun time. But I think Boston ever only fell into that trap for one moment. It took about 30-35 seconds to get out of it and just straight up never looked back. I mean, that's also positive KDs on the side of Boston with 2 offensive rounds, like straight across the board. I mean, that is, you know, it feels so ridiculous because of the setup that we just had, but that might be one of the best like aBeZy control performances we see all year, and it was the first one.
It was the first one. Well, the bar is set incredibly high as we look across the highlights, which is essentially just Boston Breach having a good old time. Wow, what a look here, friends. Forget what you know. Forget what you've heard. Boston Breach have just changed the Call of Duty world in a single map. Wow. Atlanta FaZe down now here in the series. Boston, I mean, you brought your swimwear, I hope, friends, because we're going to HyDra for the next map in the hard point. We'll see if FaZe can bounce back here, because they're going to need it. Man alive chance. Everything we thought we knew, we didn't.
I feel so, like, do I suck at Call of Duty or this game? Like, I just don't understand. I think my, like, win rate on offense has to be at, like, 15%, and that's playing against, like, randoms as well, where you could just, like, I don't know. I feel like that is an absurd performance. Maybe we'll see more of those. Maybe our expectations early on are just going to be straight up wrong, and maybe that'll carry over towards HyDra, because I know the expectation is a lot of water routes that are going to be taken on this map, so we'll see how it pans out. We'll see, yeah, as you said, who's got the swimming trunks on and is ready to go.
Well, we're all going to have our swimming trunks on as we go now to Røkkr Hydroelectric, which is, again, going to be very, very interesting. Hardpoint coming up next here, and then Atlanta FaZe need to stay afloat here in the series. Otherwise, we do see Boston take the first game of the year, going their way against a squad that I think most folks thought was going to go towards FaZe. It's just what we all do here in the CDL. They've trained us that way, friends. But again, if we do have to go to a Game 5 chance, it's going to be Search and Destroy and Mercado Las Almas, which I'm actually really excited to see. We've all played a lot of Mercado. But again, not really sure how this is going to go down. Scrims are one thing. We do get to see these matches played in the real thing. Everything ends up going, you know, tits up, mate. But now, over to HyDra, big thoughts. What do you got?
Well, big thoughts is I feel like it's just going to be a difficult map to predict. I mean, obviously, we're coming into this with zero data from like scrims and whatnot, but even like conceptually, just because of the water routes in my mind, there are so many things that you have to be on point with when it comes to rotations. And I think it's just a map that has a lot of opportunities to sort of create a little bit of funny business, like make some big plays, get those spawn flips out and abound. And it just seems like it's going to be one of the more difficult ones to be incredibly well coordinated on. So we already saw from Atlanta FaZe in the first 2 maps of like these guys have clearly done their homework. They've clearly like come in incredibly well prepared for this first week. But I mean, you got Boston doubling up on offensive rounds, then obviously the exact same thing can be said for these guys. And I'd say maybe the only final point on it is it will be another map in my mind where there is like a clear-cut good side to spawn on. I'm not sure who's going to get it off the jump for either of these teams, but certainly on the dome side of the map is where you want to be off the jump and set yourselves up for that P2 rotation. So just a map with a lot of opportunities, honestly.
Yeah, we'll see how it all goes, though. Plenty of routes to take, whether you are submerged or whether you're bone dry. It's going to be an interesting one. The first time we really see it take a hold of us here in the P2 season. Of course, not the first time we've seen water come into play in a competitive Call of Duty matchup. Chances we go way back to like BO3. There was water in that game. We had a little bit of water in BO4 as well. I mean, there's a trend here when it comes to Treyarch. But now IW, I could be getting this wrong. There's probably loads of water. I mean, I know the bridge and retaliation in Infinite Warfare killed you if you jumped off that into the water below. Must have been something to do with all the robotics and your player model there. But who knows, man? It's going to be a lot of fun as we get now into our next hard point. But mate, I'm shocked and surprised and slightly aroused at the fact that Boston are up, mate, in the series. I'm very surprised.
Well, and just to touch on the water, I mean, Redwood had like a little tiny pond on it that you could like sort of use on occasion. Hunted another map that had like more of a like full pond area, but Zarqwa hydroelectric by far the most extreme of the entire underneath portion of the map. I mean, just entire rivers that are designed down there. So the most extreme version of it that we've ever had.
It's like when if you played Elden Ring, you're like, wow, this place is huge. There's a whole subsection underneath nearly the entire map. It's exactly what it's like, but all of it is underwater. I want to see some pistol classes. I want to see somebody duking it out down there. Or if you go for the knife fight down low, like underwater with the old, like, the prison shank down and on the sort of like low routes, we'll see what happens, mate. But this is going to be fun. This is honestly going to be very strange. First time we get to see HyDra played. No one thought, I mean, not many people thought, a lot of the pundits thinking that HyDra was going to get vetoed out for the majority of these hard points. The fact that we get to see it in our first series, for me, is quite a lot of fun.
And so I already feel bad. I feel like Boston's changing my opinion on sort of like the spawn traps on aBeZy, but I think in my mind, aBeZy hardpoint is probably going to be more commonly banned than HyDra, like by a mile. Because, well, especially if you're like the team B, I think it's going to be if you get the bad side on aBeZy from the jump, it's the same sort of situation which we thought was going to happen in control of getting spawn traps. So I think that's going to end up being the most common ban. So I think we're going to see a decent amount of HyDra throughout the year, especially through the earlier portions. Again, until results start coming through and we see who's great at it. Just because we've talked about the water so much, keep in mind the visibility down there isn't the best. So I think we're also gonna, occasionally see players swim right above and below each other and not even notice.
Yeah, it's very dirty, the water here in aBeZy. So far after a blistering start, though, Atlanta FaZe. Oh, Cellium! Damn it. Shame. Vivid, though. He's still dripping wet. Will he get another kill feed as he makes his way towards mid-map? Again, not an easy read to make. You know that little water spot is there by P1, but Cellium, top dome, finds the kills. All good. Nero taking a bath.
Yeah, water route number 1. Awakening tried to take his time to set up the flank early on, maybe to flip the spawns, but he gets red. And funnily enough, I mean, Atlanta FaZe does spawn on the good side, but I think with a teammate coming in from Cellium, and then Cellium also didn't watch the mid-map cut, Boston at least have battled out, and it's not like they built themselves a crazy lead, but they mitigated any damage that could have happened at the start of the game. That's good for step number 1. Step number 2 is making the break over towards P2, and it's not looking like they're going to have a fun time.
Yeah, P2, far right-hand side of the map, FaZe in there. FaZe with the lead now. And Simp playing this position far forward, trying to hold these players back. He's got the entire mid lane to watch. There's one, the second not there. Nero buys the space. Meanwhile, underneath, another water flank taking place. 45 seconds on this one for Atlanta FaZe. Not as easy to hold, and look at that. It's Vivid. He has snuck on through. He's made it onto the point. He's got the kill. Is this enough to get the break?
And this is also just an important moment because the pinch is coming through. But Boston, you make at least a mini break, and it's not looking like it's going to last super long. I think the trophies are on the hill, so Nero shouldn't be able to connect. And they're still fighting for it, man. 25 seconds left, and they still want to make moves and get these players off pine. Keep in mind, we saw Cellium on a 5. He's going to get shut down before he can at least double up on those streaks. Looks like Atlanta FaZe secure for those final 15 seconds, but Boston, they turned that into a fight. They had no map control at all and at least stripped away a few seconds. So it's not a great situation, but it could have been worse.
Much worse. All good now for FaZe, though. A solid lead over towards the next hard point we now go, and it's going to be Boston all day, baby. They're going to find this opening time. Will they be able to hold on to it, those? Methodz keeps the middle of the map safe, not letting FaZe get out of that old hard point. Finally, though, an opening here, a window to dive on through. Will we see that dive take place? Again, Nero, the next line of defense, and what a line it was. Backed up with Vivid there in the feed. FaZe have been slowed right down.
Yeah, and again, you know, talked about it a bit on aBeZy, sort of that like exchange style of the hard points. If you win one hill, a lot of the times it's going to just set up the team for the next one in line. So P3 has been nothing but Boston's, and it's not looking like that's going to stop anytime soon. The trades are on point. The map control is there, and just like that, one strong hold, and you are right back in the game. And on top of that, you got the lead.
Vivid, okay, for those of you who noticed on the mini map, Vivid hit this route. He got over to this point in time with like 35 seconds left on the point. A massive rotation. Damn. A big win from aBeZy. He was in the back corner there for quite some time. FaZe now with an opportunity to take the lead back as this pendulum keeps swinging here in the hard points of MW2.
And Slasher might be able to set himself up for a free kill or two towards the middle of the map to sort of slow this push down, and gets the free first one, has to earn the second, but FaZe nice and secure on the rotation. If Boston won the last hill, FaZe should be set up for this one. So you see the cheeky idea from Vivid to try to make a play, but if it doesn't pay off, you got a long way to go to make the break.
Big work out of Boston, though. Fought their way forward. Inch by inch, they're in. Methodz are top of the ruins now, looking for any sort of red head. I'm not talking about the Gingers. I'm talking about Atlanta FaZe. He's got some suppressing fire there. The hard point open for now. No one getting any time. It's not terrible for either team. Rotation's now going down. And there is a sneaky Simp making his way over. Or a submerged Simp. I take it back.
Scuba Simp?
Swimming Simp.
There you go.
And now a soaking Simp. Into the kill feed he goes. That's going to be the next one up. Hard point, though, still in the hands of Boston.
Always been amphibious, and now can do a little bit of parkour to try to work his way around the backside of the map. And yet parkour and bound spider Simp as well, dude. We got all the Simps in full force.
Wow, so many Simps everywhere. Unbelievable. We're back on Twitch. I think we can say that. Either way, though, hard points up. FaZe have managed to fight their way in. There's a sneaky Simp helping make that play happen.
Okay, dude. Well, I mean, hey, Atlanta FaZe, with all that work that they're doing to try to work the pinch, I mean, this is a hill where Boston got the early rotation to, and they get more or less broken straight from the jump. So one of those moments of the game where that exchange sort of style in hardpoint is not paying off for Boston, and eventually they're able to reclaim that control, reclaim the title, but a bit of a deficit they're now going to have to try to crawl their way out of. And even long term, if we're thinking about it, all of this, and we're just back to square one, it is Atlanta FaZe controlling the right side of the map. They're going to be set up long term for P2. So Boston, it's exactly like it was at the start of the game, except now they're down by 30.
Lovely form there from Vivid. A lovely time now to quite literally dive into Boston Breach for a quick listen in.
Yeah, nice. I'll see red.
He's on top, I think.
Okay.
Bottom,
right.
I'm plugging the dome. Nice. I'm plugging the dome.
Under
here. Okay.
Top dome dead.
I'm in dome right now. Bottom dome.
10.
He's our side time.
He's on my left. He's there. First time, aBeZy.
I'm stoning dome.
Watch out on me.
Nice. Last guy's, he's in
big
new.
time. I need dome.
They're gonna hit.
Don't push. I got it. Major don't push. I need them. I did not stun him.
Top dome. Top dome.
I'm stun here, bro.
You have trophies?
I'm turning over, yes.
No, he's in 10.
Right side 10. I know where else. He's still dome. I stun him. Right side 10. Right side 10.
Okay. 1 shot and
right in there. 210. Top dome. Push up ramp. I'm coming right with you.
I steal up
front P2. Front P2. Okay.
Steal up broken.
I'm coming right with you.
He's still L. aBeZy.
Yo, one's below me broken, I believe.
Yeah, like one shot.
One shot. His stummy broken.
One's gonna go in the corner, bro.
I'm broken. Yeah, they're spawning out. I don't see him top dome. Dashy's spawning out. He's bottom broken. Broken.
No, I'm dead. I didn't even him all in one time.
I'm broken. He's broken. Yeah, I'm downhill. I spawned back. Broken. Good job.
Yeah. No, the one's in front of me.
I have time right now. I'm laying down her.
He's still front. I'm front. There's gonna be two front.
Oh, watch out, Austin.
I did it.
Chill, watch out.
I mean, Chance, the way comms are having to evolve here in MW2, I mean, play is so fast, the time to kill is so fast. I mean, the way the movement works in this game, you can really make moves across map. Your communication has to be more on point, maybe than ever.
Absolutely. And again, this is what I think Boston needs, is like find these little ways to evolve, including the comms, and also from Vivid. I mean, Vivid over the past few years has been like the highest engagement, full speed ahead player in the league. But what we've seen from him on HyDra so far, he's been the route man, the guy blocking the spawn, finding a way to be annoying. And he's the guy that opened up the P2 hill for his team. So Vivid already a player making adjustments on, and he is obvious. Well, speaking of routes, here we go.
I mean, dude, every time we go to a Boston player, they're underwater. It's great, man. I mean, we were like, yeah, no one's going to get the water. Yeah, they are. Vivid.
Oh,
yes,
God.
Himself a couple, and Simp now on a spree. So with that being said, you're keeping the kills going. FaZe is still in the driver's seat as far as the time goes. Here we go, though. Counterattack from Boston, trying to get the break here onto the point. From up top, we're going to have Methodz making his way forward. Slasher, prone. What an angle to take that fight from. Not an easy place to find kills. Awakening with Vivid in the feed. This is all good. Slasher, though, keeps the backline safe. Oh, no, but aBeZy's getting picked apart. For now, you've kept the hard point safe, but you have not been able to get in there. Good work out of Boston, but not enough for the trophies. Here come FaZe, and it's Slasher in the feed.
And honest to God, on a hill like that, that is good work from Boston. But even with all that good work, it's still only to strip away maybe an extra 15 seconds. So you're going in a hill where they pretty much need the full 60 to get back in the game. And aBeZy, well, he's starting off for Atlanta. They want to make this break, and maybe everybody gets their moment to shine and swim.
Not out of the woods just yet, though. Boston with the ability to pull the lead back right here, right now. The top of Methodz, a difficult gunfight to take there from Slasher. He's going to give it the old college try. Time keeps on going. Precision airstrikes now lighting up the inside of HyDra. Here comes Vivid once again, submerged, out and about, into the feed, gets the job done from the heady. Big work out of Methodz. The line is now held as Breach back on the point.
I mean, hey, maybe not the full 60 they were hoping for with the streak coming through, but they get the job done towards the end, and that final 20-25 seconds will go their way, and right back in the game. So all things squared away over towards that rotation. You see the battle. Methodz, though, just gets caught out, and that is a nice clean 3 in the feed for Atlanta. And look at how aggressive they're actually being on this map just for the setups at the start of this hill.
Yeah, great stuff. New hard points up. If we go to the generators, that's in the middle of the mini-map. Stranglehold still being applied by Atlanta FaZe, though. And from behind, though, once again, Boston Breach. It's Methodz. Slasher's in trouble.
And where are they looking to? Slasher is just now turned around. They completely gave up the back of the map. They gave it up. They had to have had a game plan, and then they just don't turn around. And Boston just get gifted the break on this hard point.
Boston Breach break. Can Boston Breach hold? 30 seconds remaining on the point. This is looking like a tie game, and what a way to do it. Boston right back into this one, kicking and screaming. And here comes FaZe trying to make their way through, and it's going to be a slow and steady approach. Slow and steady ain't going to win this race. It's not at all. Methodz keeps finding the kills. Now the pinch is on. Here comes a hit from Water. Vivid's there. Lead change. Boston in the lead.
I mean, they just like made a present, gift wrap, bow tied, and hand delivered it to Boston. Opened up the game for him. And over towards P1, Methodz is chopping them down along the way. His team will have the full setup, players on dome, players on the bridge, and a man in the hill. Good luck trying to break this one, and more importantly for Boston, even long term, should we see a P2, they have the spawns as well.
Cellium gets the fishing job done. That's going to be that taken care of, though. Vivid now over towards the point. No FaZe members. Wow, no, Slasher somehow stays alive. He's still in position to take care of this point and keep these players out, but it's 20 seconds for the win right now for Boston Breach, holding it down. They can get the win here. Awakening, playing sneaky, playing safe. It's 10 seconds now for the bloody win chance. No one from FaZe able to get anything done.
No, they're not going to, man. You hand away the game like that, Boston are just going to run you over. 3 more seconds, all the kills in the feed. And I just don't know what the hell I just watched from Atlanta. I just straight up do not know, but already expectations out the window. Everyone picked Atlanta over Boston. Wrong. Well, I think most people, at least I thought, no one's winning offense on all bag or fortress control. Wrong. Boston got it done. And at that moment, though, stands out like a sore thumb. Why the hell are Atlanta FaZe pushed so far up the map on P4? I don't exactly have track yet, like on the generator hill, and just leave the back spawns open and then just no reaction to it. Like, I don't know if these guys in scrims have like figured that hill out to the details to where they know they're blocking spawns X, Y, and Z, but somewhere along the line, they drop the ball. That looks painful on the minimap as this setup. So maybe they have something next level on the hill, but they do not execute there. They get punished for it, and they're going to get handed their first L of the year.
Wow, what an upset there on Røkkr Hydroelectric in just under 11 minutes. Boston Breach have shocked the Call of Duty world and stolen what is to be hopefully the first of many incredible upsets here in the 2023 season. Modern Warfare 2, after a blistering start already, Atlanta FaZe Boston Breach comes to a close. The highlights now on screen, and Chance, wow, what a start to the season.
And look, man, we have Vivid again for the past few years, most aggressive player in the league by a mile. We're seeing him be the route man now, and obviously on a map like HyDra, a lot of opportunities to be the route man, but certainly an adjustment in play style there. We have Big Wake on a brand new team doing his thing, and now he had just a little bit more backup, certainly so in this series, but like main Slayer, top damage, lighting things up in S&D, so good looks there. I mean, this is just across the board, nothing but positivity from Boston. I would say really the only thing that truly stood out as a mistake on the behalf of Boston Breach was the AC hill they had on aBeZy, where just no one watched the ladder. And I mean, whether that was a calm things or just great timing from aBeZy, outside of that, the Call of Duty they played in this series was, you know, it's only the first series we had, but second to none, you know?
Hey, what a start. My good gosh, what a start. Incredible opening to the season here. I've got no idea, Chance, what to even say, think, or feel. So I'm going to throw it to three far more capable human beings. It's back over the desk. Guys, what an opening series.
Yes. We are not mad here in the studio. Boston Breach fans not upset with the new pickup as Wake made his presence felt in this one. Alley Cat, we got to talk about this. Is this technically an upset? According to the coaches' polls, it is, but this is a brand new game.
Yeah, no, according to the coaches' polls, according to last year, this certainly would have been an upset, but you're right, it is a new game, and I love to say that every year when I start to have some hot takes, because you just don't know. It could be the game for these players, and I will say the player that impressed me the most has to be Big Wake. I feel like I was a big criticizer of him last year. I felt like he definitely had a presence on the map when it came to engagements, but I was waiting to see some heads-up plays. We certainly saw that in the S&D. We saw it in the dominance and control. I have been surprised across the board, and now I really see what he has added to this Boston Breach roster. I'm excited to see what he does going forward.
Yeah, and that was just wonderfully played by the Boston Breach. I mean, across the board. The offense on Fortress, just insane. In the breakout on that map, you have to get pushed up to arches. You just have to. You have to win those initial gunfights. And they did it not once, but twice on that map. And then also, like, so early in the game to be capitalizing on the mistakes of a team like Atlanta FaZe. Yeah. We saw it on Generator Hero. 3 people pushed all the way up. Cellium, Simp, and aBeZy thinking they could put them in the spawn trap blender. Nope, they take the water out all the way around the back. And it's Vivid both times who does it. P2 and on Generators, taking those routes to flip those spawns. You see, doesn't matter if you have the gunny. If the other team outperforms you, out-rotate you, they will get that win, and that's what we saw Boston.
I was looking at some of the numbers here, and Vivid went 25-25 that last game. That's 50 engagements. That is more than anyone else in the lobby, and he had 3,000 damage, the second on his team. So that game 4 hardpoint, I'm excited to watch Vivid. Talk to me about the guns, though, because I saw a whole lot of ARs, and then the SMGs came running amok. What do we expect to see moving forward after getting one match underneath our belt?
I think in the beginning of the series, it was a lot of M4s, and I feel like everybody instantly was like, oh, wow, this is a disaster with how many M4s are on the map right now. But I feel like as the series went on, we started to see the sub players get a little bit more comfortable, because in the beginning of that first hardpoint, I believe Nero is the only one that really kept a sub out the entire time, and obviously, at least KD-wise, we could see that he was struggling. But as the series went on, I feel like him and Simp got a little bit more comfortable pulling out that Vaznev. So again, I think we still need a couple more series under our belts, but I know the timeline has already been hot and crazy about what guns are being pulled out.
Let us know what you want to see, chat. We're all ears, and guess what? We don't control any of it. Nameless, though, we got to revisit one moment here. You called it the play of the series. This is our Scump play of the game, and it's coming from Control. Talk to me about what what we saw?
Oh, well, we're going to talk about this offense. We don't have it, but in the very beginning, in the break-off is when it was mostly like, just, I can't believe what they're doing right now. Being able to get out of maps, all three of you, and get those kills and get control is absolutely insane. But you see right here, right now, it's a 4v7, and there's not a lot of time left on the clock, and they're trying to pick apart Atlanta FaZe, and they're just getting up close and personal, winning 2 gunfights, and you can see that player gets behind, but he ends up falling. aBeZy picked up a big 2-piece, but one player gets behind the Methodz, and he's just taking his time trying to find these kills.
Yeah, no, this play was what really confused me. Again, it was a 2v6 at one point by the end of this offense, but I will say the fact that Cellium, he wasn't really in the gunfight, but he knew that player was there and got weak by them. I'm more shocked as a player that MC is that he didn't try to instantly rechow that. Instead, completely ignored the player in the back and pushed up to arches to play for those players hitting the front side, which I understand to maybe try to get the pick and then play for the guy in the back, but it didn't seem like that ever happened at all. They instantly got shot on the back. Methodz made that push for them to win that offense. That, again, they won one, and they had no business winning that second one, and I don't feel like we will see that happen again anytime soon on that map and mode.
We also have to mention Big Wake, that round 5 1v2 clutch at the end. That may have been the big game-changing moment in this series. Let's talk to the captain. He now joins us live. We got the Muba, a.k.a. Methodz, my man from Jersey, now representing Boston. How we feeling, Methodz? You just took down Atlanta FaZe.
Chris, it is good to see your beautiful face. aBeZy was talking a lot on the flank last night. He was talking about how FaZe 3-0, he's going to put a parlay in. So I want to see how that parlay is doing now.
I like these calls. I like these calls. Methodz, I did want to bring you on mostly to talk about this new lineup, right? You guys made a big roster change in the offseason, a lot of questions around it. How do you feel about the roster, and how do you guys feel you performed against Atlanta FaZe here in the opening week?
Yeah, well, my teammates have no respect and are talking in my ear, so how about you give me some silence. Listen, Big Joe, the new addition, is disgusting. Obviously, I didn't know a lot about him coming into this year, but I'm not going to lie, from the outside looking at, I was like, that guy's quiet. He's a no-fun guy, but it's actually the exact opposite. I mean, we're having a blast over here. He's dirty. I heard you guys say the 1v2 clutch. I was ready to slap his ass after that one, but obviously a big match against FaZe, especially a team like that. I think everybody, or most people, go into that and think FaZe easy win or FaZe close it out, but luckily able to, I guess, upset them and hopefully carry that into tomorrow.
I think my biggest surprise for me was looking at that map veto set, seeing Fortress back-to-back in S&D and Control, obviously, as the way vetoes go. Is that something that fell into y'all's favor? I mean, heading before the season even started, we're like, Fortress S&D is very chaotic. It plays a bit like a respawn. Into Control, you're talking about a very, very difficult defensive spawn trap to get out of. Were you guys, not worried heading into those two back-to-back?
I'm always worried spawning into aBeZy Fortress. I think right now, I think the thing is with opening weekend is we just have nothing on FaZe, right? There's not enough maps played. We're going in blind and we don't know what they're good at or they don't know what we're good at and vice versa. So the first weekend's a little tricky because it's sort of just veto and hope for the best. I don't want to talk too much about our vetoes, but I think we were confident on every single map in the series. But Bagra is can get sketchy in Control, but 2 offensive wins. I'm not sure how we pulled that out of the hat, but I'm not complaining.
Zen, congratulations on the win. That is a massive W, especially in the Control, winning 2 offenses. I want to talk to you guys a little bit about your gun meta on your squad. Do you guys have set hills where you're switching out weapons? Because we saw on that map 1, it was almost 8 M4s on the map at one point, and or is it at the discretion of a player like Nero to be in this situation, I'm just going to pull out an M4 if I'm in a blender?
Yeah, I mean, Nero does sometimes pull out the M4 if he's in a blender. I think just based on the way the maps play out and sort of the way the spawns work, it can get pretty AR heavy on some of these hills on some of these maps just because you essentially spawn on cuts and you can essentially cut the map quickly off spawn. But I think as the game develops, we'll see. I think it'll become a little more clear what hills you're going to see different metas on. But as of right now, I think it's just... I don't even know. All I know is I'm running the AR. That's all I know. I don't know what the hell I don't know what these guys use. All I know is that sometimes... Not really. I mean, if Nero's getting smoked, sometimes he'll bring out the AR. He doesn't get smoked very often, but if I'm getting smoked, I am not bringing out the SMG. I will stick with the AR.
Hey, you guys are walking away with the W. Keep those strats to yourself for now. Methodz, before you go, though, anything you want to say to the Boston fans who have been cheering you on? We're over 100,000 strong in the Twitch chat right now.
I mean, first and foremost, Twitch.tv. I mean, guys, real quick, can we spam Winnie in the Twitch chat? Let me open it up real quick, guys. If you, I just want, can we spam Winnie or Walston or something? Listen, my teammates are crazy. The Boston Breach fans are also crazy. I mean, we are the newest team in the CDL, and last year's support was crazy. We have the Major II in Boston, and I can't wait to leak the food spots and the bars and all that. So come to Major II. Boston's going to be dope. We toured the venue. I hope to see all you guys in Raleigh, but I think we're for a good year. Chris, welcome back. Like I said, it's great to see that beautiful face up there. I mean, I was 15 years old taking the trip to New York to sit next to you on that desk for the esports report. So it's crazy how things change, but thank you guys for the support. And big match tomorrow against Surge.
Hey, we appreciate the glow up there, Methodz. Much love. Good to see you, and a big win for Boston Breach. You can catch Zinni on Twitter, probably talking smack to everyone else in the league, and abeZy, who's watching from his couch. For now, we got to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, it's your first look at OpTic Texas as they take on the Minnesota Røkkr. This is the Call of Duty League 2023. I don't know about you, chat, but that video just got me fired up to check out the Minnesota Røkkr, a squad that took home a major title back in our opening season, but then didn't qualify for champs. They're going up against a very interesting squad here, featuring one of the oldest men in the business, Scump and OpTic Texas. aBeZy, first thoughts on this matchup?
I think it's going to be a really close matchup. I know all of our matchups today are going to be pretty tight, except for our match one that was 3-1, but we're not going to talk about that right now. I think this one's going to be interesting for the fact that OpTic had a lot of trials and tribulations last year, and even at the beginning of Roster Mania this season, there seemed to be a bit of miscommunication. We all got a little baited with possibly the dropping of Dashy. They pulled that back within like a day, and now they decided to stick with each other, especially for Scump's last and final years. So obviously our hopes are all very high for a lot of big W's for his OpTic Texas roster, and they were able to pull out some really close wins last year, even with what they were going through. But I don't know, Chris. You know, you want to wish the best.
I'm excited. I'll just say that. After watching Boston Breach, I don't care who wins anymore. I'm just excited here for opening day. And we got to talk about the maps you're going to see, because that was just our first series. You're going to see all new vetoes and everything, every new matchup. This time, we have our 5 maps laid out with HyDra on our starting hardpoint. Nameless, how does this play out for you?
Yeah, well, I mean, we just saw HyDra. You got to hit those routes. The spawns are super important. What sticks out to me in this map set is that Fortress Hardpoint map number 4. I didn't think we'd see Fortress Hardpoint get through a lot, just because one team is going to be able to pick that good side, and basically, if they execute properly, they're going to put you in that immediate blender. And OpTic Texas has the good side. They had the side pick for that map for Hardpoint, so definitely win the battle there. We'll see if Minnesota has something up their sleeve. And where I'm looking at Minnesota in this series is going to be the Search and Destroys.
Yeah.
Additionally, a great Search and Destroy organization, one of the best of last year. And then on top of that, they bring in 2 players from the Toronto Ultra and Bance and Cammy, who have been part of a top 2 Search and Destroy team since the CDL's inception. So they should be formidable in that game mode.
Let's take a look at their opponents in this series. We have OpTic Texas on the docket. First, this is the squad representing the green wall. We've got Dashy, we've got iLLeY, Scump, and Shotzzy. And iLLeY, he was missing in action last year. Thumb injury. The man was hurt. Now he's back in the building. Is this OpTic at their fullest form?
Fullest form, I wouldn't say yes to that. I feel like I actually have a big question mark of, is his injury okay? Is it fully healed? Will we have a repeat of last year? Obviously, we all hope the answer is going to be no, but on the other bright side of things, I am really excited to see Dashy once again with the sniper in his hand. We're going to be heading into an Embassy map 2 Search and Destroy, as well as an El Asilo map 5 should we get their Search and Destroy. These are both maps with very long lanes where we're going to have to see a sniper being utilized, and last year we retreated to both Dashy and I believe iLLeY pulling out sniper at one point. So I'm hoping we get that treat again this series.
Look out for the snipes on map number 2. That's, of course, your OpTic Texas squad. Give me one name, though, Amp. This is opening day. One player of those 4 to look out for. Who is it?
Oh, I'm going to be looking at Dashy. It's M4 season.
Top left?
Yeah, I'm looking at Dashy. I'm expecting him to have a big series here and a big year overall, coming off of last year, where a lot of people are arguing that he was the best player in the game, the MVP, alongside Cellium. So he should fry.
If you agree with Nameless, let's get a big Bruce in the chat as we mention what's going down in Minnesota. The Røkkr coming in. Nameless touched on it, rebuilding this squad. aBeZy, how strong is the team right now after retooling things?
I honestly will say, out of all the roster moves that I saw at the beginning of this season, this one had to be top 2 for me. I love the duo of Bance and Cammy staying together. I love that there's still going to be a little bit of team chem there, but also Attach in his role change last year was impressive to the entire league. So seeing him being that aggressive AR now with the M4 in his hand as well, I'm expecting some high engagement series plays out of this Minnesota Røkkr team. The biggest question mark is going to be on Afro. A very up and down season last year. We thought he was a breakout player, but London just couldn't pull it out. So seeing how he plugs into this Minnesota Røkkr squad, we'll have to see.
All right, now I used to commentate when that guy in the top left, Attach, won the AW Call of Duty Championship with Denial. I was there when Splice and Mr. Bance were on the main stage in a final playing for the Call of Duty World title. These other 2 names on the right, Nameless, they weren't here when I was here. So break it down for me. What should I expect from the youngsters?
All right, so let's start with Afro. It's his year 2. Last year, he had a phenomenal year. Individually, the guy was taking over games. I had a little bit of a drop-off when it came to LAN, but he was also on the London Royal Ravens, another one of our CDL teams, and they had a lot of issues that they went through. But still, throughout that, the shining light was Afro. And then on the flip side, you have Cammy, who now in the CDL era, he's a CDL vet. He's won a couple of events. He's been a part of one of the best organizations that we've had throughout the CDL, seen some of the most success. And the narrative around Cammy is, can he get back to superstardom? That's what a lot of people are wanting to see out of him, that guy who can go in, slay, and take over games. Last year, by all means, his statistics were still pretty decent, but he wasn't the same as he was in Cold War. So I think that's what people are desiring.
His ceiling is higher than what he was playing out last season. Yeah. Well, this match is ready to go, so let's jump right in with our predictions. I'm going with Scump. It's his last year. He's going undefeated. What about you, aLLeY?
That's totally fair. And honestly, I'm going to feel like a total dunce for saying this. I have to go with Minnesota Røkkr. I really love their roster change. I think they're going to be a disgusting team this year. OpTic Texas, what they were able to put up last year was very incredible, but I think Minnesota has the edge.
We got one OpTic. We've got one Røkkr. Where are we going, Nameless?
I'm going to go Røkkr, and here's why. I think, OpTic, they're going to be contending for championships throughout this year, but I think there might be some growing pains here. You get punished for mistakes that you make in this game. We just saw it in that last one with what Atlanta FaZe did, and what is the trend that we saw with OpTic, even last year in Major II prior to iLLeY's injury, is sometimes they have blunders on the map, and in this game, you will get punished for that. Minnesota has a good team full of players that play like rats. I think they're going to come out swinging.
Okay, so I'm the only one here on the desk going with OpTic. Let's hear from our casters. I want to know what they think. Let's send it over to the Papas. We got Study with Landon. How you doing, Landon?
I'm doing well, buddy. It's so good to hear your voice. I'll tell you what, Jay, it's great to hear the desk. I got to say, man, y'all hitting the floor a little bit. I know. We're going to hear a little bit more OpTic Texas there.
I know. I wasn't expecting that. Obviously, when you think about OpTic Texas, star-studded lineup. We got Scump on his last year. The guy's trying to go out with a bang, and they're going up against a Minnesota Røkkr team who basically has a brand new roster. It's going to be scary, but OpTic, I think they're going to have a statement to make this year.
I think so too, man. As we said, it is Scump's final ride. It's the last opening series for him. All the eyes are going to be on this OpTic Texas team throughout the entirety of the season, especially in their opening match against this newly star-studded Minnesota Røkkr squad. I got to say, man, though, it's nice to see you, buddy. Yeah. Like, I feel like it's like only been a few months, but I don't know, like a lot of stuff has happened. You and I are both now fathers. We're in a new game, and I don't know. It's wild stuff.
I know. It's been way too long, man. I'm telling you, the offseason, though, is so boring for me because I just miss Call of Duty. I miss this environment. I miss you, buddy. Like you said, we got new maps.
Are you sweating?
We got new teams.
Jay?
Already sweating, and we're not even on HyDra. That's the crazy part, all right? But we got babies. We got everything. I'm just excited to kick this one off.
We love ourselves some Call of Duty, ladies and gentlemen. If you couldn't already tell, we are ready to get into our first game. Let's go and take a look, though, at our maps and modes. I know the desk already touched on it, but Jay, I got to hear your thoughts, buddy. Okay. When it comes down to this series, when it comes down to the makeup, as we said, we're starting things off on Zarqwa Hydroelectric. For short, we'll call it HyDra, just to make sure it's a little bit easier out there for everybody. Embassy Search, Destroy, Asilo Control, Fortress Hardpoint. If we can see that Game 5, Asilo S&D. By the way, major shout out to the production team. Love to see those map bans at the bottom. But Jay, how do you feel about our very first map that we're going to jump into here?
Well, I'm loving HyDra, especially if it's anything like last series. We know we guaranteed got at least 2 Michael Phelps on the map. We know on the side of OpTic, it's going to most likely be Shotzzy, and then on the side of Minnesota, it's going to most likely be Bance. So we have to just make sure we're holding down our preaims, accounting every single player on the map, because once you lose one player, that could potentially be the flip on the map. You do not want that to happen. Then you go to the Embassy Search and Destroy. Snipers are in play, but we do not have smokes. So this is going to be really, really difficult to try to get onto the opposite side of the map for either one of these squads, especially if you know Dashy is probably going to be running that sniper. Then you go to the Asilo Control. This one is kind of difficult because if you go forward dead on any time you're on the defensive side, you're basically going to swing all the way on the opposite side, and you have to defend 1 point. So it's all about maintaining map control. The Fortress Hardpoint, that's going to be a battle between both of these teams. And then to end us off, a little bit of Asilo S&D for game number 5. Man, I'm telling you, I'm so excited right now, Atlanta. We got a brand new team in Minnesota Røkkr going up against a redeeming team in OpTic Texas, trying to make their names known because, like, they were the best team by Major I. They were the best control team. They were great at hardpoint. Their S&D was on a whole different level. But now they're going into this year hoping that iLLeY just simply does not get that hand injury. Like, what happens? What's the what if he doesn't get injured last year?
And that's really the biggest thing, man. Like, we're coming into this season being like, okay, like it's the restart, it's the refresh. Wasn't the easiest way that we managed to get here, but it is such an intriguing story. As you said, it's all those what ifs. So many different things that did happen in the offseason. You ask the questions, hey, is this OpTic Texas team going to be together? Sounded like it wasn't going to be the plan. Then everybody comes back together. It feels like that belief has got to be here for OpTic Texas. And at the same time, Jay, the same thing for Minnesota Røkkr.
Yeah.
Both of these teams are eyeing up a very solid start to their season, given the myriad of differences for both rosters. Obviously, OpTic, obviously what we just discussed. Same thing for Minnesota, man. They have bet a lot on this team to hopefully see some success, because last year was not at all the year that they had planned for.
Yeah, the only thing that scares me with this new Minnesota Røkkr roster is that we still look at this team overall and we're just like, they're going to be okay at search and destroy. But we have 2 respawn modes. Realistically, last year, Minnesota were the 3rd worst hardpoint team in the game. They picked up 2 players from Toronto Ultra who were the 2nd worst hardpoint team in the game. So hopefully these guys can figure out. Totally different game. We have different hardpoints, all about the rotation. You barely need to get kills, so KD doesn't really matter in hardpoint. You just have to make sure you're maintaining map control and keeping the better side for these spawns.
Jay, you threw out some perfectly accurate stats.
Yeah.
However, based off that first series, I just have no idea what to expect. Like Atlanta FaZe, worst record in the league after the first series?
Unreal.
Who would have thought? No, all jokes aside, though, I totally agree. Like, this is the biggest thing with the Røkkr, especially. Like, in terms of the roster move that they made, you pointed out perfectly. Like, this team is looking to increase in slang, considering how the last few years have gone. I think their hardpoint records have decreased, and every single year of franchising, like 7th, 9th, 10th, I think is the exact ordering. And now they're calling upon some slayers, who didn't have a whole lot of success in hardpoint last season, outside of the Ravens, I guess, in the case of Afro. But I guess, how much pressure do you think is going to be on this new Røkkr team, the players that were added? I know you and I have had a lot of chats about Cammy and Afro specifically. How important of a series is this, not just in general for the year, but in the opening game you really want to put on for your franchise?
Yeah, you just want to be able to start off on the right foot. Obviously, the last year for both of these teams, both of these players overall, hasn't really been the best. Attached to the first time ever missed his first Call of Duty World Championship, and that's usually never the case. But form this roster, it's all about just basically understanding who your teammates are. We know what Bance likes to do. We know how aggressive Afro can be. Attached with that AR in his hand based off last year was a man on the mission. When I'm looking at this Minnesota roster team, I think the player that's going to be able to take them above and beyond is going to be Cammy. He had kind of a lackluster last year, but towards the end of the year, he started to be more consistent for that Toronto Ultra roster. And then today, with this new Minnesota team, if he can be that guy with that AR in hand, alongside of Attached, this team will be fairly scary, because we know they're going to be good at search and destroy. It's all about the respawns when it comes to this squad.
It was so funny, dude. I forget who it was, and I'm not gonna, throw out any names by any means, but it was in the green room. Somebody was like, "Yeah, honestly, Attached may have been the best player for Røkkr twice, like with the SMG and then with the AR in his hand." Speaking of ARs, let's go and take a look at the main ARs for both of these rosters. We're taking a look at Attached versus Dashy throughout this series, man. This is going to be an absolute duel. I know we could talk about, the M4 is the M4. I mean, everybody can see success with it, it feels like. But on Zarqwa especially, man, okay, HyDra, apologies. Those ARs, especially those 2 guys with it on their backs, they're obviously probably the most important players in the game.
Oh, without question. I think every single player is going to be important, because everyone has to rotate. You can't just have one designated player consistently trying to go for that route. It's all about the guy who's in that position at the best time. But when you're fully set up, that's when you could allow Dashy to be posted up in the back on a back head glitch, just basically mowing people down. That's what he's good at. We all know Bruce can shoot really, really straight. So it's going to be tough to get him out of those rotation gunfights. And then the opposite side for Attached, he's just like Mr. Do-It-All. I can't wait to see what he does in Search and Destroy with the sniper in hand. Sometimes we may even see him pull out the SMG for a 3rd time. Who knows? Who knows? The guy is a man on a mission with any weapon in his hand.
I know we talked about it a minute ago. Let's go and take a look at those stats that we were referencing. Dashy versus Attached coming into this series. Excited to see these guys duel it up against each other. We're obviously talking a lot about hardpoint. These are the stats from last season in Vanguard, but you also see it, Jay, straight up consistent across all 3 modes for both of these guys.
Yeah, obviously Dashy started off by being like one of the best players in the game. Both of these guys do make the All-Star team last year. Dashy on team number 1, Attached on team number 2. But when you look at these stats, the biggest thing that stands out is obviously that control KD. Dashy was the #1 control player all of last year. He's going into this season with the same exact stat. So it's going to be difficult for both of these squads. If you're not able to take down their main ARs, take them out of those power positions, you're not going to have a good time.
And I don't know about you, man, but like, I do think there is an element of really proving for both of these guys, but specifically if we're talking about Dashy, like, it was so strange, like during the off season. I mean, he was one of the guys who's in the MVP conversation, like just under Cellium, who had an unbelievable year. Dashy was right there. And I mean, if Scump doesn't give the go-ahead, he's off the roster. I feel like there is in some way a proving element. I don't know if it's necessarily in-game, but we're definitely going to be keeping our eyes on Dashy. I think internally, externally, whatever it may be, I think there is a huge emphasis for him as well. A lot of pressure on his shoulders to perform.
Yeah, but I think Scump was on vacation. My guy really didn't know what was going on. He called back like, wait, we making a roster change? Nah. Let's bring all the boys back. We're going to run it back for the year. So,
by the way, Jay, did we just give a huge shout out to the stash that he's rocking right now?
Bro. I'm telling you, me and this guy were going against each other when we were 16, 17 years old. The fact that my guy's got the full stash on, the Ginger Ninja, like Puckett put it this morning, I haven't heard that nickname for this guy in a really, really long time, but he's taking it full force, man. He's a grown man now.
He absolutely is, man. He's a grown man. You're looking across the stage. You see Scump yelling at you. With that type of stash, I'd be terrified. I would be absolutely terrified to see that guy across the stage, especially at his age, man. The fact that he's been able to do it. I know you're already referencing it, buddy, but how long this guy has been around for. I think the stats coming into this are like his 14th competitive season, his 14th and final one at that, his last season opener. It is wild to think that we have gone this far. It's the fact that he has been at the top level for these amount of years, man. It's truly insane. Yeah, there are the stats there, man. Like just rival it.
30 major wins, $1.1 million earned, events 94, seasons 14th. This is insane. And keep in mind, like, these are stats from like a guy that has been at the top level every single year. You know how hard that is? Like, we see LeBron in basketball. The guy's been playing for 20 years, but this guy in video games, 14 years straight, he's been one of the best players in the game. That's insane stats, man. He's got to go out with a bang. He's got to.
He absolutely has to, man. And I know there's a lot of people who are kind of wondering, like, what's the mentality going to be? I mean, from what I've been able to see, at least in terms of scrimmages, from the tweets, feels like this guy's locked in. Feels like he is ready to go, wanting to have the best ending that he possibly can to what is an unbelievably historic career. But all of that is going to start in this opening matchup versus the Minnesota Røkkr, folks. We will be getting into our first game here in just a few moments. But Jay, I don't know, man. We heard from the desk in terms of predictions. I know Puckett handed off to us and we started talking about how we're excited about this year. What are your thoughts for this matchup?
I think this is a scary matchup, especially if OpTic come out the same exact intensity like they did in the beginning of last year, being the best control team. They went 17-2 in control during stage 1 and stage 2. They only lost twice. They were the best team in that mode. Their hard point was about 50 to 60% win rate, so that's really good for them. But the biggest thing that took me to a different level was their search and destroy. Whenever you talk about OpTic in general, it's usually the struggles in S&D, but all of last year, they were putting on a show in that game mode, especially led by Shotzzy. He was the top SMG with a 1.15 KD in search and destroy. That guy's a man on a mission, so you got to slow that guy down. I think overall, looking at Minnesota's side, it's going to be a tough one for them because we look at this team, we're thinking search and destroy is going to be on point. But my question is, how good are they going to be in respawns going up against a team in OpTic who are usually great in that mode?
Yeah, it's almost like if you're looking at prior season stats, which you really can't for Minnesota Røkkr. It's a totally different team, but you absolutely can't for OpTic Texas, considering that this was, by definition, their roster. It's a tough sell. It really is. If you are thinking about Minnesota in this situation, and like you said, buddy, it's going to really come down to these respawns. I mean, I tell you what, based off of the way that you're sounding, I think you're going with OpTic here. Am I wrong?
Yeah. I think I'm going with OpTic. I think Scump's going to start off his final season 1-0.
I think I might be there with you too, man. But like I said, we got a lot of players that we're looking out for. I know aLLeY touched on how she's really going to be looking at a guy like Afro. You and I have talked constantly about what Cammy can possibly do for this team. And I'll tell you what, man, with the M4 fire and the way that it is, if this guy is, seeing the same levels that he has been in prior titles, Minnesota Røkkr could absolutely find themselves, I don't want to say in an upset situation versus OpTic. It's the very first series, but they could definitely start off 1-0 if Cammy is having himself a solid game.
You know what I'm really looking forward to, though? I want to see what Afro's like. Like, now on a team where he doesn't have to be the ultimate superstar to go out there, get all the kills, make all the plays. I want to see what he's going to look like alongside Bance, who's very good, a very smart S&D overall player. Guys just wanted to route, man. Like, you know exactly what you're going to get out of Bance when it comes to communication and just his overall brain power. But with Afro now alongside him, it's not like Bance before had a bad player. He had CleanX, and CleanX is godlike. But Afro, I think like this is finally his first opportunity where he's going to have an opportunity to look left and right and know that all of his teammates are championship caliber players. So I want to see what level he brings this year.
Yeah, and this is, like I said, a huge series for him. Like I said, you're facing off against Scump and OpTic Texas in your opening match. It's your first time on a different franchise. I think it was on the Call of Duty League Twitter where Afro, got interviewed, and he was like, yeah, I was looking for a fresh start. I'm looking for a fresh start with some guys who have tons of experience, who are going to be able to improve me as a player. And I don't know, it feels like you're kind of on one side or the other when it comes down to this Røkkr SMG line. It's either like, hey, they don't have enough slang, or, oh, wait, they could have a perfect combination here with Bance hitting routes, Afro, leading in from the front, being able to learn from some great veterans on this Minnesota team. It could be a recipe for success, but excited to see the SMG battle go down between these two, man. Like Afro and Bance on one side, you got Scump and Shotzzy back together again. Those guys are hilarious. They're going to be having a great time in the comms for sure.
Yeah, we definitely got some SMG battles, but at least right now in the meta, it's 3 ARs, 1 sub. So I'm really looking forward to see like what Scump's going to be able to do with that 30 AR in hand when he's playing maps that are really big, like aBeZy, like what am I? I'm blanking here. Fortress, he could probably pull out a 3rd AR, okay. But you see a couple of these
Mercado
Las Almas. Yeah, that's a good one. But a majority so far, like if you're the SMG, when they just looking at that first series that we played, your stat line really doesn't matter that much, because if you're rotating early, you're fully set up. It's not like you're going to be able to get a lot of kills, because it's really difficult to break kills, especially if you don't have those spawns. So just based off of what we saw in that series number 1, even if you're going 13 and 25, you lose the game by 40. Just comes down to 1 hold. So KD is completely out the window for me this year in hardpoint.
That's a great point, my friend. That's a great point. When it comes down to hardpoint, you're looking at those big plays, those little situations. Who is going to be more on point in their opening match where everything is already going to be on the line? Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you guys enjoyed our little pre-show of this matchup, OpTic Texas versus Minnesota Røkkr. I think the desk broke it down well, and I think that we did too, to be honest. Unfortunately, we are going to have to throw it to a quick little break, but when we come back, it is going to be time for HyDra. Get ready. It's going to be swimming time when we come back after this quick break.
Be selected by the rest of the league to a top 10 list in a year I didn't really feel like I had the top performance I could have had is a pretty good feeling.
When you say Kleenex, I think hard carry.
Kleenex, he was my teammate on Ultra. He's out of his mind. That kid does some things that you're just like, how did you just do that? And why did you do that? He's really improved, and he's like a really smart, aggressive SMG.
My God, Kleenex, the tissue is an issue.
Kleenex's biggest trait on the map is his speed, definitely the pace he sets.
He's a fast player, he's very smart. I guess a good word is ratty. He's very methodical when he plays, and he's a talented player, and his career is going to go a long way.
Doing everything they can to hold down this remaining dirty Kleenex.
When I first think of RCDs, I think of someone I really respect as a player and as a person, and the biggest thing I would take away for RCDs as a teammate is just his ability to lead. He's a big reason for our Cold War success, the amazing season we had, and I feel like people didn't really give him the gas he deserved for that season.
It's the championship for FaZe!
A turret with good comms. Like, if a kill streak could speak, is him, bro.
He's really good in high-pressure situations where he can just make the right play.
RCDs has to be the hero for them. Has to be the hero. It's good Octane to be possibly lining up there as well. Oh!
There is times where you talk about it and you're like, what did we do wrong this map? It's like, we didn't do anything wrong. He just popped the piece on us.
Team player, he just does what it takes to win.
Whatever needs to be filled type of player, so huge respect for that guy.
RCDs, he is daddy.
First thing comes to mind, I think Sib, straight shooter. Definitely one of the straightest shooters in the league. He doesn't miss.
Sib, top 2 AR in the game. The main role of an AR is to get kills, and he does that very well.
Gonna take a lot more than that to kill Sib. 9 now in a row.
He's on a power position, he competes with the likes of Dashy and Cellium and RCDs, and you know what I mean? Like, so if he gets in those good positions, he's very consistent.
I don't know, he kind of plays like me sometimes. He's just like a gunny ego child type of player, gonna take the first gunfight he can take, and he's really confident in it, so.
His confidence is his strength, to be honest. Like, it shows in game and out of game.
Just chows everything. He just runs around. Like, he's really, really good at playing God. So that's just annoying, sorry.
As he's growing, he's just becoming more well-rounded, but I would definitely say his raw talent is his biggest strength.
Another massive victory there from Sib.
It feels amazing, especially like to be picked from your peers, because bigger competition, and they're probably the biggest or the most credible critics you can get.
What comes to mind is why the was he running an AR for so long? I mean, he was so good with an SMG, and everybody told him to run an SMG. He takes out the SMG, they win a world championship.
As a sub player, he is really good at communicating up front. You get super in the moment, the crowd's going, lights are going. He's popping 2 pieces and still telling you they're spawning here, they could be here. Like, that's a big difference between a decent team and a great team.
When I hear Kenny, I just think about last year and that crazy bounce back that he had. That was extremely impressive.
He became more comfortable. Everyone around him became more comfortable. You know, whenever that happens, it's like a win-win for everyone.
Overall, they kind of just had our number, LAT as a whole, towards the end, but I feel like Kenny did a really big job of kind of stepping up for the team. I mean, he was back-to-back MVP the last 2 events, so it kind of just shows like how much work he was putting in and how much effort he put in to really get better.
So I feel like I started the season out pretty good, and then like the middle of the season, I had some rough patches, but I think ending the season out like this was kind of like the cherry on top.
And imagine if you're Kenny right now, back-to-back MVPs. He is him, man.
Fred, I call him Alfred. We just talk crazy when we play 2K. He's just calling us bins, we're trash, yada, yada, yada.
I mean, that kid just took the league by storm. He came in and had probably one of the best rookie seasons you'll ever see. If you ask everybody around the league, he's far and away one of the top SMGs in the game.
Probably the best sub of Vanguard. He knew every single timing, he knew where to be, he knew when to play slow or fast, and he kind of just, he had it perfected by the end of the season. He was frying everybody.
I think similar to CleanX, he kind of has like that play style where he's just super ratty.
Teammates tell him don't get the hill, just run around, really get in their face and be a complete nuisance to them and like make them have to worry about you at all times.
Always trying to get behind you, spawn kill you, just, I guess, play a little cheesier, if that makes sense.
Cheeser. You know, there's a lot of old head people who they don't like the snake or they don't like to abuse the slide cancel mechanics. He's the complete opposite, and he flanks everything. He's just a pest. He's just annoying. You just see the confidence just flowing through him.
I think Pred had a really good Vanguard season, but I definitely don't think that's his peak. I feel like that's just the start.
When he goes off, he lets you know he's going off. He'll get up, he'll scream at you.
The Pred flex is awesome. Like, I think it's hilarious.
He's Jack, so like you gotta let him know.
Am I a fan of the Pred flex? No, I want to slap him across his head every time I see it.
I don't look at what he does when he celebrates.
He just feels like God on the stage. You can tell he's just like...
So anything to not be boring, I support. You know what I'm saying? These people are more than just COD players, you know?
Pieced up and Pred delivers.
How's it going, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Call of Duty League. It is opening weekend for some good old MW2. We do apologize for the current little lobby delay that we're having. We're figuring it out. It is all good. OpTic Texas, Minnesota Røkkr, just a few moments still away. But ladies and gentlemen, you've been watching, right? You've been seeing the top 10 players of Call of Duty Vanguard. You've already seen 6 through 10. Now it's time to take a look at 1 through 5. Give it a watch.
Yeah, Shotzzy is terrible, dude. Probably one of the most overrated players in the league. Nah, but seriously, Ants obviously, I mean, his movement's best in the league. The kid does some things that shouldn't be done. He's like Spider-Man, so I'll give him gas this one time only.
He's a glitch.
He's hard to, like, you know, shut down.
This guy be skating on the map.
He's the best sub in the game.
He was just this new kid that no one ever heard of in Halo.
He made the switch into COD and just took over the scene.
Movement King, I think Finesse King.
Hey, Shotzzy just dancing around the map.
And he ended up here, and he ended up there, and he ended up here, and I'm just like, bro, we lost.
Because if you don't kill him, if you don't take him out of the map, he's just going to be annoying.
Every team says when they go into playing Texas is keep track of Shotzzy. If you don't keep track of Shotzzy, you lose.
I kind of just like amazed, even as a teammate, just watching him. It's like something you've never seen before.
He almost plays like he's just not gonna die.
Not only is he incredible for himself, obviously getting all these kills, but he's also one of the best team players.
You're so good, son! Down! He knew everything. He knew all the spots.
I joined a private match and this guy's running around like no care in the world. Like he's just showing me these spots.
He like climbed up on top of a building and popped a 3-piece that no one even thought you could get up there.
He's kind of like a ninja. He's just hopping on spots I've never seen before, and
he's always gonna have like the nerdy spots.
He's doing all of his part to win, so I respect that. He's definitely one of a kind.
guy he's obviously cracked for an AR, which is impressive because most ARs are rather slow.
The straightest shooter. I think Dashy, the straightest shooter.
Dashy with the pistol.
He was runner-up for MVP.
I think of, main AR, I think turret, and I just think one of the best players in the league.
His raw gun skill.
He does it at like a different way, but his actual just pure shooting is the best in the league.
His ability to just snap on people is crazy, but also his positioning is amazing on top of that.
When someone that talented is good positionally, it's very hard to take them out.
He takes an old formal role for me. They're super like locked down ARs.
He's gonna get a lane and he's gonna lock it down.
That guy had top traits and middle map unlocked. If he was already set up there, you were not killing him there.
I mean, he's just a funny guy, obviously. Dashy, I like him a lot.
One of those like upper echelon, like really talented guys that can get themselves out of sticky situations.
He's not afraid to take chows. He wins the hard gunfights. He wins the unwinnables.
To get voted by your peers is the highest level of respect. It's truly an honor, so I appreciate it.
aBeZy is just another one of those really aggressive subs.
Hardest kill on the map.
My personal hardest kill,
the new GOAT.
I think cracked. I think that, that's my guy, that's my duo.
This is what he does! Oh, no!
Just this SMG that's playing at such a fast pace that's opening up lanes for his team.
Like Sonic, he's like a little hedgehog.
He kind of just flies, bro, like, honestly.
He's just not missing, he's just flying at you, he's playing so fast.
It's a little snap, yeah, body shot!
Can we flip? I want to see more of that.
So do I!
He will pop a piece. That guy's guaranteed a piece, at least.
I gotta tip it, he's one of the hardest players I've ever played against.
His role is unbelievably hard. He's going in first, he's going in with no information half the time, and he's somehow getting two.
When you want a sub, like, just to run in front of you, he's gonna just run in front of you.
I actually like playing against aBeZy because that kid just loves chowing.
He wins so many ego chows and so many gunfights that you can't even say it's a bad chow because he's gonna win it.
He'll be running and you'll have him weak, and for some reason he'll fly at you, and sometimes he'll kill you, which is kind of filthy.
He's doing these crazy flashy plays, and it's every single map.
He's really good at what he does.
I don't know, bro. I hate it. I hate it. He kills me sometimes. I'm just like, this little kid, man, I guess.
He is like the perfect submachine gun.
Yeah, he was really nasty.
aBeZy, making it look easy.
It feels great to be able to be on this list, especially a list being voted from people you compete against. It's special.
He's like a do-it-all type player. He can use an SMG, he can use an AR, he can use a sniper. Very good positionally while also being one of the most talented.
He's got the gunny, he's got the mechanics, he's got the smarts of how to play respawn, S&D.
The great work out of the young god now brings it to a 1v1. Simp versus Crim, and he's got the clutch.
He's always like aiming at your head.
He's never easy gunfight, and he makes you work for it, or you're gonna get gunned.
He's kind of ready for all gunfights.
Even though he's like that star player, he can always like be whatever needs to be like done on the map.
He's learned that I just need to be Simp, and once I do that, and like I do that with my teammates around me, I'll be the best.
Simp is like Scump 2.0. I feel like he plays so similar to how Seth used to play, like, or still kind of plays.
I don't want to gas him up too much. I kind of think like LeBron NBA. Like, he can just do it all.
I feel like he's just always calm in these situations that are not calm at all.
He's definitely nasty for sure.
He has virtuoso gameplays. That's how you know he's just one of the greatest ever.
That guy's really, really good at Call of Duty.
God! Simp is a demon. Is going to be Cellium. Dear God Almighty, Cellium again!
When I think of Cell, I think there's about 1,000 words I could probably use to describe the guy. Overall, he's just a robot. You show him one thing, and he does it. He makes a mistake, you tell him it's a mistake, he never does it again. So good at adapting, it's so good at just being the best.
The first thing I think about when I think Cell, MVP.
MVP for a reason, and I think he, last year especially, he was the best player in the league.
He doesn't do bad. He doesn't have off games.
He's consistent. Every map seems like a highlight for him.
Cell is a rat, man.
Cellium with the 1v4!
He is the epitome of a hard kill. Just getting him out of position is such a difficult task.
He bails his team out all the time out of sticky situations.
He's always at the right place at the right time doing the right thing.
Playing against that guy, he's different for sure. If you're not bringing your A game, he's gonna fry you.
He's always able to like play his life somehow.
If he's on point, it's not going to be easy because he's Cellium.
He's the person I try to steal all his spots.
He's always in a really good, hard to kill spot, and you add the gunny to it, and then you add like, you know, some snaking to it. We can't deny that. We've definitely seen that.
That guy will snake.
He will do whatever it takes to win and can care less. If he snakes you, he doesn't care. You snake him back, he will out-snake you. You got to tip it. You can't knock it.
He's #1 in almost every single category. He did his job at the highest level. Simple as that.
Just his ability to make you laugh and just make the vibes high. Like, no one really knows MC.
He's a funny guy, like outside the game. I don't think anyone actually gets to see that side of him.
I feel like once you get to know him, like, you realize how much of like a unique character he really is.
This past season, we're about to walk on stage to play Cellium. He looks at me from across the stage and goes, "I see that bulge, Zenny." The kid's got a sick way of playing some mind games, man. And I was checked out for that series, and they 3-0'd us.
It might sound like mental warfare, but to me, I think he's just having fun. Every single time I meet him, he always has something funny or positive to say. And he's one of the players over the years that I've really supported. You know, I want him to be the best that he can be. And I never say that to him, but, you know, he's one of those players like that. It kind of inspires you to be better yourself. And
absolutely destroying.
He's just a good kid. I want the best for him.
What's up, guys? It's aBeZy here, and welcome to CDL Vocabulary.
Today, I'll be teaching you some CDL vocabulary.
Who's ready to learn? Gunny. Okay, gunny means someone that has good gun skill, or not really good gun skill, just about someone's gunny.
Gunny means gun skill, obviously. So gunny pretty much means anything. Like if you want, like if you have that gun, you could chow. That's how you could say it in like a sentence. Like, I have that gunny, so I could chow that.
It's either they have a good gunny, or you can say they have bad gunny. Depends. It's just gunny is determining someone's gun skill.
I don't know the origin. I just feel like that's something like Former would say, like just randomly.
Someone just one day just randomly started saying gunny. I honestly don't know where it came from.
Do me or my teammates use the word gunny when we're playing? Nah. I mean, not really. I don't think.
I don't think it's really used throughout the games, like or mid game. It's more of like just when you just rewatch a VOD, maybe like, oh yeah, he has a good gunny. I think gunny is just used just right.
Alright, so fugazi basically means like that's whack, like it's kind of sketch.
Just you know, like the hell, like it's just like confusing, you know, like it's just fugazi.
You just know like something sketchy or random or crazy happened and you just move on. I don't know what the origins are, but someone that like pops in my head right away that says it a lot is Tommy Zuma.
Tommy Zuma kind of group somewhere in there.
It came from Zuma. I feel like Zuma did create this one, but I could be wrong about that. But I feel like Zuma for sure did.
My teammates don't really use the term fugazi. Maybe, you know, once every blue moon.
We use fugazi a lot, especially like random one-on-one happens or something fugazi happens. You know, you got to say it like, bro, that was fugazi.
How does he not see him in that spot?
Our team really doesn't, to be honest. I feel like it's usually only Zuma whenever he joins the team speak, like, yo, what's up, guys? Like, he just trolls with us, you know. But I feel like he uses that word a lot. So our team really doesn't, but Zuma for sure does.
No shot is like something when you're like in disbelief, basically. You're like, wait, what? Like, no shot. It's probably like more so like something you say when you're like, you can't believe it.
There's no way that has happened. Like, I think that's what people use no shot for. I think that's something new to me as well. Where I'm from, we didn't say that. You know what I mean? It's something fugazi happen.
Wait, aLLeY just got turned on? No shot. Like, because you just can't believe he just got turned on, basically. That's like the best way that I can use that in a sentence. The origin of no shot, I'm honestly not sure where it came from either.
Another great question that I can't give you the answer to. I have no idea.
I'm not exactly sure where it came from, but it definitely was like recently when it came out, or like someone started using it recently.
I think it's used just right. I think it's only used when something really bad happens.
Me and my teammates definitely use the word no shot, and we probably overuse it every sentence, I feel like.
Ladies and gentlemen, you see the fly through. That means that we are about to find ourselves on some good old Zarqwa hydroelectric. Lando and Study joining you guys for this series. Hope you enjoyed the top 10 as well as that vocab. Jay, I'm getting older. I'm a father. I don't even know what people are saying nowadays. But here we go. OpTic Texas Minnesota Røkkr, the king, is going for a swim off the rip and what will be his final season opener. Here we go, buddy.
We got 2 players going for a swim. Look at the route that Shotzzy just hit to get all the way behind Dome. He finds that first kill. Minnesota are going to start off with this initial time, but Shotzzy already causing problems. The spawns are now going to flip. OpTic thinking big picture early on, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Only 4 seconds off of this P1, but OpTic, great job of flipping those spawns for P2.
And that's just the annoying part, right? If you're Røkkr, man, in that situation, you start off with preferred spawns, a few water routes get hidden, and just like that, things start to flip on their head. However, on the opposite side, it's Minnesota. Spawns flip. That's okay. They're still walking away with those seconds. By the way, take a look at the bottom right side of your screen. We've got 1 player from Minnesota that is narrowly snuck behind enemy lines. It's going to be Afro. Caught out, hunted, and dropped. Røkkr 22-0 start. OpTic Texas with spawns.
OpTic Texas do have spawns, but these spawns can be very, very sticky if you start losing a couple of these gunfights. But that's going to be 3 dead in the feed. Full control right now in favor of OpTic Texas. Now it's on Minnesota. How do we want to set up on this break? We're going to send 2 through Dome side. We're going to send 2 to Broken. We just have to start off with that initial gunfight, and Bance finds the first.
It's really just a matter of weight. Great work from Bance. That's going to be 2. Afro with the 3rd. The SMG duo doing great work. Take a look at the player cam. Jay Afro, he's just having a ball. With not a single carry in the world. Afro and Bance are lighting them up.
Final 20. Finally, Afro's going to be able to get taken down. But now if you're OpTic, you have to run all the way across the map to try to win some rotation gunfights. Because Minnesota, they will have the lead. Not for long, as OpTic are going to take it right back with that full setup for that P3. You see how far pushed up they are towards Dome. Full control on this left side. Knowing that OpTic are consistently spawning in towards the back. Trace going back and forth, and that's a big kill right there from Shotzzy to find that nade kill. Now they can attack this from the front.
Yeah, that opens things up for OpTic Texas. Not a great start for your primary ARs on this OpTic Texas team. However, tried and true, they roam to the front. Bance as well, somewhat paused, but it's okay. Røkkr, they're just composed. That's how we're going to label it. If you jump in from the front side, but Røkkr ultimately will walk away with the trades. Job done, and ultimately, Jay, it comes back to that last kill that we saw. Røkkr do a great job, and they continue to punish the boys in green on the other side of the map now.
And this is where you have to just cut your losses right now if you're OpTic. You do not want to be aggressive on this and potentially flip these spawns. But they do get a couple kills out towards middle courtyard. 5 P1. They're still trying to not give up all this time. They know that their teammates have the spawns for next. Can they try to get them off of this remaining time? So they would not put themselves in a hole down 40, but currently a 30-point game. All about this rotation towards P4. Scump finds another one with the M4. Great kill from him, but Minnesota fully set up.
It's a little weird, man, to see Scump right with the AR in his hands. Who knows how long the M4 will be with us, but at least in the short term, it's cool to see that man go back to the roots. AR currently working out quite well for multiple players right now on OpTic Texas as they hunker down here at the trail. This is P4, down by just a slim margin, especially if we're talking about hydroelectric. They can definitely start to get back in this game. Player 6, yet again in Afro, trying to hit the long route. We'll see if it pans out for him. Ultimately handled and dealt with. Nice wave cleared there out of Texas.
This has been a great hold so far from OpTic. Even with them giving up that dome control, they maintain Broken the entire time. They're basically leaving Bance to himself. You're not going to take us off this point. We're not going to contest it. We're going to be able to get this full 60, take the lead right on back. And you already see in the mini-map, look at what Shotzzy's doing. He works his way all the way through low water. He's going to be behind that P4 hardpoint. I mean, P5, which is going to be generators. What does he do to these spawns? Look at where they're spawning all the way at red. So now you get the information if you're Cammy that some player is in the back.
Honestly, Jay, I'm seeing new parts of hydroelectric that I just haven't seen yet. Like, I'm looking about how far back that you can go, and just like that, spawns will flip from OpTic. They jump on in, and take a look at that feed now, partner.
Beautiful break right there from OpTic. It all sets the tone right there with Shotzzy. Once he takes that map control of the back, you allow your teammates to get a little bit more aggressive. They win every single gunfight in the feed. That's another 3 dead. You have Shotzzy again in that position, all the way pushed out towards P1, forcing them all to consistently spawn behind Broken. Minnesota have not been able to get a kill for quite some time. Look at the team streak right now from OpTic.
That is a 12 team streak granted right now for the boys of OpTic Texas. And really, buddy, it just comes off that one play. Like, that's what we're talking about. In MW2, on this map specifically, you hit one route and take a look at what it does to the score. The early success grants him from Minnesota Røkkr as the first of the rotations come to a close. It is all but over As now we fly back toward P1. Minnesota saw a decent amount of success this time. When we started off on the first side, we'll see if they can do it again as both teams back and forth we go, trying to keep track of where everyone is. We'll also try to hold on to those spawns as well.
Oh, well, OpTic, they did a great job of just hitting that route. The combination of Shotzzy and Dashy were able to trade that gunfight in towards the back of P2. Now they have the favorable side. If you're OpTic, you just don't want to give up a lot of time to allow Minnesota to get back into this game. Final 30 seconds. Shotzzy with the route. Able to find one. Able to find two. Know that a player is going to be towards top dome. Dashy finds one. They still know that Bance is top dome. Shotzzy's not going to give it up. He's going to go for the chow. He gets all three. What a route from Shotzzy.
Routes, and more routes. Shotzzy going off right now for the squad. The M4 in hand, and they are looking primed and pure. Currently in this game, let's step aside and go through a listing with OpTic Texas.
I'm trying to bump low. Now push
You see stand up.
Go slane dead.
I got needed.
Buy me time. We might flip. Wait.
Yo, take this one.
One's top still. Top him on you. Hurt. He jumped down. He's left side.
Oh shit.
Yo, front Afro. I'm hopping time. I'm on.
Watch out.
Load him in middle. I'm in here. Yeah, hold the one guy. Lay down.
We're guys top castle, Cammy. Top castle.
Hold this one guy. Top castle, Cam. One shot. I needed top castle.
I'm
needed. I got needed in the back. Yeah, he's on time.
Okay, so
we might flip.
Oh shit. Hit the roll there.
Yep. I needed it. I'm needing all with you guys.
I'm already top boulder.
I need it all. You should be dead then. Yo, I hit the right corner. I'm in the top dome. Dead.
Yo, one guy's mid lane. Watch out.
Chrono dead.
Flip three.
I can go top.
Yeah, I can bump you.
Okay, top rocks for you guys.
I'm gonna take a long ass right left here. Alright?
I'm going top rocks and ripping for you guys. I don't see anything outside.
Yeah, I can bump you in a second.
I don't see shit, guys. I don't see shit. Let me know you can bump me.
I'm going all the way around.
Okay, bump me in mid lane. Can you bump me? Top up window. He's not challenging. Top up window. I'm mid lane right now. He's laying down close left.
I'm pushing the back right now.
He's laying down close left mid lane. That's why I'm in lane.
Yo, what's deep back on the engine? He's top.
Here. Top, he's top 100%.
One's back right engine. Just try to flip the water up in front. Yeah,
Overall, man, I tell you what, really nice check-in there with OpTic Texas. Deal with a bit of adversity, but still in the driver's seat when we talk about this opening game number 1 here on HyDra. One voice that's especially nice to hear, Jay, though, is going to be iLLeY. Back in this squad, they rely on him so much as they try to go for the break. Minnesota handle business. But as we said, man, those comms out of OpTic Texas, fiery as ever.
Yeah, comms, especially in this game overall, better be on point because there's no red dots on your mini-map. So
that's
you
right.
got to make sure you're keeping track of players, knowing exactly where everyone is, how you want to break it. Everything right there was on the right side for OpTic Texas. Just unfortunately, they couldn't execute a break. A full 60 hold right there from Minnesota to get themselves right back into this game. 10-point game. You see the water routes already coming in from Bance. Dashy trying to be the player to watch it, but OpTic are going to be initially off the start.
Take a look at good old Benjamin Bance, Mr. Sneaky. Okay, hold on. Okay,
Can't shoot.
There is no way that he manages to just slyly stay under the water like that. This is absolutely interesting, to put it lightly, my friend. Water battles after water battles. We got routes being hit. OpTic Texas just a few moments away from reaching that double century mark. However, the new addition in Afro had a pop-off moment earlier. We'll see if he can provide us with another one yet again as Minnesota continue to have that door slammed in their face. And there goes Marcus as well.
Oh, big kill right there from Attach, though, to catch Shotzzy off that rotation, because Shotzzy, so far this map, he's been the route man. Every single time they're looking for a player, Shotzy's the guy that's breaking their setup. So it's good to take care of him right off the rip. 50-point game currently. Minnesota fully set up for this P5 generator hill. OpTic trying to attack this from front. You have one player in iLLeY, already hops up through side water. He gets taken care of. So now all of Minnesota, they know where the pressure's coming from. All they have to do is just pre-aim up, hold your irons, get your kills.
How many times have we heard players say that in scrims so far throughout the season, Jay? Hold your irons, right? They can't really slide anymore. I mean, I guess Shotzzy probably still can, but okay. 2 responded either which direction is Afro and Cammy trying to hold it down for the squad. Scump's still here. A few close spawns from OpTic Texas are granted, so they are right back in business. First wave cleared from Røkkr, but an accidental team kill ends up working out in a trade. Minnesota still with time, and Shotzzy's eyeing up what could be a route with Deddy.
Yeah, this is big 20 seconds. Big 20 seconds for OpTic Texas to pick this up, knowing that they're going into a P1. They don't have the favorable side towards Dome. But iLLeY already hitting his best. Michael Phelps swimming his way through every single one of these bottom rock tunnels. Attached to find a kill, but iLLeY's going to be the guy to watch. You have one player in Bance going to be the guy to pick him up. He does exactly that. So Minnesota take care of the guy that's going to potentially break their setup. But now no one's watching left. You can attack this from middle alley if you're OpTic.
That's exactly what they're going to do, Jay. They're thinking long term. They're thinking, but trying to make the long route happen. Nice little dive up there from Shotzzy. Hello, peekaboo. Goes right back in the water. Just 8 more seconds needed still from OpTic. They've got somebody in the hard point. Closest player there is going to be number 8 in Cammy. Shotzzy lined up and ready to go. A few more seconds, and this one is done. OpTic Texas walk away with a solid Game 1 victory here on HyDra.
What a great first hard point between both of these two teams. Obviously, Minnesota, they did a great job every single time at that P3 Red Hill. Full 60s back-to-back, but both the times that OpTic hit the early rotation towards P2 and P4, P4 was usually where they got a lot of success. They forced all of Minnesota to try to attack it from the front. That's not going to be easy to do if you're on the side of Minnesota. They watch the lanes of players trying to attack through that water side. Once you take care of them, that's the route, man. Now everyone else is forced to flood the front. They were doing a great job of just picking up kill after kill. And just look at the king, man. His final season, he comes out with 2 minutes and 35 seconds in hill. 27 and 17. Oh, let me tell you, he made a statement in map number 1.
He absolutely did, man. He is putting the whole league on notice. This may be my final season, but I'm going out on top. And we take a look really at the very beginning stages of this HPJ. It was Røkkr who started off with preferred spawns, but instantly it was Texas going for the water routes. You could tell this team is well practiced on a map like this one.
Yeah, they did a great job of just knowing where their money hills are. For P2 and P4, you need to make sure you have back row control. They made sure they did that. And then the one break that they needed, the one break was at that generator hill when Minnesota were already off the rotation, but they allow Shotzzy to hit that low route through low water left side. Finds that opening kill, allows his teammates to eventually get into play. And that's when we seen OpTic Texas really go on that team spree. Like 13 of 14 kills with no one dropping. That's where they were able to grow this lead. When you allow a play like that to happen, that's when the game can get away from you. Minnesota played great. Afro had a great performance with that SMG in hand. But some of those rotation gunfights, you can't allow Shotzzy to hit those routes, win that gunfight, because that, in this game of Modern Warfare 2, will break your setup.
It absolutely will, man. And honestly, dude, it's really refreshing, like it is, to kind of point out, to reference, yeah, this was the play. These two situations, these little moments ended up defining the game. And OpTic Texas, they hit the routes, they make the plays, they grab the spawns, and they walk away with the Game 1 victory. It's time to put those sunglasses and snorkels away and prepare for some good old aBeZy. I don't know, man. Like when we come into this search and destroy, you know, obviously we had smokes. Now we no longer have smokes. We still have a sniper. A lot of things lately that have been coming up, really dramatically affecting how aBeZy is going to be played for us today.
Yeah, overall in search and destroy, I feel like without having smoke grenades, we saw it on that map number 1 of Fortress in the very first series. It's very, very tough to get out of a couple situations if you do not have a smoke grenade. But playing a map like aBeZy, it's not going to be any easier because you have to cross to both bomb sites on your attacking rounds through the middle of the map. And you know that Dashy on that side of the map, at least for OpTic Texas, is going to be running that sniper. On the opposite, it's going to be attached. So for me, I feel like on attacking rounds, that's the way you're going to be able to win this game. Because usually on attacking rounds, you take control of that B side as long as no one drops off that cross. A lot of nades come in, a lot of stuns come in. But as long as you take control of sign towards B side, orange side, towards that top AC, you get that bomb down immediately. You watch your flanks, you watch your hallways. And that's the way you usually are going to be able to find success. If you can sneak out a defense by simply shutting down their B push, that's going to be a huge play as well.
Yeah, man. I mean, like I said, a lot of different strategies that instantly get changed up based off of the weaponry, the tacticals, the utility that you're going to have walking into this game. And really the biggest thing that we could reference as well, Jake, coming into this search destroy. I know we technically don't really have any stats to go off of, but hey, OpTic Texas last year, same team coming into this title. Great at S&D. And I feel like that's really the biggest focal point for Røkkr traditionally, as we know, right? Unbelievably talented at S&D. I forget the numbers that the Nables was bringing up on the desk earlier, but this is a mode that you rely on if you're Minnesota. And last year, OpTic Texas, they were formidable when it came down to these game 2s and game 5s in search and destroy.
And I think, like, even though we always call iLLeY like the in-game leader, the S&D guru for this team, I feel like when iLLeY went down for this roster last year, that's when you saw the other 3 players hit a whole different level in Search and Destroy.
That's right, yeah.
Shotzzy maintained the #1 overall S&D KD with an SMG in hand at a 1.15 throughout the entire year. You know what Dashy's going to do. He's going to basically shut down an entire lane. Shotzzy's going to be a nuisance throughout the middle of the map. Scump, Scump's the king. He's most likely going to get his. And when you add iLLeY back to the mixture of this team, it's all about the organization. Now, that's the thing that really scares me going into the Search and Destroys, because OpTic, they were the same exact team last year. You're going up against a Minnesota Røkkr team who are brand new. You have to develop new strats, get trustworthy with each other, and just hopefully get comfortable. And hopefully they had enough time in the practice mode to try to bounce back in the series to tie it up at 1. Because this is a series, this is a map and a mode that they need to win.
Yeah, you cannot afford to drop this Game 2 Search Destroy here on aBeZy if you are the Minnesota Røkkr. I think they've got some pages, some stats, maybe some notes referencing as we get ready to jump into this game number 2. But one thing too, Jay, you and I actually had this very same situation last year. Major I, OpTic Texas versus Minnesota Røkkr. It went all the way down to a Game 5, round 11. It was Minnesota who didn't just take the Game 5 Search Destroy, but also took the Game 2 S&D as well. We've said it's been their bread and butter, and if they're looking to replicate the same success they had last year versus this very same personnel, it's going to come through modes just like this one, as we're seeing all of the maps in the map pool right now, buddy.
You see the Call of Duty team packs all on sale. I'm wondering, everybody in the Twitch chat right now, let me know who you're rocking, because I'm not going to lie. You guys know I'm a New York guy in and out, but that LA Thieves skin is crazy. Yeah, I know for this series, I know who they're rocking. But I'm thinking, overall, what is your guys' favorite skin? Because all of them are pretty sick.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm rocking LA Thieves right now myself, just you know, for a few different reasons. Anyway, we'll go and toss that to a side. Game 2 Search Destroy loaded and ready to go. It's actually iLLeY. He's gonna have that sniper here off the start. Røkkr kicking things off here on the attack, and it's not just one snipe, it's gonna be 2. aBeZy, lots of long lines of sight. Both teams utilizing that to their advantage. Attach strikes first. Texas, they've been bringing it down to a 3v3.
Make it into a 3v3, and right off the rip, you saw Minnesota. No one was crossing B. They're not going to give up anything. They're going to fight this through office side, through bathrooms, through hallways. Try to at least work a pick. They find the first kill onto Shotzzy. Great shots from Bance to take down Scump, forces it into a 3v2. So now this opens up the map for them a little bit. They can decide to cross towards A, knowing that iLLeY is the player with the sniper. But not every single angle is going to be covered. You just want to get some information. Afro does exactly that. Now it's a 3v1 on the opposite side.
And you can see really for Dashy and iLLeY, they're just trying to contain this Røkkr trio over toward the tennis court. You had one on one side, one on the other, and now they may look to try and group on up. iLLeY was sneaking his way through. He's going to get the better of Bance. And now we've got ourselves a 2v2. 35 seconds on the clock, and here comes Dead Silence.
Dead Silence, a big play for iLLeY. He's trying to work his way through back planners. You know how it's safe. They're going to play towards office. He gets taken down. Now it's all up to Dashy. He does find Afro. So now in the 1v1, he does have Dead Silence right back in his pocket.
Only problem, though, is where Cammy happens to be hiding right now. He knows where it's planted for. He's got to be toward top office, toward top PD. Cammy is going to know the timing. Goes for the challenge, and unfortunately there for Dashy. I mean, pokes out for a second, and how about the snipe coming in from Cammy? We have to watch this one again. Put some style on this final kill cam.
Beautiful jump shot. Nice shot right there from Cammy. Beautiful offensive route right there from Minnesota. No one crosses. They find that first blood. They keep the numbers in their advantage. Eventually, they get the bomb down, turn it into a 2v2, but Afro finds that big kill onto iLLeY, at least forces it to a 1v1. And Cammy had all he has to do at that point, simply just play the clock. Only about 15 seconds left. You know Dashy is definitely going to be looking for that kill. Wastes enough time to eventually hit that jump shot, secure the first round.
Be attached, watching the cross. Cammy as well. We've got double snipers right now for Røkkr. Afro with the M4 in hand. It is all long-range weaponry, and Afro is cleaning up two. Nearly makes the third, says a nade, says a prayer. Nearly has that hat trick to quickly start off this round number 2. And speaking of 2J, that is all that OpTic Texas have left.
2v4. Bomb is going to be down towards that sign area. You know that Afro is super aggressive, at least towards your planners. What kind of information can iLLeY pick up with this snipe in hand? Afro's ready for the gunfight. Can't iLLeY hit the shot? He spot the leg. Unfortunately, Afro with the better angle. Gives him 3 on the round. Attached with the great positioning towards white bands. And Minnesota Røkkr, so far looking flawless in the search and destroy. It was all about the aggression right there in towards orange. You know how aggressive you need to be towards B, because if you get that bomb down immediately, it's very, very difficult to try to retake it. Afro says, nope, not going to give you guys a shot. Pushes right through orange, finds that first blood onto Shotzzy, trying to get bomb down. Does not stop the aggression, gets Dashy. Also gets iLLeY on the round to give him the hat trick. Great defensive round right there from Minnesota.
It is the World Cup, you know, time after all.
It is the World Cup.
Trick, all kinds of different soccer references. I know I said soccer. It is what it is. By the way, I called out 2 snipers in that last round. I think it was actually just 1. My bad. Attach with that M4 in hand. Honestly, in his hands, it looks like a sniper from time to time. Cammy tagged up, but not dropped yet. Texas, really, Jay, just looking to find some bit of semblance when it comes down to this S&D. They have not been able to strike a W so far to kick off this game, as they are all colluded really toward that middle side. Cammy still with sniper in hand. Scump, no big deal. He doesn't have to look at explosions. He's cool like that. Still hanging out. Snipers ring out. Same thing can be said for the tacticals. Bance nearly takes a tumble. Yet for anybody to strike, that quickly changes. First blood to Røkkr.
Big first blood to take down iLLeY. Now at least gets some position. You know what? The sniper is going to be down, but do they know the positioning of Shotzzy? He did pop his dead silence to get in this position. He's going to be able to cause some problems. Finds the first. Going to go for the challenge on the second. And that's what Shotzzy does best. 2v2.
He also tosses out a stun. Make sure that he's checked. Cammy right around the corner. Shotzzy really doing this all by himself. I have no idea how he is still alive. By the way, 10 seconds left. Minnesota have got to get moving. Bomb is going to be planted down successfully. Attached with some great cover fire. It is all going to be on to Shotzzy. It started with him, and it's going to have to end with him. An ace needed. 30 seconds to go.
30 seconds. That silence is about to get activated. He does have it to work with. Just going to pop it. Know that at least a player is going to be sitting towards top AC. Goes for the chow. Cannot win the gunfight onto Cammy, which started off as a great round for OpTic Texas, especially when Shotzzy gets that positioning. Minnesota do not worry at all. They even up the numbers, make it a 2v2. You basically flop the side of the map, because usually when you're planning towards B, you want to maintain office control. They planted on the back side this time. Attacks works his way back towards top steps, towards back office. Finds that kill onto Dashy. And then at that point, it's a very difficult round to run if you're Shotzzy, even if you have the dead silence pop. They have the crossfire set up. Minnesota definitely coming out on point in search and destroy.
Yeah, we expect this team to be great in this mode. OpTic Texas, one of our best in Vanguard. Not looking like it right now. Dolphin dives are inbound. Thankfully for Shotzzy, he is able to escape, but Cammy continues to be a nuisance. Shots exchanged either way, and how about Shotzzy, man? He dolphin dives through tennis, plants the bomb down, and now finds himself at the backside of the opposition. Røkkr quickly having to turn around. Thankfully for them, they have, in fact, found not just that first blood, but they're also on the defuse. OpTic Texas has no eyes at this bomb, and before they even know it, Røkkr are there, and this round is over.
Minnesota just played that beautifully once again. Cammy gets the information of where iLLeY is. They know that Shotzzy already crosses on bomb. Pretty sure Bance just drops strictly from top AC right onto the bomb site towards corner of sign and just sticks that defuse. But I think the most important kill that really happened right there was the way that Cammy just finessed Shotzzy. He knew that Shotzzy was spraying and praying from that bottom back alley and not pick up the kill, and eventually he doesn't have a pistol to work with. Eventually, he has to go for that reload, challenges it at the perfect time, takes him down. They stick the defuse, and Minnesota Røkkr just dominating so far in this S&D.
It just feels a little unorganized right now from Texas. Røkkr off to an excellent start to the search and destroy, 4-0, and there is another first blood. Just thankfully for iLLeY, able to put that sniper to good use. Lots of different snipers on the map, by the way. MCPR currently the one that the Pope happens to be rocking. Cammy ever so carefully.
Oh my,
he is slipping and sliding right now.
My God.
Oh, the timing. Oh, iLLeY, give it to him. Only problem is that OpTic again, Jay, are down in numbers. iLLeY's got to make a jaunt and a half just to get here in time.
All that time he just wasted to get that kill on Cammy. Both of his teammates dropped. So now in a 1v2 with 30 seconds, does not have dead silence to work with. They're going to hear exactly where you're coming from. He's trying to time it.
Wait.
Finds that first kill onto Afro. He's thinking that the player's going to be towards top office, and Bance is playing this beautifully.
Who knows about the timing, though? Who knows about the timing? Bance creeps around the corner. iLLeY, I mean, tell you what, man, he had the right strategy in mind considering where that bomb was planted. But Minnesota, it is just picture perfect work. Like we're like you said, we're talking about iLLeY. He's trying to snipe Cammy. Like there's a situation going on. Meanwhile, all of iLLeY's teammates have already been eliminated. And these have been not just great rounds, but fast rounds at that.
They're just making the adjustments on the fly. Right now, OpTic, they don't have any information to work with. No one's crossing towards B right off the rip. No one's peeking doors. No one's peeking windows. It's just very difficult for them to try to stay alive on defense because Minnesota, they're just picking them apart. One round away from Minnesota closing out in a flawless 6-0.
Got to feel confident right now if you're Minnesota. I mean, for God's sake, you're up 5-0. You've played it picture perfect. Shotzzy once again for the fast plant. Did not see this strategy work out earlier. However, trying to maintain his life. Brought down to 20 HP. Thankfully, he's got a little bit of cover fire right now from the squad mates. Attacher's been on that cross since the start of the game. Continues to hold it down. Okay, Shotzzy once again alive for only a moment. Now called upon by Dashy. They have still to defend that bomb site. Now going to be a 2 versus 3. Now making a 1v3 for the map. iLLeY wasn't able to clutch it out last time. Can he do it this time? Not going to be the case. A perfect 6-0 reply in search and destroy out of the Minnesota Røkkr. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have got ourselves a series.
A Minnesota Røkkr not skipping a beat. Exactly what they thought that exactly what we thought that they were gonna do in search and destroy. Just probably not as clean. That was dominant search and destroy from start to finish. They did not give any information, like I said, to OpTic on their attacking grounds. And then on defense, they're watching players cross. Shotzzy's being super aggressive towards that bomb site. They get the bomb down, but every single time, Shotzzy was that player that got first blooded. Now you know that every single player besides Shotzzy is going to be playing towards office side. You get a little bit more map control. The trade does come in when Dashy turns it into a 3v3, but then Bance with the perfect pre-aim, they're able to get him out of top office while Scump is that player to work that late flank. He gets taken down. Minnesota just came out with the strats from start to finish. OpTic simply did not have an answer. I thought the sniper was going to be a lot more impactful, but Minnesota completely took that out of play. Dominated the search and destroy, tied up at 1-1.
Tell you what, man, like I said, we just have no idea what to expect when it comes down to opening weekend. Thought it was going to be, this is like number 1 and number 2 in search, destroy, and Vanguard, and Røkkr just come out with an absolute stunner here on aBeZy. Not only is it a 6-0 in the overall rounds, it's also a 6-0 in the first blood. So often in Call of Duty, we always talk about how important those first bloods are. Røkkr, an excellent job at being able to use that very same success early in the round to deliver success at the end of it. Also, great work out of Afro and Bance together, man. That duo that we were talking about, that we were calling upon to have that big game number 2. They do that 13-6 combined. It is a 1-1 score, ladies and gentlemen. We talked about coming into this series, and this has the ability to go the distance, and right now it has all the makings of it. When we come back after the break, we're going to some good old LSCLO control. Stay with us.
Call of Duty League sends out amazing newsletters before each major tournament, curated with premium content for CDL fans. Scan the QR code on the screen to sign up today. You'll not only get the latest CDL updates straight to your inbox, you'll also be entered to win a free 2023 team pack.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to opening weekend. OpTic Texas versus Minnesota Røkkr. Have you ever heard a better voice than that? Mr. Chris Puckett. It is
My
lovely
God.
to have you back in some good old Call of Duty. Jay, I don't know how to explain that last search and destroy. I'll let you take it, man. Interesting from Røkkr.
I got you. It was literally like this. A straight slapping. Okay. That's what they got. A straight slapping in that early on search and destroy. Obviously, a clean 6-0 is not the way you want to start your season if you're OpTic Texas. But like I said, just the way that Minnesota played that map, they didn't give up any information on their attacking grounds. And even on defense, they allowed Shotzzy to cross. They get that information of where one player is. You take him down, and eventually you stick the defuse by winning the numbers advantage. That was just a great overall game plan from Minnesota in that search and destroy. And now we're going into some control. This is where it gets a little scary because you see the stat line right there. This is Vanguard stats for Dashy. He was #1 control KD from the beginning of the year all the way to the end. The guy is a beamer. Like we know. We even heard the players say it. He has the best shot in Call of Duty right now. So this is a main focus for Minnesota. You have to make sure you're shutting this player down. And then on the opposite side, just the way the Afro has been playing so far, that's a guy that you have to make sure you're keeping track because you do not want to go 4 dead on your attacking rounds or defensive rounds because then you're basically going to be in a trap.
Yeah, man. Like we said, when you take a look at the bottom left of your screen, that mini map where the arrows are running through, there is a lot of open space when it comes down to this bad boy for sure. The heat maps all focused in here toward that middle building. But here we go into the opening round #1 here for Minnesota Røkkr. Trying to start things off well here on the attack. And really right now, Jay, kind of feels a little bit like a search destroy round. Like you got your first blood. Now you're trying to figure out which part of the map that you want to go to. It seems like right now for Minnesota, they're eyeing up that B zone.
And finally, Afro decides to attack. He was just sitting patiently towards that top plat, but unfortunately, he gets taken down by Scump. Last player closest to a point is going to be attached. He has to now get out with his life. And you see at the mini-map, look at the positioning Bance is able to take towards top radio tower. Is going to allow his teammates to try to push up towards A. He is going to get sniffed out, though. He just has to try to play his life here, but the nade comes over the top. 25 seconds, and not a single segment has been touched.
Yeah, this is an excellent start right now here out of OpTic Texas. Attach at least trying to get something going. Spring a little bit of life here into this Røkkr attacking side as they've got a few members off spawn to try to deal with. First member, that's going to be cleaned up. Scump hits the deck, back to the respawn he goes. Cammy able to stop the time though. Once you're in that objective in control, the time does pause. It's all about those ticks. 3 per zone. If you're able to capture an entire objective, you get an extra minute added on to the round. I tell you what, Jay, so far from what we've seen on this on aLLeY, I don't think 1 tick's gonna do it. Røkkr struggling.
They're struggling to get out of their base. OpTic keep trading efficiently. Finally, one player attached this find that opening kill, but the trade should come in right now from Scump. So he gets taken down, and at least for now, Minnesota are able to stop that clock. Look at the spawns right now for OpTic Texas, consistently spawning over towards Cliff. So if you are Minnesota, let's get a little stack going on. That's exactly what's going to happen. The second segment is going to be done. The third is about to be done as well. Not unless iLLeY has something to say something about it. At least he gets in a contest spot for now.
This is a big moment. OpTic Texas, they can clear the way right here, solidify the round themselves, but it's Afro walking away with a big double kill, and just like that, another minute added on to the clock. And based off of how much time was left, they definitely needed it. 3 ticks at the back of Minnesota, and now all eyes come in toward that B zone. And this is what we talk about on aLLeY. You got to be careful considering where OpTic is spawning right now, Jay.
Yeah, this is a scary scene. The last player closest to the point is going to be iLLeY. All you have to do is take care of him, but iLLeY actually finds one. So now only 2 players pushed up from Minnesota on this point. OpTic do a great job of just trading efficiently. Last player up is going to be Cammy. He does complete the first segment. He does find 2. He's going to stall enough time for his teammates to get back into the play. And just look at where OpTic are spawning all the way across the map. They have to try to get back quick.
Over in Narnia, basically, trade still favoring Minnesota. However, and this is dire. Quite quickly, if you are OpTic Texas, Dashy doing everything he can, trying to put that prior control KD to good usage, and he does. It's his life that has to be sacrificed, but you will take that trade every day of the week. Dashy, the hero in that team fight, as Minnesota on the scramble. Now have to make their way toward that objective. Just a little bit more to go. The time is going to be paused. Watch that zone begin to fly. Dashy once again able to find one. Dashy once again for 2. Bance has found his way on the flank. Can he jump in here? Get a toe in? Not gonna happen.
Wow.
A solid job from Røkkr at the end, but it is Dashy coming up clutch to save the round.
That's unbelievable. How did it allow Dashy to do that? That was a 1v3. The rest of OpTic were all spawning all the way in the back by that building. Dashy just finds the first kill from top party and then jumps down, challenges 2 players from green fence and gets both of them. That's what eventually allows OpTic to get back into this play. What a game round-saving play right there from Dashy to secure the first defensive round on aLLeY.
A much-needed one at that. Again, you did give away 5 ticks, but still.
That's tough, yeah.
You'll see that 1-0 scoreline regardless and be pretty proud of it, considering how things did end up starting, as though OpTic will take their first whack at the attacking side. And no surprise, going to be taking a look at that A zone. What is expected to be the easier one of the 2 here on aLLeY.
Trying to attack it towards A because look at the spawns coming in from Minnesota all the way towards Cliffside, but they do have a potential pitch coming along as iLLeY's going to go for the challenge onto attach. Fortunately, Bance is able to assist in that gunfight. So they take him off A. Now, if you're Minnesota, you want to try to maintain map control. Try to get your SMG players to roam around towards bottom mid and also stay alive on every single side of the map. But they take down attach. Now the progression towards A is going up.
And you'll see as well, right? When it comes down to the top side of your map, Minnesota Røkkr aware of the fact that, hey, this objective probably not going to be ours. We'll send a few players to try and slow it down. Afro at least successful. Hey, you know, he gets a little poke in. Tee-hee, no big deal. We'll give that objective away. But as I said, Minnesota trying to get to that building that we call green basically acts as a checkpoint for them and really can mess up the spawns for OpTic Texas as well. Really, their biggest lifeline right now happens to be player number 8 in Cammy.
Yeah, this is where it gets difficult though, because the map is so damn big. You have to check so many corners to try to eliminate everyone from these positions. But Cammy right now, he's the guy that's influencing these spawns for OpTic to consistently spawn over towards that yellow side. That's why you see Dashy just slowly trying to play for him. Eventually, the dead silence is going to be earned. They know that Cammy's on this side of the map. Big kill if you can get it, but nope. Cammy just plays it like a rat, finds the kill onto Dashy, maintains the map control, now continuously forcing OpTic to overextend.
This is great work from Cammy, and he also manages to stay alive. Best part for him really is his job's pretty simple, Jay. You know, teammates are slaying out. I'm just gonna hang out in here. You know what? It may not be the cleanest room in the world. Should the mattresses, does the mattress smell kind of weird? Yeah, but at least we're playing pretty well. At least we're keeping the round alive for the moment. Attach and Afro continue to be problems. A few close spawns though. Now it's gonna make things a little bit more difficult there for Cammy. All 4 players up close and personal. As he eventually does get sandwiched out. Afro dealt with as well, and here comes the boys in green.
Yeah, OpTic trying to attack this from front side field. They're finding every single player on their side of the spawn. So with now 40 seconds left, they're finally able to touch on B. Stop this clock for the time being. But it's all about picking up these kills from now on. If you can get a clean 4 dead, the round is basically yours. As long as the kills stay stagnant, that's exactly how Minnesota wanted to be played. As Bance and Cammy, they're able to find 2. So now 30 seconds left. Farthest player pushed up is going to be Dashy. This is going to be tough. Can Dashy pull off one of those miracle 3 pieces again?
Absolutely possible. As we said, number 1 control KD last year, called upon to hit the beams. Somewhat successful. Bance, battered, but ultimately stays alive. Good teamwork there out of Røkkr. iLLeY, maybe one last push. Ready and prepared. He's ready to hit the hot flank and hope that his teammates can actually join him. But again, it is the cover fire from Minnesota, as this round will come to a halt. And take a look at that team spree. I think that is 11 in a row as a squad. Røkkr end out round number 2 in style.
That was just great work from Minnesota. Even though they lost A pretty early on into the round, they maintained map control the entire time. It took about a minute for OpTic Texas to clear out Cammy in towards green for them to fight for that side. And they had a great push going on when they found every single kill. Each of one of those players on Minnesota trying to set up that pinch play. But then once they got pushed up, the kills just didn't go in their favor. Minnesota stayed on top. They made sure they maintained that BS&D map control. And once you do that, you're consistently spawning on towards cliff. So even more difficult task for OpTic Texas to try to get that break. Minnesota tie it up, and it's currently 5-3 to segment. So if you are Minnesota, you're currently in the lead.
currently in the lead, and one of the best parts about that is Cammy has got some streaks to work with on aLLeY as well. My goodness. I could definitely cause some problems, Jay. Do it with your chest, baby. Baby, love that. I love that. And right now, Røkkr is 2. Here comes the precision airstrike, possibly from Bance. No, whether he's just earned it. My apologies. I thought he was getting ready to rock that thing. And very well may have been a great spot to do it in up close and personal fights. Bance, not going to be his day, at least for that one. Minnesota come out in their opening break. And at least they're able to grab now one, possibly the second tick. Attached, tagged up, and bagged up. Good work here from Texas to hold him back.
And now Scump finds himself in that green position. Now you're forcing all of Minnesota to consistently spawn at yellow. This is exactly how OpTic want to play it. Another 2 dead in the feed, basically putting them in a trap. Trade goes down, 3 dead. Now everyone all spawn. Now it's all on Scump, because now they're trying to clear him out, but he's able to find 2. This is utter domination right now from OpTic.
Goodness.
They're keeping them in the trap. Finally, Cammy gets 1.
Well, they've got them in the full. Nelson, Shotzzy, gotta be careful. Gotta reload that Vaznev. It's a bad timing there. At least one Minnesota player has managed to make his way forward. Okay, he gets dropped. We get it, OpTic Texas. You're pretty talented. Dashy puts in a few bullets. 23 seconds on the clock. Minnesota. And hey, round number 1, they started off really slow, managed to get things going. OpTic with a great little moment to kick off this round number 3. Afro comes away with a crucial double, and that could set things up. Gonna play a little bit of S&D here for a moment. Everything comes to a standstill for just a second. Another member from Minnesota is going to be on that point. Slowly but surely, the A zone continues to creep up.
Yeah, second tick is about to come in. The way you want to try to break this, you have to take down Afro off top radio, and that's exactly what iLLeY does. Great shots from him. Now the pitch is going to be there. They're not going to allow Minnesota to close out this 8 point. 10 seconds away from the second defensive round for OpTic Texas. Trying to secure. One player is actually going to sneak through all the way to B. OpTic's doing a great job of just finding every single kill on the opposite side, but 0.0 on the clock. Afro's able to stop it.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is no time.
No time
at all. It was a nice effort there from Afro, but to be honest, Jay, I saw the overall lives available. I think it was like 20-7. So, you know, you could have maybe got a tick, you know, had a little moment there at the end, but just tell you what, an absolute dominant slaying performance here from OpTic Texas. And again, on aLLeY, you're expected to get a few ticks basically every offense. So really, in general, a nice little round number 3. Was it only 2 ticks for Minnesota overall?
Yeah, so right now it puts us at 7-3. So if you're OpTic Texas, let's just make sure we close out one of these points, because so far they've been looking great on their defensive rounds, so they could potentially have that going into round number 5.
Both teams flexing that slaying talent. Team streaks for either side. OpTic Texas coming to this one. A decent one themselves. Maybe some streaks could be in their future. Cammy starts things off nicely. Shotzzy, you know what? It's a door. Let's just slam through it. And then we're going to be here anyway. And so early on, pause that time. Peekaboo manages to drop him. Great work from Texas here off the rip. Third person cleared. And already, Jay, this could be curtains at that A zone unless, I guess, attach could do something.
Yeah, it's basically curtains, especially the second ticket's about to come in. They have the double stack going. You have one player in Afro trying to set up that late pinch to work his way in towards bottom pool, but A is now going to be done and dusted. 2 minutes and 10 seconds to work with. OpTic up by 1 life. They need 2 segments to at least guarantee themselves defense, as they're still currently down 1. They tie, it comes down to kills, but you see the positioning right now in Scump. He's trying to play for some spawn kills. Unfortunately, Bance pulls out the TAC 56, able to rip him off top party.
And the TAC 56 making its debut, and understandably so, on a map like this one. Lots of long lines of sights, as we said. So many far spawn points. You really put that bad boy to good usage. By the way, shout out to our observers highlighting iLLeY, trying to make the play on the flank. He's done this a few different times, and Jay, if he can get to this part of the map, this could be very problematic for Minnesota Røkkr. He's not only influencing the spawns, but he also has the cross. Tagged up Cammy, at least gives that information over to his teammates. And really, once he finds that kill, he eventually does get evaporated. The attack coming in from Bance is able to clear out the base for the moment.
Yeah, that was tough right there for iLLeY, because he found himself in a great position, but at the same time, all of his teammates dropped, so he was the only player on that side of the map. Once he gets 1 kill, everyone else is just going to turn around, take him down, knowing that they are maintaining map control once again. But OpTic, they're able to slip on through, find a couple kills, get on this B point, stop the clock for the time being, but now your main focus is eliminating Afro from this green position, because he's going to cause you problems.
Also sitting on some streaks as well. Great little spree, 6 in a row right now from Afro. You can see Minnesota Røkkr are quite rich when we talk about streaks for the moment. What will be, it looks to be, possible round number 5. Røkkr still a job to do. OpTic glanced at that B zone. They've had a few moments of opportunity, and now could be their time to strike. Great calls. The precision causes some issues. Shotzzy, he flies away from aBeZy, all but a distant afterthought now. 25 seconds still left. OpTic Texas, one last good push at this, Jay.
This is the last good push, and look at the player in your minimap, Scump. Look at his positioning right now towards bottom ammo. He's able to find that first kill onto attach, but Afro with the trade is going to keep the kill stagnant. OpTic just have to hop on this point, stop that clock. Only 10 seconds away from this round, getting away from them.
See if they can pull off something special. Shotzzy's at least able to find one. Scump for the second. And here we go. They have to get on that point. They have to dive on in. They're in at 0.1. Shotzzy is able to win the fight. He's got a few members here alongside of him. And that's what we talk about. That's what we talk about. The long spawn. It's a Hail Mary nade from Røkkr, as they will be able to hold on. They got a little bit worrisome there for a moment, Jay, like we saw at aBeZy. Yeah. Minnesota are over in Narnia, but that one nade that manages to just land in where it does is going to allow for us to see a round number 5.
Such a crucial nade, because keep in mind, if Shotzzy's running a trophy right there, Minnesota probably do not get the break. But that nade comes in, takes down Shotzzy, which was the only player on that B point, stopping that clock. And they win the defense. Now, Minnesota, once again, are going to be on the defensive side going into this round number 5. OpTic just have to try to find an answer for this B point. They're allowing Minnesota to fully contain bottom middle with their SMG just roaming around and basically maintain green for a majority of the time. They're wasting a lot of time just trying to find these players. So they're going to early on attack towards A, but you need to make sure you're maintaining that map control for B.
So they look to do it. These opening breaks, so important. Really for both sides, but especially OpTic Texas here in this round number 5 on the offense. A little bruised and battered, but they made their way to the objective, and so far it is sunny skies. Despite a lovely little evening here on aBeZy. Scump prone on his belly, and the nade once again causing problems for Texas. And a trophy in sight. That one cleared out, and so far all you have is one tick to speak of.
One tick to speak of, and not really a lot of map controls, because once again, Cammy in that position towards green. Okay. Forcing all of OpTic to try to maintain or force their way in towards A. They're able to win the trade gunfights for now. Second tick is going to be done. It's looking like Minnesota potentially going to give this one up, and Cammy, he actually gives up his positioning towards green, so now that opens it up for OpTic to try to wrap back and get it. But you see Minnesota, now with 2 minutes left, have to hold strong once again at this B point. Afro's just going to pop his dead silence, be a nuisance in an opponent's base.
Minute 45 on the clock. We call this mode game number 3, control the swing mode. Can sway these series so much at a current 1-1 scoreline. OpTic Texas, 3 more ticks is what they're looking for. On the other side for Minnesota, clear them off, allow for that time to tick away. Both these teams trying to have the advantage coming into game number 4. Bance putting in a lot of work, a lot of damage through lockers. Ultimately, all those bullets not able to go through, however. Still decent map control. Got one player who could play spoiler here. Thankfully for attach, he's at least going to be aware of it. Player number 2 in Scump does find himself toward the flank. Some big positions right now for multiple Minnesota players, Jay. 1v1s that could define the round right here.
Oh, this big kill coming in from Scump. Now all you have to do is take this player out of green. Shotzzy does a great job of just trading it. But now you have to find where Afro is. Afro's the player that can potentially break their setup. Scump right now is so far pushed up. Just trying to maintain this map control, able to stay alive right there. Versus attach. They can find these 2 players out of the bases is huge. OpTic get on the point. The first segment is done.
First segment is there. OpTic Texas, a picture-perfect setup. They've got trophies. They've got the angles, but they don't have protection from the streak. Bance comes in out of nowhere. And attach is going to be able to find one himself. 2 players fall. It's all onto the king, but he's able to stay alive. He also is going to have a streak to work with by his lonesome inside of the garage. And here comes the cruise missile. What can he find? 30 seconds left. He's got attach his name written on it, but he's not able to find him. He's not able to find him, but OpTic Texas will walk away with the round number 5. It is is madness to close out LSCLO. And you can see from Minnesota Røkkr, frustrated faces as they know they let that one slip.
They let that one go, but you can't allow Scump to get that two-piece. The king makes the play to win this map for OpTic Texas. Once he finds that two-piece, you see the cruise missile. It gets called in. He's not really thinking about getting any kills because the cruise missile, for some reason, dies to a trophy system in this game, but he's using it specifically for the communication. He knows exactly where every single player is on the map. They just got 2 down. You know that one player from Minnesota are going to try to commit towards that flank, and there was already a player committed watching that. Once you take him down, all of Minnesota are spawning in Narnia. They're spawning all the way across the map. Great job right there from the king, not missing any steps. 27 and 17 in map number 1, 28 and 20 with that AR in hand. He is, oh my god, what a play, man. OpTic Texas take map number 3.
Yeah, I can tell, buddy. You've been waiting for this moment for such a long time. You've been waiting patiently during this offseason, my friend.
Tell you, man, I've been bored.
We've all been bored, man. What a game number 3 is both of these teams exchanging blows either which way. But as you said, we'll go and take a look at the highlights throughout this one. It's a great performance all the way around. We talk about clutch moments, but ultimately in that round number 5, Scump going big, able to find that spree. The only player positive when we talk about this swing game number 3 control as well, Jay.
That's the crazy part, man. Crazy part. Even if you go back to this round number 1, if Dashy doesn't get that 3-piece, OpTic lose that very first defense, and Minnesota probably walk away in the 3-1. But every time someone on OpTic needed to make a clutch play, they got it done. Great job from them on defense to secure 2 rounds. They get that A point nice and early, but this time around towards their B attacks, they eliminate that player from green. They allow Scump to get all the way pushed up in the opponent's face. Once he finds that 2-piece, like I said, all of Minnesota spawning all the way across the map. You use the cruise, you get your information, and this has to do wonders for OpTic Texas because you saw the energy from the player cams as soon as this map was done. They thought that this one was gonna get away from them, but you got the king on your roster. That guy knows a thing or two about clutching up in these crucial moments, and he did it there for now OpTic to go up 2-1.
And I don't know, man, like, I think if you're OpTic Texas, you're like, okay, Scump, 3rd AR, M4, looks great. I don't know, maybe we want to try to use that M4 as long as we possibly can. He is
long as we can
in these respawns with it. You saw the spree at the end, putting the young man on skates. Afro hits the deck, and despite the multiple different streaks that you had from Minnesota, all those kill streaks does not equal out to a result. A frustrating loss in round number 5 if you are Minnesota. Considering how great that you looked in that S&D, you hope to try to carry that momentum into that game number 3. However, OpTic Texas find themselves up 2-1. And Jay, we have got ourselves a Fortress hardpoint up next. Oh, this is going to be chaotic. It's going to be fun. I have no idea, to be honest with you, buddy, how this one's going to go.
This Fortress hardpoint is going to be a battle. I feel like when we look at our maps from last year to this year, Fortress is most compared to me to Bocage. Just straight chaos, basically majority of the time through the middle of the map, but there is money hills. That's what you have to make sure you're paying attention to, because if you're starting on that bad side, it's going to be a little difficult for you to get out towards P1, try to get any time off that. So your initial thoughts is we got to try to flip these spawns. We got to try to attack this from open arch and close arch so we can potentially push through P2 and flip the spawns towards the back side, because if you don't, you get schooled at that P1, you get clean 4 dead. You're basically trapped in towards the back. OpTic, all they have to do is just hit the pre-aims up. So if you're starting on bad side, which Minnesota are, you have to make sure you're able to break out that initial game, that initial play, because you can start the game down potentially 90-0 and then force your way all the way towards P3 where you have to get that time.
Yeah, without question, buddy. By the way, can you open that jacket a little bit? What shirt are you rocking right there?
Don't worry about it.
You know, shirt.
They're not playing today. They're not playing today.
Jay, we're twins. We're twins.
Oh,
buddy.
Okay. See, we're dads too, man. We're just twinning all the time.
We talk about duos. Listen, there is nobody who has more chemistry than 2 fathers. Let me just tell you that right now. But tell you what, man, I'm excited for this Fortress hardpoint. Like we said, dude, like Scump really has been the dad of this series. And I feel like coming into this game number 4, I feel like he's going to really rally this roster. I feel like they're very motivated after a game like that. And I mean, we're talking about Scump trying to lead the way right now for the team. We know, right? The personnel, the slang talent. I mean, 2 guys who were listed in that top 5 for overall players in Vanguard and Shotzzy and Dashy, if those guys come to play, I know it's not always about the slang, but if they're putting up those numbers, putting Minnesota in awkward positions, this very well could be where the series ends for OpTic.
And you know what's a little scary going into this Fortress Hardpoint is that it's a smaller map, so we potentially might see Scump whip out that second SMG a majority of the times, except for like the money hills. At P3, everyone should have an AR. All you have to do is pre-aim in front of you, get your kill, and you should be good. But we saw what Boston were able to do on Control early on. That guy, well, it was all about the SMGs, and you see the stats, 1.36 from the King. In his final season, I thought he put a lot of pressure on himself when he announced that, but he's not a man that's afraid of pressure. Pressure makes diamonds. 1.36 so far in this series. He is godlike.
Scump, on behalf of the entire CDL, are you sure? Like,
are you sure? Are you sure you want to do that?
You really, you know, why not make it 15? It sounds like a, you know, an even better number. But tell you what, man, he is having himself a game. These respawns, he has been on fire. And as we said, I mean, in that last Control, the only player who ends up going positive for this OpTic Texas team. And as you said, a stash to match the talent.
It might be the stash.
It could be.
Like, I don't know. Scump is different with the stash and the air on hand. Like, I'm wondering what he's going to do with this SMG, potentially, if he pulls it out in this Fortress Hardpoint. But Minnesota, they got to find an answer. They kind of let that Control away from them. They had streaks on streaks. Mack Control majority of the time, but all OpTic needed was one play. So I'm wondering what it does to their headspace, because you feel like you should have won that map. Now you're going into this map number 4 knowing that you have to win this to at least force a map number 5. We'll see how they face versus adversity in this first early on series.
Yeah, I'm glad that you're bringing up Minnesota in this situation, because they really are the team to focus on, right? Yeah. For this moment. And you started off, you know, I guess okay in the HyDra electric hardpoint. Still, it sounds weird to say. HyDra.
I know.
HyDra. Okay, all the words there. They start off a little bit slow, then they come out unbelievably strong in the Search Destroy. As you said, had some great moments. It looked like the game was theirs to close out that aBeZy Control. Now stepping into this hard point, I know you said there needs to be an answer. What player or what players are you looking at to really be the difference to try to send this to a game 5?
Well, so far, Cammy, he's had an unbelievable performance, at least in the respawns. Yeah. He's been playing really well alongside Afro. That guy is a man on a mission, just being a nuisance in their spawn with that SMG in hand. And I think Afro is the guy that I'm really going to be paying attention to on a map like Fortress, because a lot of these gunfights are fairly close range. So he has to be able to finesse his way around in towards bottom art, around in towards bottom maps, and just maneuver his way around this map to open up lanes for his ARs. And you know, it's usually the opposite way. ARs got to pre-aim over your subs, but on a map like Fortress, your SMGs put a lot of pressure on the map where it makes it a lot more difficult for the opposing team to even set up pre-aims or anything. So I'm really looking at Afro to set the tone right here on this map. Like I said, you're starting on bad side, so you're probably not going to have a good start, but Afro needs to be the guy that I look at to just cause mayhem on the side of OpTic.
Let's tell you what, man, you talk about SMGs applying pressure. I think it's fair to say this SMG is feeling the pressure. When we talk about his addition to this Minnesota Røkkr team, there's a lot of eyes on this guy, right? He was a very hot prospect in the offseason, was not going to return back to the London Royal Ravens after his 2-year stint with them. Comes over to this team, and it feels like, you know, last year was supposed to be his breakout season. Like, we expected him to really take that next rise. I think we definitely saw improvement overall, but he would be the guy to say it. Like, hey, you know, the performance that I had in Cold War into Vanguard, it wasn't exactly an upward trajectory. You're really looking at him to finally have that standout moment, that standout series. And so often we've talked about for this Minnesota team, if you see guys like Afro, guys like Cammy lighting it up, the skill ceiling on this Minnesota team, it's hard to cap, man. Like, it really is. It's hard to know where this team could go if the team is firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, especially if that Search and Destroy is looking like that, because you have 2 SMDs in every series. In the best of 5, there's 2 Search and Destroys. It's all about the other game modes. Obviously, in the map number 1, it came down to that 1 rotation towards Generator. They're basically playing great hardpoint as well. And then even in that Control, it was in their grasp. They had it. They had everything that they needed to. They were maintaining Greek control the entire time. They were playing the way that they needed to. Just in that crucial moment where they needed to clutch up, they let it go. Now, if you going into this Fortress hardpoint, you have to make sure you're always on that level of clutch up, because the game can get away from you really, really quickly. You cannot go 4 dead right off the rip on a map like Fortress, because then you basically put yourself in a trap. So if all these players are firing on all cylinders, just the way that they have been so far this series, just been some really close maps, I feel like we have the potential to go game 5.
It's very possible, my friend. And I guess at the same time, too, if you're an OpTic fan, if you're even a member of OpTic Texas right now, you're not one to think about that Game 5, but it almost has to be in the back of your mind, considering how that Game 2 Search Destroy looked. If for those who are just joining us, a clean 6-0 on that aBeZy. And again, we're talking about how that control, if it goes a little bit differently, how this very well should be Minnesota, probably up 2-1 with a guaranteed Game 5 on our hands. We don't have that guaranteed Game 5, but you really like their chances if it can go the distance, considering how good that they looked. And I think it's a mix of the two, Jay. Like, and just to kind of rewind back to that Search Destroy, not only was it Minnesota playing well, but OpTic just looked unorganized.
Yeah, OpTic definitely didn't look organized. It looked like they had one game plan going off the rip. iLLeY sniped across, give us the information, and they will play from that. But when you have no information to play off, that's unfortunately where you're going to get 6-0'd. And that's exactly what happened. Obviously, OpTic are going to go back. They're going to get better at Search and Destroy. That's just what they do. They got caught off guard in this map, number one, but at least they find themselves up 2-1 in this series, taking care of the respawns like exactly how I thought that they were. But now it just comes down to this fortress. You're starting off on good side. You have to give yourself a comfortable lead, knowing that you're basically not going to have those swans repeat 3.
Without a doubt, my friend. Big game number 4 getting ready to pop up on your screen. However, we want to rewind back just for a moment to the end of that aLLeY control. But take a look at our Scump play of the game, and it is none other than the king. Scump making some very, very big plays toward the stretch. Jay, he goes for 6 in a row. Afro, I tell you what, man, you don't want to see that one again.
Yeah, you don't want that right there. You don't want that to happen, because now once Scump finds that 2-piece, the cruise missile gets called in. Look at number 1 on your minimap. Dashy is not giving up the flank. He knows exactly where Bance is coming from. He doesn't even have to get a kill with this streak. He knows where everyone is on the map. The stack comes in, and that's how you close out aLLeY control. You maintain map control, you get pushed up in their base, and you should be straight to go. And it's exactly what OpTic were able to do in that final round, obviously led by the king with a massive 2-piece.
Yeah, I know we've talked a lot about Scump so far throughout this series. And again, for those who are just joining us, by the way, hello, Twitch chat. It's great to see you guys.
Hey, guys.
Obviously, back when we talk about the stream change, things like that, super excited to obviously have this transfer. But like I said, to start off this series, man, we were talking about Scump, right? It is his final season. As much as we would love for it not to be, he's talked about it. Hey, this is going to be curtains for me. So far has started off this series incredibly well. A lot of pressure on this OpTic Texas team, Jay, to perform, to be able to win championships and what is going to be one of the greatest players of all time, without question. His season coming to an end, his career coming to an end. Victories like this, they don't just expect them, or rather they don't just want them, but they expect them, considering what is all going on right now for this team.
Yeah, OpTic, obviously, Scump's on his last hurrah. It's sad to say, man. It's so sad, because this guy has been a staple, the face of Call of Duty for quite some time. And especially if he's playing like this, man, like, we might have to reconsider that. Like, there's no way I'm 1.36 in my first series. Like, I'm gonna retire for what? For what? What are we gonna retire for, Scump? We gotta reevaluate this. We gotta go back and think it. Because if you're putting up 1.3s, there's no way in hell you can go anywhere.
That's without question, dude. Like, to be honest with you, like, it's like, come on, like, are we really like this? Is this like now the time for your career to be ending? Like, you're at like a one.
Yeah.
What is it right now? KD wise,
1.36. Guys, gross.
A 1 point what?
3.6.
Okay.
3.6.
Oh, that's I don't know. It's unfortunate, ladies and gentlemen. I tell you what, like, it really does bring a tear to our eyes.
We're at the beginning of the season. It's all right. It's all right. We still got a lot more Scump.
We've still got like,
okay.
You know, we got
it's
like
okay.
4.5, 5 majors to go. It is going to be a long season.
We got some time.
We also do apologize, ladies and gentlemen. I think we're experiencing a little bit of a break. Hopefully, we do hear an update on this game number 4 coming up here on Fortress Hardpoint. Excited to see what could be the end of this series. Again, OpTic Texas right now do find themselves in the driver's seat, up 2-1. Minnesota back to the wall. You want to see how they can reply. We've talked about a number of different players to look out for. We've highlighted Afro. We've highlighted really what this W would mean for Minnesota. And like we said, Jay, I think as well, you have to be looking out for a guy like Attach, right? He has been with this Minnesota Røkkr franchise for how long now? He's going to have to try to corral the troops, make sure the guys are focused and ready to go coming into this game, because this is, like we said, a revenge game from last year. Major 1. We rewind the clock back a little bit. It was actually a game 4 where OpTic Texas was up. Minnesota makes a crazy comeback. They win it in a game 5, round 11. You're trying to channel what you did last year if you're Attached right now.
Yeah, if you're Attached too, because Attached, you know, as a former player, everyone loves to play against OpTic. You play at your best when you're playing against OpTic. So I know Attach is letting the guys know, like, no need to worry. We basically choked that map number 3. We're still in a power position. We're looking great. Everybody's communicating on point. All we have to do is just clean up on these little mistakes. Don't allow Shotzzy to find openings. Don't allow Scump to basically go double positive every single respawn, and you should be okay. And Attach is the guy that I'm looking at to really lead this guys when it comes to that, because you just love playing against OpTic.
You really do, man. You really do. I know we highlighted a little bit earlier, but let's go and take a look at our 2 really main ARs. When it comes down to this matchup, we're talking about Dashy and we're talking about Attach, both for their respective squads, trying to put up a very, very solid performance when it comes down to it. I've been told the stats, throw them away. It doesn't matter. In fact, what we're going to talk about is the CDL shop. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have not already checked it out, make sure to do it. Check out the CDL store for the exclusive collection of official CDL apparel and merchandise, including classic favorites like team jerseys and hoodies. Visit shop.callofduty.com to gear up today. Oh, Jay, some of these jerseys are fresh. I'm liking these a lot, man.
Oh, they look good. Look at LAGs. That's a whole lot of, it look like graffiti all over the chest. A whole bunch of LAs. And you know who else? Believe it or not, we don't see it on our screen, but Paris Legion kind of got some drip to them this year. I mean, not Paris, my bad. Las Vegas Legion got some drip to them this year with that new roster. So make sure you guys go check out shop.callofdutyleague.com and go get your favorite team and support your squad.
And let us know, ladies and gentlemen, as well. Right down in the Twitch chat, let us know what jersey you're going to be rocking. I can imagine right now, considering the series that we're in, probably who you're going to say, but I don't know, man. We got a lot of fans out there for a bunch of different teams. I personally would definitely sport that Minnesota jersey. I'm just saying, we'll see how the series ends up going. Like I said, I was calling for that stat a little bit earlier. Now we've got it. Shout out to production. It is Dashy versus Attach. As we said, we're taking a look at the main ARs for both of these squads coming into this game number 4, how they can perform. This is so far what we're looking at. I know I've been saying a lot of nice things. In terms of stats, not the greatest performance from Dashy overall yet, Jay, but it could turn around in game 4.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting this. But when Scump is at 1.3, somebody's got to be doing the dirty work, and that's exactly what Dashy's doing. 0.76, hasn't really had to do anything in the respawns, and they won both of them. On the opposite side, Attach 44 and 48, 0.92. We know what this guy's able to do. He's Mr. Consistent, even though it's not over 1.0 KD. The guy's still having a stellar performance. Just a couple of those mistakes in both of those respawns got away from him. And this is a perfect example, Lando. Like stats, when it comes to respawn game modes, like, throw him out the window, because Dashy's stats are way worse than Attach, but his team is up 2-1. Great job.
That's for sure, man. That's 100% sure, dude. At this point, by the way, I just saw Bryce in our green room chat call out the fact that, we very well may or not, have a little bit of slip ups when it comes to the Paris Legion now versus Las Vegas Legion overall.
Las Vegas.
So, we're getting used to it. It's the very start of this season. I'll tell you what, man, I've had a blast so far commentating MW2. The game is clean, it looks great, looks nice. And honestly, man, like it's nice because it feels like we were like able to point out like different emphases on like different things, spawn flips. Like it feels like you can really pinpoint the little moments. And I'm sure for you, man, you got a lot of things to look at. You're the brains behind this whole operation so far. How do you feel about what you've been seeing so far?
Overall, I've been having a good time. Obviously the hard points are clean. You see the setups. It's really, really difficult to break certain hard points. S&D, at least based off the one that we watched, wasn't really the best because it was a clean 6-0, but it's all about maintaining map control. You barely have to do a lot to win by a lot. So that's what you have to make sure. You don't have to get all the kills. You don't have to, you have to rotate every single time, but it definitely doesn't come down to all the kills. You can simply go 13 and 25 and still win a hard point by 40. So I love that. You can pinpoint the certain point when the game, where the game changes. We saw it in map number 1. We saw it in map number 3, and it's going to continue to be like that all year. Great job.
It is indeed, my friend. It is indeed. We love ourselves some MW2. The action has been great so far. We do apologize. We're going to have to throw it to a quick little commercial break. Then we return, OpTic Texas versus Minnesota Røkkr. The series continues. We'll see you in a moment. going, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to opening weekend. I'll tell you what, man, MW2 has been fantastic so far. We're currently in the middle of a series going on between OpTic Texas and Minnesota Røkkr. Jay, this series has lived up to the hype, man. We've had some great moments. We've seen some crazy turn-ons. Scump looks like he has winding back the clock for his final season. I'm interested to see how the rest of this series goes. What have you made so far between OpTic and Minnesota up to this point? Just to let people know, as a little bit of an update, if you will, on how the series has been going.
It's been an absolute banger of a series, man. Obviously, OpTic, they take a close map number 1 to get smoked, absolute smackage in that map number 2, and then they clutch up towards the very end of that map number 3 to not give themselves a commanding 2-1 lead going into a Fortress hardpoint. Scump, like you said, having himself one hell of a performance in this series. Please don't retire, my guy. 1.36 overall. Just absolutely slaying the enemies, man. So if you're Minnesota, you got to stay alive in this series a little longer. Got to at least try to force that game 5 by winning a very, very tough hardpoint in Fortress.
That's without question, my man. You see OpTic Texas up 2-1 right now in this series. We do have that Fortress hardpoint, I believe, coming up next. We do apologize. We are currently experiencing a bit of a game delay. I know us as casters, you know, we do have that button where we can start the lobby, we can start the game. So, you know, maybe I just need to find it. I might have misplaced it, Jay. So maybe during this quick little commercial break, I'll try to find the button to start the game.
Yeah, move the post-it notes around. Move them around, Lando. They're all over the place.
You know, I got a bunch of post-it notes. Yeah, actually, I really do. You know me. You know me very well. We are the dad duo after all. We know each other like the back of our hand. We apologize, ladies and gentlemen. Just a quick little game delay, quick little break. We'll be back again with OpTic Texas versus Minnesota Røkkr right after this.
It's time to start your Call of Duty League Championship. Galen Center, you can love them or hate them, but make some noise for Atlanta FaZe, your hometown team, the LAC.
Gotta get it. I gotta have it.
I like Thieves versus Atlanta. You know what? Either back-to-back or Atlanta FaZe finally getting that chip from this year. I couldn't write a better story.
I'm aiming for the top spot.
I cannot wait to watch these guys get going.
This is going to be an insane final. Let's let the games begin.
It's not dark enough for this. It's not.
You just get to have some fun with it, boys. Let's have some fun today. Have some fun. Just don't get antsy in this.
When we get these kills, we bring this game to them, right? When we get these kills, we bring this game to them.
Yep. 5 more maps.
Yep, it's over. It's everything.
All it is. 5 more maps.
Let's do it, boys.
This is our dude.
This is our last day of Vanguard through everything. We've been through second places over and over and over. We're getting first here.
Yes, sir.
These guys actually can't kill us, stay on top of the game, and we win. That's easy. Let's f***ing go.
We have had some bumps in the road, a hell of a lot of turbulence to get here, but now we find ourselves one final series and the 2 finest teams in the league. Here we go!
Okay. I got 2. I got 2. Let's go entering. Try to get it.
All right, left. Sun upstairs. Enter. Circle stairs. Late. I got it. Enter Chris.
Just holding me off time. I got naded. One's back out. I got They'll hear one. I'll go pick him. I'm going pushing on front. Underboat. From mid-take. Yep, underboat got me. I'll get it.
I don't see him. Go. I'm fire rocking now.
Absolutely.
Circle.
And
top boat. I have your top boat. I'm living.
MC's not showing.
Circle steps.
I'm top boat. One shot in our steps. Inside of our steps. Watch out. I have our door push.
He can't get here. He's not moving.
Let's go.
That's what I'm talking about. That's fun. Good
one. All good.
Sam, you were pissing, bro.
Bro, I started off the map like 0-8, but I had 10 Ikias.
Oh, I'm bad.
I was keeping track. I'm like,
Starting their grand finals off right.
Listen, boys, keep this up.
Yep.
I don't know who the f they are picking Burr for our second map. Appreciate them, though.
Let's do it.
Yep, let's go.
Same shit, bro. Good comms, that map. Let's do it. Yeah, good comms. 100%.
Bro, they can't kill you, Sam. Holy
f. Man, come on. Comfortable, confident, composed. That's gonna do, all right?
Yep.
Map number 2, here we go.
Sim?
He's running at you?
He's running at you. Behind you, fast. You're good.
You're good.
You got this. You got this.
Nice!
You're good. Let's go. Let's go, Dill. Let's go, Dill.
Envoy, the slipperiest of players, in an unorthodox position, steals the round.
And would you look at that? It is harder to clutch in those moments. It is Envoy for the 1v3 where he has to be perfect, but they nailed it.
Time still ticking. 20 seconds now, and that bomb goes boom. FaZe need to hold him back.
And Envoy's waiting. Envoy's just waiting for him!
Oh my God! You're so much better, Dill! Holy you are so much better, Dill. That was perfect. They're breaking. Good. Holy Dill, let's go.
Good God, time's ticking. He's done it. He's done it. He's done it. He's done it.
Slay down. Dude, this guy's breaking. He lost 3-1. He lost 3-1. Breaking, bro.
Good try, bro. All good. I'll get you. Okay.
It's a 2-0 lead for the LA Thieves now in the grand final.
Do not give them freebies, bro. That's what they're looking for right now. Some freebies.
Literally. To get back in the game.
We're not giving them to them, bro.
Yep. Same, bro. You guys have been fighting all weekend. You guys know how this game is. You guys know how everything is, bro. We're gonna fight. We're gonna have to fight. No one said this is gonna be easy. We're down 0-2. We've been here before.
We're getting some lucky ass rounds, bro. MC just wall banged me from everywhere, bro. He literally bro. He literally wall banged me from the B docks, and I'm in.
Yeah, Zach's done that to someone before.
I lost
that same round. I don't know.
Could they go back to back? We will see. But over to Gavutu now we go. Control our third game mode.
Hey, fire tank out.
Let's go, dude.
Last.
Did not hit him. Low left.
I saw you.
Try to get your mid. Stay upright.
MC, absolute dead.
I got needed. Yeah.
Tree, could we be? Can
he
be?
Go B up. I have all clip.
Tyler led B.
Oh my God.
Tyler is circle.
Out of ring, send that over. Out of ring.
Top three. Should be dead.
Top three.
We're missing one. Missing Dill. He's in green. Stand first guy.
He's already up also. Pop clear done.
Nice, good job. That's first.
Kenny on the flank.
Watch out. Slow down.
Stay down.
40 seconds.
Louis, last guy. On top of the tank, Louis hit. Crossing.
Behind the tank.
It's only guy right now.
What was that?
Talking about.
Listen.
That's fine. Don't worry about that. Don't worry. You're good. Good job.
LA Thieves take the lead 3-0. The final round. What just happened?
I mantled on accident. I didn't even mean to mantle right there. So dumb, dude. How did I mantle right there?
Well, maybe an auto mantle, actually.
Yeah,
I don't even know. Already in a pressure cooker, and the heat gets cranked up that much higher.
Also, the kids are so nervous right now.
If we win this series, you guys can't win it.
It's already over.
I mean, it is already over, but it's super over if we win this.
I want to 5-0 these guys.
Stay hot, bro. Once again, don't get antsy. That map's helping me forget free deaths.
No, we're doing.
Let's just slow down.
Come on, boys. Two more. If we're up 120 points, am I allowed? If it's like super late game, like 225, 130, am I allowed to assassinate someone?
Yeah.
I want to.
They're gonna be checked.
All right, let's go, bro. Cool, calm, and collected.
Yep.
This is the dagger map right here, bro. This is the dagger map.
And if you're Atlanta FaZe, you have fallen short in the grand finals in Vanguard so many times, and you are down 3-0. This is one of the only maps where you think you have a clear-cut advantage. They need to win this opening break.
Jump out mid. There's 2 mid. Drazah and someone else jumped out broken. Jumped out broken.
Are you dead?
Good job. Drazah's top broken. You're only missing one. Only missing one. Good job, Drazah. Good job. Good job.
Yeah, I'm waiting for Chris to die.
Mine flip, that was forward. Mine flip.
Nah, I don't think you did. I don't think you did.
I didn't think top broken.
Watch him. I got double nade. Slap. Close. Right here.
Short. Nice.
MC, bro. MC.
I push top.
Could be top.
Dead.
Nice. Top guys.
I will have my own short, Zach. I have my own short, Zach.
You see one, right? Could be short.
No, all dead. Chris is old. Alec is front. Go map box.
Alex should be low well.
Alex should be low well. He's on the stairs. Weak. They're gonna be close. Oh
my God!
I need this. I'm holding maps. Top blue bar. I don't see any top blue bar. Could be low.
Maps I need.
Oh my God! I'm out.
Short that.
I have They gotta go to town. Yeah, we have it.
Another one there.
One more. Last. I need it.
Oh
my God! FaZe down! The Tyrants of Tuscan once again steal another big win. The Los Angeles Thieves are on championship point.
Let's go. One more. And this is bro cage.
Holy Zach's insane.
Let's go.
Zach's so
Good.
We're not doing anything we do in practice. We can break. Go in the back.
Take it to account like the series, bro. We're up 4-0. They're gonna be making lose full ass plays. Like not let it work.
Map 5 here in our grand finals and potentially the last one here in the 2022 season.
After the reverse sweep, we gotta tweet out where the dog go.
That ass.
Yep. Where the dog go?
Dogs in us, man.
You got
It's in us. That's where it is.
Go.
Go.
Yeah, just
I'm gonna hold it from backside.
Just don't? Okay, Chris. I'm gonna go street then. I'm gonna street.
Well, yeah. I mean, I feel like you weren't confident in it.
Nah, no, because they love putting out street. I'll go street.
Like bottom house. Gate barrels. Nice gate barrels right now, Zach. I'm counting this guy, bro. Gate barrels stuck in the corner. He's stuck here.
He went to the street.
I got you.
Weak, pit white. Nice. 2-1.
That's one. Try to watch.
I'm low left.
I'm looking at my talent. He plays back left.
He was back left before.
I'm low left.
He should be.
You can try to slide to A-bomb.
I'm trying to get to you.
Did we get him? Sam? Yes. I'm gonna run it. Use him.
Yeah, I would plan for house.
Bait for the tank peek. I can push it.
He's there. He look for you.
Oh,
nice. Let's go, Zach.
Let's go.
Where's he at gate?
I'm trying to help you.
Okay, one shot. Kenny on B-bomb.
I'm B-bomb. Let's see which one. I'm gonna play this.
Yeah, I kept tunnel. Get there, base.
Have a tunnel.
What's close? Stick on me.
I don't see this guy tunnel.
I need tunnel now.
Damn. Thought you had that. You're good.
On time. I never had street.
Nah, I said I gave it him.
Okay. Got this.
Nice. You're playing Simp.
Let's go.
Fucking go. Good. Let's go.
When his team needs him the most.
Nasty.
Let's go.
Let's get this.
Daddy Alec. They've called him for the longest of times.
Another tank still. Nice.
One might be lying right now.
You're not taking one of the bomb. It's all you. Nice. He's playing Envoy. No, he's probably laying. He probably was.
Oh, that's my right.
Oh!
Let's go. Come on.
Daddy
Alec! That's what I'm talking about.
What? A bounce back from FaZe.
Yes, sir.
See that shit?
3 more maps to tie it up. Let's go. That's literally 3 maps, bro. 3 maps. Let's get this.
LA Thieves fans certainly loving what they're seeing thus far. 4-1 is the score here in the grand finals. It's first to 5, so one more is all you need. Atlanta FaZe now prepare to go once again into Berlin.
He's playing off angle. He's helping me.
He's behind me. I'm a street pinch.
Good job. Yep. I'm trying to go out of the door. Okay. Can they feel left?
Yes.
I'm one shot.
One shot there. Okay, one there. I'm turning.
So there.
One was there. Okay. It was Kenny or Dylan.
How much shots did he do? He's still on dice.
You're good, Zach. Play kills.
I'm on fire.
Yeah,
I'm full mid. I have everything. 2 shot you.
You can shout them. Yo, secret out. I got dominated, bro. Good as that. In. Nice. Weak game.
Okay, I'm depleted.
Yeah, I'm staying alive.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump out secret.
I'm one shot. Outer one shot. Nice.
One shot.
Okay, mid.
Nice.
That's all.
I fall.
Oh, he's all.
Nice. Let's go.
My bad. I got beat down.
Oh, we're down 5, okay?
That's good. D1
bro. He's D1 dead.
Yo, lane up.
Last. Get off. That's like. I'm so much out. I need to play close. Hit twice.
One more B.
Sam Nick.
Nice.
20 seconds. Sorry, I'm not. Drazah glass steps. Okay.
I don't see him or outer.
I thought sorry.
Outer dead.
Drazah glass steps. Drazah weak glass steps. One's coming fire. Fire. He's front fire.
He's on point.
Let's get front fire. He was front fire. I spawned out. Good job, buzz. Octane for Sky. Okay. Yep. Octane for Sky.
I got Sam weak. There's 2.
Sam,
one on me. Hang down.
Get inside.
Good.
Come on. Let's go.
Do we break? Right?
I think so.
Let's go. Come on.
Let's go. You get this.
By the hairs on their chins, they huffed and they puffed and they blew the LA Thieves house right down.
Holy, bro, I'm like on these guys so bad, bro.
Love that.
2 more maps.
That's funnies right there, man. That's funnies.
Literally piss slamming.
We listen to each other. Insta break. Come on.
Let's go.
But to pull it off on Tuscan, not an easy task. In Atlanta, they are playing aggressive, aBeZy flying and frying.
Oh! What? Well, aBeZy, we'll see you later.
Dude, I'll jump down. Someone will jump the wall with me. Dude, no.
Oh, no.
No problem. That's a bad one.
Dude, I like jumped the roof and I like bounced off the the little you know the ramp that goes up the right side of the roof. I bounced off of it and went off the map.
I'm coming blue right now.
Yo, bottom church. Diffuse gun.
Okay, I'm up.
He was bottom mid. He was bottom mid's open, Dill.
Okay.
This is sensational stuff, and now for the immediate diffuse. This is tremendous. And I hope it's
Zero
not happening.
ice.
No ice whatsoever.
This crowd has zero ice.
I think we're now 1-1.
We're in the ramp.
Thanks, brothers. Thanks. I heard that. I heard that.
And I think we will now ask the crowd in these tense moments when a diffuse is coming through to please remain quiet. The players can hear you. Shut up.
Get side on Arch. Get side on Arch.
I got it. Yep, P5.
He's sitting there. He's just sitting P5, Chris. No bush in the door.
You can just run at him.
You win this.
That's my needed right there. Let's go.
Good job, Bill. Shut up.
That was huge. Archer top, one shot left. One shot. Two on me. I got one. Trapped on tree. Trapped on tree.
Nice. Three.
There you go. I'm top blue, bro. With bomb, bro. Do some together. You guys are all split, bro. You guys are all split right now. I'm top blue.
Go their side,
Okay.
Let's go.
Right here. We win this.
It's round 11.
This is it. This is it.
Ring.
FaZe to stay alive. Here we go. Final round. The Galen Center is on its feet. The nerves are there. The tension is in the air. This is it.
Trying their tree or Chris, you want to hit through now?
No, we shouldn't give up A. You guys shouldn't.
No, I'm saying, does Chris want to hit through their side?
I'm down if you want to.
Alright, I'm about to try again.
Mid's open, okay? We're about to push there.
I don't see anything their side.
For a second. Nothing
Okay,
is.
They can be in you on you guys, okay?
I don't know.
I don't see him deep. I'm going.
I think they're working church. I'm just watching like your arms.
I don't see.
Back in the corner. I'm outside.
Ran it back. P5 dead.
Nice.
I'm
back. He's on the truck. He's on the truck still.
Dead.
Truck dead.
And it's done! It's over! Daylight robbery! The LA Thieves have done it! They have run it up! They are your CDL champions! Against all odds, no one saw this coming. They peaked at the end of the season.
And I saw Kenny walk out with that bandana. I have never been more confident in a team.
For the first time in their careers, world champions. Back. Come on! The best in the world!
The man from Alaska getting a little fired up after that big W as we revisit some of the greatest moments from last year. That was the closer to the season at the Grand Championship. LA Thieves, they take the title. ATL FaZe, they were all shocked. What was the moment for you like, though, Nameless? I want to know, what was it like in that venue?
It was crazy, man. It was electric, you know? Like, we were thinking headed into the series, like, Atlanta FaZe, they've been second all year long. Is it the story? Do they get the championship? But no, it was the LA Thieves who turns up there. And we're going to see them again later today for their debut here on this title, which is going to be very interesting.
Absolutely. Now, aLLeY, right now we're in a little bit of a pause. We are getting some rulings before we get into the next game, so we'll get this up and running as quickly as we can. But for anyone who missed the pre-show, because there's about 130,000 live in our Twitch chat right now, there's only 20K of you watching us at the start of the show. So let's hit them with the news, aLLeY, because we are all going to North Carolina in just 2 weeks, and this is set to be one of the biggest events in esports this year.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the biggest event. It's one of the earliest events we've ever had, as well as it is Pro-Am style, and there are other events going on at the same time. One of those events being the Call of Duty Mobile 2022 first in-person championship. So you can watch some CDL, you can watch some mobile, and you can watch some Code Bowl.
Yeah, you can watch the Code Bowl. It's our military esports teams with some of your favorite creators going at it on El Mazrah in some Warzone. It's basically going to be a Call of Duty bash there in North Carolina, but also the Pro-Am, a different format that we have this time around, Puckett. It's group play. These teams now, they will not be starting in losers bracket. It's going to be groups, and 4 of those teams in those groups are going to be amateur teams that make it into the play-in the day before our matches begin. So this is going to be an epic tournament.
In chat, I want to know, a lot of you are
our Challengers players. I see you in the chat. I see you being noisy. Who are the threats right now, and who's in the league from Challengers? Who are the success stories, aBeZy?
The success stories across the board, I mean, you got to look at the academy teams, right? So a lot of these academy teams with their substitute players have found a lot of success heading in from last year who are actually main on starting rosters this year. Spart is a good example of that. He was a player that came up from Challengers, was a sub on LAG, proved himself just as a sub, went back down to Challengers, found success, and is now on top of a main roster. So I know there's Boston Breach Academy, there's LAG Academy, who's been seriously lighting up the season last year, winning a bunch of cups, and now heading into this year, they have the same roster as well, and I've heard nothing but good things.
All right, and Nameless, do you think anyone could get scouted at this event and moved into a sub position? Do you poach this early in the season?
Well, I mean, possibly, right? If your team starts off struggling. I know that there is a player on Boston Academy that has been lighting it up. He's been the talk of the town, and that has been Beans. This guy is disgusting. But for Boston, I don't think that we bring in anybody in. They looked absolutely ridiculous in their debut match.
Look out for Magic Beans in Raleigh, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take a look once again at what's going down. We've got the Call of Duty Mobile Championships. We have the Call of Duty Endowment Bowl. And, of course, we have our Pro-Am. It's all going down December 15th to the 18th in Raleigh, North Carolina. Join us live. Get your tickets. They're on sale right now. And you know they're going to go quick. A lot to talk about, and of course, most of it is around this new game. We're going to see it played live in Raleigh, but we're also going to be playing after the broadcast. So what are your two takeaways after seeing about 5 maps officially complete at this point, aBeZy? What did you think about our first matchup, and what do you want to bring into your own game when you get back on the sticks?
Bring into my own game, Chris. I'm playing this game every single day, and honestly, if I am going to take one thing, it might be that offensive break on Fortress that we 100%. Saw from the Boston Breach. I mean, they were just jumping out of top maps and bottom maps and just trying to play for that trade and make sure they didn't get stuck in spawn. And I don't know if I'm going to be able to go in voice chat and convince my CDL Mosh Pit teammates to do that with me, but I will do my hardest.
I'll tell you what I'm going to take. I'm going to take some of them strategies that I saw Minnesota Røkkr have on that search and destroy. That was a beautifully played S&D, the different sort of tactics that they were using, you know, on defense, trying to get that pick with the sniper. And then when they did show face with the sniper and back OpTic down, we saw them taking control of the middle map. It was just wonderfully played. And, you know, for Minnesota Røkkr, if you had any doubts about their search and destroy, you got answered right there.
A lot of games still to go, and we're going to check out, of course, is everyone running the M4s? What subs are they bringing out, and what is the strategy so far? A big upset as Boston Breach was able to take the first matchup against ATL FaZe. Everyone knows that FaZe has been one of the strongest teams in the CDL since its inception. Boston Breach, a lot of question marks. After watching them open up today, what did you learn about Boston?
I learned that they are coming to play this season. I mean, I've heard a lot that they've been having some seriously long days at the Boston Breach camp. I know I saw some players say they aren't getting home until about 8, 9, 10 p.m. EST. And so the work is really going in over on that side. On the flip side of things, though, I do want to talk about the Atlanta FaZe. It seems they're having a little bit of a continuation from last year. Even though they had the swap out from Slasher, from Arcides, they still can't close it out. I feel like that's something Atlanta FaZe has been struggling with, is when they are comfortable and they are in the lead, they are fine. But the second the game gets close, especially in search and destroy, they start to panic a little bit. And I saw that in the hardpoint as well, as they just started solo challenging once the game got a little bit out of hand, and it was just body after body flying to the hell. And that's why we saw, even on that embassy, even though they were able to take that first map, the second, Boston kind of got a couple kills their way, got 4 to 5 kills straight. Atlanta FaZe, instant panic. It was solo chow after solo chow after solo chow until they finally got a wipe. So I think Atlanta FaZe still has a little bit of mental checking to do to slow their game down and chill out.
Don't rely on the gunny as much as you may have been able to do in the past. This one moves a little bit slower, and you got to work with your squad. Nameless, let's talk a little bit about this Atlanta team, though. Is this just a one-off? Is this you're going to take your first bump, but you're going to come back stronger than ever in your second match? Or are there legit concerns for this team? I know we've only seen 4 maps from
Yeah, sure. No, there's concerns because there were some glaring mistakes, like game knowledge mistakes. You know, people are still learning about this game, optimal setups, how far you can push up. But that mistake that they made on HyDra was game-changing, right? You can't have 3 players pushed all the way up past the half map, 1 player in the hill, and they spawned the team behind them. Like, that's unacceptable. They didn't even turn around to look at the spawn. So, granted, it is the first match. You're going to learn. You're going to see these things like, okay, we're never going to do that again. And I have full faith in Atlanta FaZe to be able to turn that around. But it definitely is concerning to see, like, Boston Breach, a team that definitely doesn't have the chemistry that you have on Atlanta FaZe, outclassing you and outplaying you strategically this early on.
When I was looking for the pluses and minuses, just the KD numbers, Owakening always dropping some big bombs in this one. He seemed to be the difference maker for the breach. Atlanta FaZe, though, seemed like a solid slaying squad. So is this a team that you can lose the slaying battle and still win the respawn against?
No, absolutely. And I feel like this game is going to be a testament to that all year. I mean, we talked about it at the beginning of that map 1. It was Nero who's really struggling to get on his feet, but at the end of the day, it was only about a 40-point game, and then Boston went on to win the rest of the series. So KD might not matter this much in this game because you got to start rotating at like 30 to almost 40 seconds. That is how crazy these spawns and these spawn traps can get when it comes to these teams.
Yeah, you know, looking at the series as well, like even on the side of Boston Breach, some things that they could improve upon. Like I'm thinking about that map 1 embassy, like on Kitchen Hill, they just completely ignored the backside. Like, and FaZe just kept flooding through orange, going around the back, getting control. It's like these teams are going to go back, watch, and fix some of these issues they're having in Hardpoint because in game it can get a little bit chaotic in this game on some of the hills, depending on where the spawns are going to be. So the spawn manipulation, I expect it to improve out of everyone.
And I love hearing from the players themselves. Methodz like, I didn't know what to expect from Atlanta. We heard they were playing good. We didn't really see it for ourselves. Well, tonight you found out you can hang and you can pull off a W if you get some star performances from your new player, Wake, like he did today. So Boston Breach is up 1-0. Our second series is still underway. OpTic Texas taking on Minnesota Røkkr, and this is just the first half of the show. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 4 matches on all 3 of our opening days here for opening weekend. Little bit later, we see Vegas Legion versus the LA Thieves, followed by Los Angeles Guerrillas versus Seattle Surge. Allie, we now have a little bit of extra time while we're still waiting on our refs to sort everything out. So this is your opportunity to explain to the people why you thought this 6 o'clock match is the banger on the docket tonight, Vegas versus LA.
It is way past 6 o'clock, Chris, so maybe this might end up being our 7:30 match, but I will have to say, so my explanation for the Vegas Legion, I almost slipped up there, and the Los Angeles Thieves is, again, I said at the beginning, it was a team that has everything to lose and a team that has nothing to lose. So again, the Vegas Legion are coming off a very unfavorable last year, but when I say that sometimes we felt it in our bones that maybe they were going to pull out something special. Their very last game of the season was a Game 5 against Atlanta FaZe, who was talked about as the best team last year, you know, most consistent across the board, 2nd overall. It was just like they could almost do it. They could almost close it out. And then the LA Thieves obviously are back-to-back champions. High hopes heading into this game. They seem to have figured out their game plan when they brought into that new coach in the middle of the season because they were already good at Hardpoint, and then they cleaned up their S&D, went back-to-back. Their egos are high, right? They're feeling comfortable right now heading into this game. You can get complacent in that situation. So I'm not really hoping for that. I hope they're not complacent and still putting in the work that they put in last year. But when it comes to a team like Legion, who has nothing to lose, and this is their first matchup of the season against the defending champs, there is no better game to win and start off from a season like last year than today.
If we closed out day 1 with Boston and Vegas at the top of the leaderboard, my mind would be blown. Another squad, though, that you both picked here was Minnesota in this matchup against OpTic Texas. We have seen a few games. This match is still underway. Nameless, though. Give me the breakdown so far. Are you liking your pick with Minnesota, or are you a little worried that this might be OpTic series?
No, I think this has been a very close series. I mean, a couple plays away from Minnesota potentially closing out that map 1, but we saw Shotzzy making huge plays to get the spawns for them on Generator Hill, and then also Shotzzy picking up like the long routes that we saw out of Bance on that map. Players underwater, it was always Shotzzy. He was just making plays, and then that search and destroy was masterclass on Minnesota, sort of what we expect. And then in that control, OpTic played great in that last round, but also I like what we saw out of Minnesota on their defenses. Like, how you win that is you get a player pushed up to be a nuisance on your side of the base. Well, every time Minnesota would just drop back, if there's a guy on their side, they're like, okay, just watch the exits. He will show us himself at some point, and we'll pick up that kill. So very much they played it patient, exactly how you should play it, and it was working out more oftentimes than not. So it's been a close battle back and forth.
Absolutely, and I want to give a big shout out to all of the fans. This is opening day. There are always some bumps along the road as we get things up and running to start the season. So thank you for your patience, and a big shout out to the admins who are working on this right now. They've been in touch with both teams. We're talking through everything, and I'm told a ruling should be coming in shortly. That's the reason this game hasn't started. It's not that we don't want to start it. We want to make sure the players are playing the right standards from the get-go, right out of the gates. Let's talk about this last match, though. Seattle Surge, Los Angeles Guerrillas. I'm looking at arcties versus accuracy here. Is there another individual fight you're looking forward to as we close out the night on day 1?
I don't know about individual fights, but I'm just looking at Neptune. You know, again, a shaky season last year with the New York Subliners, you know, some internal issues, some gameplay issues, but then he went to Challengers and he still found success. So I'm hoping, you know, he kind of treated it as a learning experience, like I'm going to come back better, I'm going to come back stronger, like I still deserve to be in the league. Well, now he has his chance, and he's surrounded by some incredible players. He's surrounded by Spart. Again, we're talking about the MVP last year in Major 2 as a sub. Again, a sub, no practice. They went on to win that, one of the craziest search and destroy runs of, I think, the CDL season so far. 100%. And then we talk about, now he has Arcides. He has a world champ veteran next to him. I mean, this squad
don't sleep on aLLeY.
Should be set up for success. Am I the biggest fan of this squad? No. But on paper, should be absolutely set up for success.
What would it take for them to win you over?
Winning this match.
Just this match.
This match,
I like it.
I just have to see them. I haven't seen anything yet, and I want to see it.
Here's your opportunity to earn one. You're going to have to take down the Seattle Surge, though, and tell me why this team is dangerous. We looked across all of the stats. Looks like a lot of predictions have them again in the top 3.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at Seattle Surge, just like the meta in this game just fits their team so well. I feel like Pred is just that guy who's going to get up close and personal and be super annoying. I got to watch a little bit of Seattle scrims, and, you know, the way that Pred plays, it is so frustrating to play against. Like, if you get out on aBeZy control, for example, like, Pred is going to be that guy you have to hunt down. And more oftentimes than not, he's going to get the kill on you as well for the 2-piece. So, Seattle, everybody on this team individually is playing well. They have a good system. They have accuracy who's going to hold everybody accountable. A good culture over on that Seattle team.
All right, as we close out this segment, I want to give a big shout out to everyone in the chat right now. I see Red Panda. We got Kwoo, Lucas ABR. We got Mange, Jay Kirchy, Earthworm Gem, and a whole lot more fun names that I'm not allowed to say out loud. Thank you for all being here. It's the opening night of the CDL 2023 season. When we come back, we'll get that ruling too, and we'll get the games kicked up once again. Don't go anywhere. OpTic versus Minnesota when we come back. What's up, you gorgeous gamers? It's Puckett back here with you, Twitch chat. And I just wanted to give you a quick update. We are talking with our admins, and they, of course, are still discussing things with the teams. You may have seen a bunch of stuff on social media, but this match is not done. It is not in the books quite yet. We will get that official ruling to you as soon as we have it. Once again, we apologize for the delay, and we'll continue with the Call of Duty League as soon as we can. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back into the studio. Chris Bucket alongside aLLeY, Cat, and Nameless. And I have a quick message here from our Comp Ops team. This is the official ruling, so thank you for your patience. This is what went down. There was a bug at the end of round 5 of Control. Due to the bug, the Minnesota player couldn't do anything, so the official ruling was to replay the round. Now, OpTic opted not to participate, so Minnesota wins that round and the map. So that was your Game 3 done. After that, OpTic also elected not to continue the match. So this is Minnesota's win. So what that means is now after 2 matches in the CDL to kick off the season, Boston Breach and Minnesota Røkkr are sitting at 1-0. We have Atlanta FaZe and OpTic at 0-1, and we're about to see another juggernaut face off against another underdog. The Vegas, yes, that's right, no longer the Paris, the Vegas Legion are taking on the LA Thieves. This was the matchup aLLeY called to be the series of the day, potentially the closest or a huge blowout. aLLeY, why do you think this could be close, though?
Again, I think it's because, again, Vegas Legion have so much to prove, and also because of Temp. Temp last year still managed to keep himself in like the top 10 overall KDs, despite being on a team that just could not pull out a win. It was like unfortunate loss after unfortunate loss, and now he has some serious players on his side with TJ, who also has a lot to prove, a player that is often overlooked in the likes of his playstyle in his previous lives on OpTic Texas and on the Boston Breach. So two of these players, a lot to go for, as well as Clayster on this Paris Legion, excuse me, Vegas Legion, that's going to be Vegas Legion squad. Clay has been talking about how excited he is heading into this game, and I mean, look, oh wow, yeah, he's getting warmed up.
And then talking about Vegas for a second, you know we always talk about Scump's last dance? Yeah. This could be Clay's last dance as well this year. You know, this guy's up there.
And here's what he had to say, taking his social media before the league kicked off. The man was excited. I have been a fan of Clayster since I first saw him playing for United Gaming and Black Ops 2. He had a ponytail, he was rocking rec specs. Did not look like the legend that you have in front of you today. He's been one of the OGs who's still in the game, and he said at the age of 30, Nameless, he was waking up with butterflies in his stomach. That's how excited he is to play today. What is it about this game, or is it just that first day of a new season each time?
It's that first day of the new season, man. And like Clay, he's just unique. The guy goes down to challengers, and you would think that'd be the end of you. 30 years old, going down to challengers, like not wanting to fight back out. We've seen it to so many of the old school legends. Clay fights his way back out, gets his spot on a starting roster, and guess what? From scrims, I've watched plenty of Vegas Legion. They look fantastic. They look great in this game. A definite step up from the last roster they had last year. So, you know, aLLeY might be right. We might have a banger on her.
I'm watching Clayster, man. The man used to post up in that AR, that anchor role. That was dominant in the traditional CODs. This one can play out the same way, potentially. We'll see. Let's jump into the big news, though. That's, of course, going to be the maps and modes we're going to see for this series. And, of course, we got to talk about our LA Thieves crew because they're coming in with the rings on their fingers. LA Thieves, they're the favorite in this series. How do the maps play out for them, Nameless?
I mean, well, we got Hotel 3 times. So, I mean, I think that's going to be the fan favorite map this year in this game. We haven't seen it yet today, so that'll definitely be interesting. But, I mean, looking at these hard points, Mercado is one where you also spawn in on a blender, depending on if you spawn on that tin side. The other team gets the horizontal spawn that sets you up for P2 as well. So other than that, I mean, this series should be really interesting. I'm looking at the respawns out of Paris, a team that we're not typically expecting to be, or Vegas, excuse me, to be a good respawn team. I think this team will be solid at this time.
We have a private talent chat that is just keeping track of how many times we say Paris Legion. We'll get used to That's one for Nameless. Put it in there officially. All right, aLLeY, we're getting into this series. You told me that Legion has a chance to cause the upset.
Yeah.
Do they do it in 5? Do they do it in 4? Or do they need to get a hot 3-0 over the Thieves on day 1?
I'm gonna say 4 or 5. If they did it in 3, I'd be much more impressed than going into this. But I assume a little bit over 4 or 5. Again, we are talking about the LA Thieves, the back-to-back champs from last year in a game that nobody thought being consistent in was possible, other than when you are the Atlanta FaZe placing second. Well, the LA Thieves did back-to-back to go for world championships, so they're defending champs as well. And this should be an easy matchup for them, right? They're going against the Vegas Legion, who had a very unsettling last year, to where we made a lot of jokes and memes about it. So this should be an easy series for them, and they do have the chemistry on their side as well, going against the Vegas Legion roster, who has been hot potatoing their roster for the past two games.
Good to see Temp up there in the top left. You got Clayster in the top right. Bottom left, though, I'm putting the spotlight on TJ today. Yeah. I feel like he knows there's a lot of pressure on him, a lot of eyes on him. Can he still hang? Used to be one of the best. You've always been considered a search and destroy mastermind. You got to show it against the best team in the game. LA Thieves, we haven't shown their roster. We haven't talked about this squad. It's time to give them their flowers. Nameless. Why do we love this team so much?
I mean, they fought back from what was like a tough season in the middle. They went through an entire split bucket without getting a win in the online qualifying stage, starting immediately in the losers bracket. These guys, the entire community was asking for them to make a roster swap. Well, they make a role swap. They bring in another coach. You know, this organization really believed in these players and gave them the tools to win, and they did it.
Game is ready to go. We're starting things off on Hotel Hardpoint, and we send it over to 2 of my favorite Brits. We got Brycey and the great Tunny on the line. How you doing, Tun?
I'm good, Pucker. It's nice to hear your voice again. And you know what? I've missed you a lot. I missed all the guys. And I'm very excited to be alongside my good friend Bryce Tackler. Brycey, mate! We're back amongst it. Quite strange circumstances, has to be said, but here we are.
It certainly is. Well, let's hope that this game is every bit of interesting, but in much more positive ways as we jump straight into the Legion versus the Thieves. And 2 tales actually coming on from these 2 teams. Obviously, Vegas trying to kind of rebuild and rename themselves, and Thieves rolling high off the championship.
Yeah, look, we've heard a lot of talk about Vegas. We've seen a lot ourselves of how well they have actually been playing in the current preseason, seeing how things have been going in scrims, etc., and things have been looking pretty good. But going up against Thieves, they're a team I haven't seen too much of. I'm interested to see what they're going to bring, but you would expect high levels. Thinking about Hotel, though, thinking about map number 1 here, looking towards where Vegas Legion are spawning, heading over towards the lobby side. You're on the perfect side if you want to be locking in P2. We talked about Hardpoint quite a lot already, though, Bryce. 60s. Rotations are absolutely everything, and it is going to be Vegas Legion who have the one over towards P2.
They have, and currently they are set up ready for this one. You can see Thieves trying to find a get through. Prologue nade going out. He knows somebody's going to be there. Envoy dives across. So does Drazah. That's going to be called out to his teammate. Octane may chow this to give his teammates a little bit of energy to come through, but it's still a lock-in from the Legion.
Yeah, not a terrible spawn for them over towards Jewel either. They can keep trying to push from the back, so this is a good route through if you can get it, but the guns are up here for the side of Vegas Legion. Kenny's the one to break. Envoy finds a kill towards the front here, so it's a good potential for aLLeY to find a break, and there it is. Spawn still coming in, though, for the Vegas Legion towards the back. It's going to be a firefight still as the spawn's coming in over towards the far side.
That's a huge retake from Thieves. Only 30 seconds left. They can grab it, but Kenny is gunning. That's a 4th streak for him straight away. And now they're looking for this rotation already, flooding out, taking away so many points from Vegas there. And now just trying to compound this issue. Keep an eye on this minimap, by the way. One of the things we have noticed in this game is that if you chain a couple of hard points back to back, it puts you in a great position to walk away with a game. And you can see now both these two teams really throwing down in Dyna. Vegas didn't get in a lot on that last hard point. This time they'll want to break themselves.
I mean, Thieves spawning them towards the back from Hotel in the car park is just ultimately being the dagger for what is Kitchen. This is one of the biggest hills on the map in terms of being able to put up a good amount of points. One of the biggest money hills on the game. And right now, Thieves are not in the best of positions. They've allowed a little couple of breakthroughs to come and through the pantry. TJ will find 2. And it's only Kenny left. It's a superb break from Legion, who were in a terrible spot there. But they managed to get away with it.
Gotta be careful. Bit of a pinch coming through, and you can see the LA Thieves are waiting for it. They are waiting for the players to be in position, though, but Tem's already got one. TJ's got another. And now Kenny's looking for the kill, trying to redeem something here from it, but probably will pick up 2. And now we are off to the rotation. They may try and get a little bit of scrap time here, or at least demand that they don't get everything from it. But the Thieves are not fast on this rotation.
Yeah, that last rotation was good from them, getting over towards Kitchen, but you got to be able to hold it. They never got themselves set up, and Legion took advantage of that. But if you're Thieves, you're walking away from that one probably a little bit disappointed. Drazah now towards the back, trying to help his team break this spawn, starting to come in towards lobby for the side of Thieves. Can they find the break over towards the desk? TJ is there. TJ is dead. And now Thieves have a collapsible opportunity.
Trying to just get this kill coming through, but PaulEhx eventually gets him, but Kenny will pick it up. But Thieves have found their way into this one, and with the setup they currently have, it will be a difficult break for them. Priestahh looking for Envoy, not able to quite find him in there in the end. But kill's still going down for Vegas, but can they get the bodies in position yet? I don't think they're going to worry too much about this. This will be about the rotation, Ton.
Yep, it's all about the rotation. A lot of the teams, when you see it coming up to 20, 30 seconds, even earlier, they are going to be thinking of that rotation at all times. Vegas are going to just get a few more points on the board there before being wiped off the board, but themselves will now go over towards the diner. And I like this setup that they've got going on here. Somebody over towards Jewel. That's going to be Temp setting himself up. Playstep in mid-map, forcing the issue for Thieves. They've got to get through a couple of waves before they get anywhere near the hill.
Priestahh furiously backpedaling. They're going to know he's here somewhere. They're looking for him. The next hill is set up as well. Priestahh holds one, but Octane will eventually get his trade. And now the pressure coming on. You can see the Thieves are trying to get into this point. They're around carpet. They're looking for an entry into Diner. And at the moment, they're holding them off, but Envoy manages to Octane finds a third, and it's just ProLu left, and he's gunned down. And the Thieves crack this hard point open again. We've said rotations could be key, but so far, it hasn't been the case. On Hotel, the teams are breaking time and time again.
Yeah, it's kind of going outside of the mold that we kind of have come to expect when it comes to this map, but both teams getting those rotations locked in, but only momentarily. And usually when you go into break Diner, a pinch is where you go. You try to break somebody through kitchen, and then you push through carpets as well. But in that case, it was just 4 men through the front door from the Thieves. The firepower really showing itself off there as we now head over towards P6. It's not the most amount of hills we got on the map. We may well see that in map number 4 with Mikado. Place that towards the back, dropping off. Not what you want to see happen. And the push through kitchen's going to start coming in here for the side of Thieves. It's not an easy one, though. Once again, Legion, not in a bad spot to pick up some time here.
It isn't, and this can be a bit of a tricky hill. At the moment, you can see the Legion are being pushed back over and over again as the Thieves come marching in. And they have managed to take this away from them. Vegas probably thought they had that unlocked with the setup, but the small crack showed. And now it's the other way. LA Thieves trying to hold against Vegas. Drazah and Octane picking up 2 already. There is a fight going down on the hill. Glazer gets it, but instantly traded down. Just not enough bodies for him to convert.
7 in a row from Octane here. Starting to heat up after what was a momentary slow start for the side of Thieves. But this is good time now. This is for the first time, really, that we've seen a good amount of time locked down by one of these teams on these hills. I mean, we had so much promise of, you know, these rotations coming in. It's all about locking down these hills. You can get good time on them. We've really seen a lot of these hills split until that final 6th one as we head into the second rotation now. It is going to be now Drazah fighting for the spawns over towards P2. You want to be spawning on the side, still there for the side of Legion.
So for Vegas, they'll be just trying to keep this as neutral as possible while holding these spawns. You can already see they've spawned out towards the escalator. That's not where they want to be. They want to try and wrap back and make sure that when P2 comes up, they're in a position and keep this neutral. That's what they are trying to do on the mini-map. Both teams, you can see, just posturing for position around it, neither committing. Already, the LA Thieves are trying to make their way around. They'll push straight through Dyna around to this and see if they can get a spawn themselves. Envoy making a big kill. Looks for Temp, doesn't find him in the end, and now goes through. LA Thieves may have found it here with Envoy.
Still going to hold the spawns, though. They still have somebody there. ProLoot does have his teammates spawned over towards the Spa side, so it's going to be a foot race to help ProLoot as quickly as he can. The Legion forfeiting a lot of time over towards P1 there, then picking up the scrap. So now Thieves know to go because there's players on the scrap. They're going to hit this full force.
ProLoot. Huge kills. Oh my God, that's the 3. But there is a player. Keep an eye on the minimap. Kenny has found a small gap. He is behind them. They're waiting. He wants to pinch. He needs his teammates to make some kills, but at the moment, Thieves aren't making any. His teammates going to spawn up with him as well. Drazah is now around the back. They have to swing in. The Thieves are primed. They are ready. Kenny makes the first kill. Temp has to turn around. Drazah gets another. And it's unbelievable collapse for them in the end here. Let's find out what's happening in the Vegas camp with a listening.
I'm in the back. Blue draws. Blue and one on your right. Right there, let's go. I have blue. I picked up the challenge. Nothing hotel. Let's try and row. Nothing left. I can get the scrap. Alright, row middle. Nothing mid. Con. Big break here, guys. Come on. I'm looking at Con. What's left side flat? Left side flat. One shot left side flat. One peek me from Dub. He's Dub side. I'm one shot. He's Dub. One is side pitch Drazah, and one was he was Dub holding me in. Only down 30. One break. I can bump you. Back middle arch. Top cat C1. One back courtyard. Okay, we need to break this one. C1 got me, bro. I think one's one somewhere. He's shot cat. He's shot cat. Another one back their court. Back right. Back kitchen. I saw him go back kitchen. Where's in the front? He's side door on me. The one's push out one. Got him. One. Stun one done. Nice. Good shit. I'm shot C2. Down C2. Don't see him on time. He's side door. Laying out side door. Another one corner. Yo, huge frame aside. I'm frame aside. Look the back. I have the back. That's one. I think he's connector. I have the back.
Vegas remaining positive in a very dangerous position as they are dancing around the kitchen. And this has still blown open. Vegas already now going for this rotation as well. Thieves cannot win it here. And I will say, in the comms, a lot more positive from the Legion than we heard last year already. It will be broken, but that is not the game.
God damn, boys, can I get a setup? No, not a single decent hold over towards kitchen from either team. Thieves are going to be the beneficiary, but they very much could have won it there. Heading now over towards P4, though. This is where Legion can get themselves well and truly back into this game. Thieves now setting up over towards the dual side. Here comes the push. TJ has such an important job to do. Can he find anything? He cannot. It's a good start from the Thieves to try and break this.
They're worried. They're a little bit worried. They don't want to give a second away here. They know they can't win it anyway. But just a little bit of pre-aim coming in from all these players. Envoy's going to get another player going down as well. Drazah is sitting here waiting for him, but Temp bounces and gets him. Envoy and Octane, though, combined, but it will be a flip, and they're going to know this. Clayster comes in with the save. Octane trying to get around the corner. He's been so influential this game, and this is all on Thieves. Vegas have to go.
They have to go now, and they have to think about the rotation as well. 3 seconds, you've got to get inside the hill, but Thieves, when it matters, lock it down. It may have been a strange game on Greenberg Hotel, but that was one that was eventually won by the Thieves. We talk about rotations being important. The setups were not necessarily there through the majority for either team, but Thieves, eventually, the efficiency comes through, and that is championship breed play towards the end. A fantastic break, and they take map number 1, Brycey. And that was back and forth all the way through.
It certainly was. They turned up the tempo in the hotel and really went at it back and forth. There were many times I thought full 60s could come in, but neither team really resting on it at any point. And I got to say, a big performance out of the Legion. You got to remember the context coming into this one. Last season, Legion only won 4 games, and LA were our back-to-back Major 4 and championship winners. So this should have looked like a little bit of a one-sided game, but the Legion have rebuilt. They've even moved continents to come into this, and I will say the team is looking pretty good. A couple of changes here and there, and that could have gone the other way.
Yeah, I think both teams will be looking at that one and sort of saying to ourselves, like, we fumbled on a couple of occasions. There was definitely some situations on this map, and you talk about full 60s. It is one of those maps that, you know, you can break on, but we've seen a lot of breaks, and that's kind of unexpected. I don't know if teams are maybe, you know, just adapting to where the pushes should come from, or the setup's not quite there yet on the same breadth as that, but yeah, a bit of a strange one. I think Legion will be disappointed, and Thieves will probably say it themselves. They're that could have been a little bit easier. So both teams will come out of that with a couple of learning lessons potentially, but either way, a really good map number 1 to kick things off. But on your point about Legion, yeah, it is a redemption year for them, possible. It has to be said. There's been a lot of good, positive talk about them, but is this a series too far at this moment in time up against our reigning champions? That could be the case. A 250-204 win for the side of the LA Thieves on map number 1 sets them up nicely. And, you know, we know a couple of the Paris staff. There's my first one of the year. We'll get that out of the way. We know a couple of the Vegas Legion staff. We've been talking about it. They're feeling confident, feeling like they do match up well against Thieves there. And it has to be said, there was a couple of moments in that game. As I said, it could have went either way there, Bryce.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest thing maybe is a little bit better holds. Some of the setups were there, and I wonder if it was just a bit of being timid. It's clearly something they've practiced. You saw how long it took for some players to kind of wait for that stack to come in, and yeah, it could have gone either way. That's the kind of the crazy thing about some of the hard point we are seeing in Modern Warfare 2 is that if you don't get in the hill, you should win the next rotation, and that should gain you the time back. So as soon as you get broke early, it's actually more devastating than you think it is, because you could very easily find yourself being held out for an extra 45 seconds, just losing a huge amount of time. I will say, obviously, this is the first time they're both going into a tournament sort of style match, and it is very different to scrims and everything else that's come before them in practice. So maybe just a little bit of nerves, maybe just a little bit of trying to kind of find their feet in this environment, because this one does matter.
It does matter. You know, we talk about in the grand context of things. So, I mean, I've seen you tweet about it already. You love to talk about the points, Pricey. We always want to talk about it, though, especially what happened towards the end there. Hi, guys. You know, with all these games really do matter for some of these teams. You talk about making champs, and again, you talked about the situation last year. It came down to a final game that New York needed to win just to even make champs at the final event before champs. So all of these games really do matter, and Vegas Legion will want to get off to a good start. But one thing I do want to point out, though, we've had a lot of hype around this team. We talked about them extensively ourselves, but they've got a really hard schedule at this moment in time. Their 4 games are tough. There's one of them that we think they should win. The other 3 very, very difficult. It's kind of about what they're made of in this sort of situation. We know they're a good, solid team and how well they can potentially do. But there's 3 very, very tough games here. If they went into the major with a 1-3 record, it would be disappointing. But I think the lineup and the schedule for them is not necessarily kind. So I think there's a lot of things they can take from that. But if they can take a couple of wins here, Bryce, they set a real statement for what they potentially could do. But a good Thieves win in map number 1 nonetheless.
Yeah, 100%. And I'm just noticing that I look like Casper the Friendly Caster on the broadcast at the moment. I need to get out in the sun. But no, you are 100% right. And the point thing is really interesting. So I tweeted this out before. The race to champs doesn't start at Major 3. It starts with every 10 points you can grab. For even with LA and with Vegas, it is very, very important to get these points early. We know how close it came last year and the teams that ruled themselves out. So it is always going to be an important game. For me, the other important thing about these is benchmarking. A lot of these teams we can only kind of guess at, right? We've seen some scrims, we've seen some of the plays coming down, but realistically, new teams, new game, new mechanics. Who really is going to come out on top?
Well, Fortress Search and Destroy is certainly an interesting one that benefits aggression, I would say. See the Vegas Legion already setting up with something quite peculiar, but passive in a certain kind of way. Of course, them on the defensive side, it's really hard to tell sometimes with the way that the map is laid out, but nonetheless, Thieves having a look over towards A, trying to find a pick.
Exactly what they're doing at the moment. They are going to slowly but surely try and figure out if they can get into A without losing any members. And this is a setup from both, and they look like they're back to back, but there is a little bit of wood in the way. Kenny gets the first. I think he's going to get taken down. Advantage now to the Legion. They get the better of those trades.
Always a risk there for Kenny. Calista puts a couple of bullets in. Here comes the child. There it is. And all of a sudden, Octane, 1 versus 3, 0 versus 3. Vegas Legion will find the first round. A very nice play from them, to be honest with you. Very patient. Waiting for the moment where Thieves have got to make that push. In the end of the day, Thieves are the ones on the attack. They're the ones that have to pull the trigger. Kenny pushing out there was a risky play. Does not pay off in the end. Vegas Legion with a comfortable round number 1 victory.
And we talked a little bit about the setup. Obviously, it is practice. They know exactly what they're looking for. The best thing is, obviously, Thieves knew what they were looking for too. Kenny chose to make the decision, go out for it, and they lost the trade side of it. And then they kind of lost control. Didn't really have an awful lot of places to go. This time, though, the other way around. It will be the Legion on the defense.
Octane with the sniper as well. PaulEhx going to get taken out. So now Legion trying to make this one. This is aggressive sideline from Octane. Has to back on down. Knows he's going to get challenged. Sniper in hand. Envoy there to help him out though, as TJ's taken down, as is Temp. In this round is going to be answered pretty much immediately from our reigning champs, unless we see a 1v4 from KiSMET.
Well, let's see. Oh, look at this. There's so many players around him at the moment. They must know roughly where he is. They're just waiting. 51 seconds for KiSMET on the clock. Who blinks first?
I mean, who's got the headsets turned up at the same time? Although Dead Silence has been popped in the 1 versus 3.
Oh, yep. Missed the jump.
One of those fingers up, Claire. Come on, son, you can do it. There it is, Octane ready and waiting. Jump up one that is used quite often. Isn't able to hit it the first time. I don't think it would have mattered, though. Comfortable round in the end for both two teams in the first 2 rounds. Octane always going to win that gunfight, Dead Silence or not.
Yeah, and that first blood really opened it up for him as well. You got to point out as well, Octane not only got that first night, but when he missed the second, backed off very, very quickly. And Envoy took advantage of that distraction to get another kill going towards their side. And from that point, well, it was pretty much all written into the stars. And now it's all 1-1 between these two. Let's see how they change the game plan going into the 3rd round.
Similar kind of setup here from the side of Legion, but one pushing over towards the truck. Keep an eye on KiSMET. Watching for the overextension coming through from the Thieves. Of course, B is really not really seen very much. We might as well just chop that half of the map off because we're just fighting over A at this stage. Drazah and KiSMET just wrapping around, looking for some angles. Not quite able to find anything just yet.
Yeah, no aggressive play here by Kenny this time. They're looking to get on the side, but TJ finds the first onto him. And now they're trying to figure out, open or closed, where are the players sitting? Can they get onto the bomb site freely? KiSMET is waiting. Envoy is slithering in this direction very, very slow. Sees an elbow, and KiSMET will get it as well. 2 versus 4 now. Full advantage to Vegas.
Bomb site has potential, though. The side of Thieves. They're going to force the side of Legion to have to come through. 2 versus 4. This is not impossible for the side of Thieves. But let's see what Vegas can do against it.
Ooh, almost 2. Drazah in a 1 versus 3. But he is a long way away. Then he will be popped as he goes towards this site. He sees PaulEhx there as well, but there's going to be so many players now hunting him down. Oh, there's nowhere for him to go. There's nothing for him to do, but KiSMET gets popped out. He's trying to go for it as well, but swings wide, and the pre-aim will win.
You know, I thought when he finds the kill on the KiSMET, that becomes a little bit possible, but well played from the side of Legion. They just went hunting 2-1 now. Really good play by TJ to find that first kill. Just make things just that little bit more difficult for the side of Thieves with the plant coming on through. It's already difficult to do.
Mm-hmm. I will say,
defenses at the moment, Bryce.
I liked what Legion did there. So there was an opportunity for potentially somebody could have got on bomb once they knew where he was, and you know, the other two kind of chow off. Essentially, they didn't want to take that risk because there was so much time left. They said, hey, let's all go for him. Let's make sure we get this kill entirely. It could have worked the other way. They could have got the fuse done in a little bit quicker, but they chose to say, hey, 3 versus 1, let's take that down. And Kenny's going to get the first kill on a KiSMET in this next round.
Yeah, that's a tough one. KiSMET looking like he was going to secure first blood for the side of the Vegas Legion, but can't quite get it done. Probably just warding off any potential attackers down that side. Drazah going to have another peek at it, though. Just having a little look here. Side of Thieves, you don't really need to make any ridiculous moves. Bomb site is in the control of Legion now. You can get this down if they wish, but Envoy going to find one on the flank, and all of a sudden the pinch is being set up here by the side of Thieves. Expect the collapse to come in imminently. There's another one. PaulEhx left all on his own. Thieves, another round. Back and forth between these two teams. That was very well executed by the side of Thieves, but I think if that first bird goes a different direction, we're maybe talking about a different round winner.
Wow. You are right. Defense seems to be the name of the game at the moment. Seems trying to get it going the other way, but who will break the deadlock? That is the real question now between them. And another thing I do love about S&D on this game, it does seem to be one of those kind of like chess, not checkers kind of games. They're changing their setup. They're trying to get those first bloods working in their favor. Now we can see this same thing again. Very similar setup, but this time, Octane with a sniper. They're going to try and play around it. They're going to try and see if he can make a pick somewhere.
Look at the aggression once again from Envoy. going through hard, I believe. Just trying to have a little look. TJ not allowing him to be any more tempted. Push now coming through from the side of Thieves over towards A side. Temp will find the kill onto Kenny though. Again, this attacking side is just so difficult. Vegas not really giving anything towards the side of Thieves. Thieves seem to be the more aggressor on every single side. And speaking of, that bomb is now down 4v3.
This is a really good opportunity here for Thieves. Temp's going to go around. He's in Drazah. He has, and he is going to gun him. It's now a 4 versus 2. It falls on Envoy and Octane. Can they hold off the orange wave?
Oh, that's a big kill from Envoy. Now he can overextend. Can he get through? Oh, their timing's just not there. If he can get it out, he's got some help from his teammate. But Octane now... Oh, this sneaky. Is no way. No shot.
Not sneaky enough. Not sneaky enough. And yeah, Octane must have just felt a little bit sick there. It's like, I got a sniper and a pistol and no room to move. Eventually, the Legion do shut it down. The numbers do count. And that's another defensive round on the board. Thought maybe, just maybe, with the fact that bomb went down, they could try and trade it out and play the time, but not to be.
Very back and forth. There's not really much to write home about in the sense that these teams are playing it, really. It's just sit back, play for that pick. As soon as you have that numbers advantage, you collapse. It's very simple search and destroy from both teams at this moment in time. Now, the side of Vegas Legion, it's their turn to attack. Same old story, but a little bit more aggressive from these two mid-map here. Is this push going to work out for them? Keep an eye on the mid-map. It's going to be Envoy to try and make this push through Art. Drazah is there with him. Envoy is cut down. And that's nullified pretty much instantly.
A lot of players from Vegas managed to get into this point here, but not in a position they would like to be in. Back to back. TJ and Proloot. Octane slowly but surely looking for a pick with this sniper. Can they find anything? Both teams just freezing, waiting for an opportunity.
Proloot ready and waiting, but the more that this time goes down, the more it suits Thieves. They may well be at the number disadvantage.
Oh, he's hopping. Oh, he's managed to get away. They did try to actually get him there.
Oh, look at this fan coming in here from the side of Kenny as well. He's going to find somebody, is it? Yes, he is, but Temp's going to see him first. This is a potential attacking round here for the side of Legion. As Drazah then falls as well. The TAC 56 is out, and Octane's left all on his own.
Octane with the pistol, just trying to find something, but it doesn't work. And Vegas Legion held their nerve. They waited and they waited. And Temp is cheesing. He knows he's on a 5 streak. He's doing very, very well. That's going to be 6 actually for him. Octane goes for the peak and he says, all right, thank you very much. TAC 56.
And there you go. The attacking round comes on through. And that kind of in turn comes from the aggression from Thieves on the defense. They try to push bottom out, try to find a pick, a little bit more map presence. They get picked from there. And then Vegas Legion were just very, very patient. They know that Thieves will probably have to come for a retake at some stage, bomb down or not. And that is the first real dagger. 10 for the 6 spree as well.
This is much more aggressive. Envoy almost finds Temp. Not quite, and Temp is going to go down. There's the nades coming flying in. Thieves being aggressive here. TJ going to go straight in, and he does find Kenny. It's now a 3 versus 3 as this round has exploded. But that is bombed down, and TJ flies in. It's another trade coming through. Envoy looking for the player enclosed. Probably gets it in the end here, and now Octane has to backpedal. He's the last one. The human turret must put everything into this. He does not want to go 5-2 down, and he is looking for it. Somehow still alive, Ton.
He's put an absolute master stroke, though, but it's not going to work out. Calista gets behind. 5-2 Legion. And it almost felt like there was too free of a push out there for when Drazah died. I can't remember specifically who got it, but Drazah standing in the middle of nowhere over towards open. It's an easy pick for Legion to get back into the site after what was a promising start to the round from the side of Thieves. An interesting round, an interesting search and destroy, but Vegas Legion looking more and more likely to be the victors here and to tie this series up.
Well, does look like Vegas have this map pretty much figured out. What do Thieves do? This is a little bit of a different break from Thieves. It could be aggressive. We may be seeing a jump up top. I think it is. Who's that going up? It's going to be Envoy. He goes aggressive. And TJ catches him. Thieves now in the disadvantageous position. It's 2 versus 4 for the map.
Legion just sort of know that Thieves are going to try something different here. They're trying to mix it up. Legion are ready and waiting. Cruise missile coming in. What's wrong with this iPad? Not much right with the streak either. Has to be said. Probably will have to back on down, but still, 2 versus 4. Make that a 1 versus 3. It's all down to Drazah. Left all on his own. Not gonna happen. Legion tied the series up. A really good search and destroy win. Adapting and overcoming. What was a slow start? Defensive rounds after defensive rounds. The attacking round breaks the curse though. And from there, they never looked back. 1-1. Series on our hands, Pricey. We set this side of Vegas Legion could do something against the Thieves. And they're proving that here with an S&D win.
Yeah, 100%. And that's the kind of the biggest thing for us is seeing how these two teams stack up. And with Legion looking pretty good on the S&D, we saw Temp in high spirits. And look at that, TJ as well, 8 and 3. Some very bold plays coming in for it. The trades were working out for them over and over again. Kenny, I think he lost a couple of first bloods as well, and that did not help them out. But we have a game on our hands. It's 1-1 ton.
Yeah, I mean, first blood's completely tied across the board, though, Bryce, and it's just making them count at the right times, though. Thieves didn't make them count. Legion did. And we very much do have a series on our hands now. My God, honestly, in map number 1, as said, that could have went either way with the way that Hotel does play out. A 6-2 Fortress win. We know Fortress is one of those maps. It can be a little bit mixy, but that was a little bit more passive than what we've seen in the FaZe game to kick things off here, of course. But that was a little bit more tactical. Vegas Legion starting to play that one just a little bit better. But as said, as soon as they get that attacking round, that then puts Thieves immediately on the back foot. Series is tied up. We've got a game on our hands.
It certainly is. Well, Control next should give us one way or the other for these teams, which is leading. But before we go into our next map, we are going to go to a quick break here on the Call of Duty League. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this.
Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the Call of Duty League. You join us with Vegas Legion versus Los Angeles Thieves. Currently 1-1 between these two teams. A close game on the first hard point, and a little bit of a blowout on the S&D. But we go now into the control on Hotel. One of these two teams will take the lead, and I tell you something. I'm liking the look of the new look Legion. If I'm saying that a million times very, very fast. The Thieves, though, probably not too stressed at the moment.
Yeah, probably not too stressed. I think, you know, I've seen some discussion on Twitter. We kind of alluded to it. Map number 1, there was breaks that probably shouldn't have happened from both teams when it does come down to Hotel. So I think there'll be a couple of review sessions on that. But we go back to Hotel for Control. We get triple Hotel, actually, which is always quite nice. Absolutely my favorite map on the game so far. And Control is probably one that makes a little bit more sense, I want to say, when it comes down to Hotel, in the sense that it does play a little bit more like traditional Control that we have seen in previous game modes. It's fairly solid when it does come down to it. So I'm interested to see how these two teams are going to play it. But I don't know. I think it's difficult, though, because as you spoke about, it's very much a benchmarking time of the season. Day number 1. We really don't know which way some of these teams are going to go. I mean, who would have called FaZe losing out of the gates?
And that's the only game we'll talk about in the past. Anyway, I was gonna say one of the crazy things coming into this is I got so used to last season having the prep work and the stats ready for like all of these teams and how they've been performing in the league and at majors, and now it feels like a missing part of me that we don't have them. But fortunately, after this first week, we'll start getting our stats ready back in to give you guys even more context on what should be happening and what is happening. But speaking of happening, we are going to jump on board with Envoy, first of all, from the Thieves.
Big aggression over towards the A side, and A is typically the easier one to capture, but we can see Vegas Legion heading all the way over towards that B side. Immediately aggressive push coming on through, but Kenny will say, oh, you're not going to pick up mid-map? Well, I am 1, 2, 3, not quite there. The damage is done. TG, there's the third. Fantastic work from Kenny. Maybe a little bit overzealous from Legion there. They push, but they don't hold so as somebody walks straight through mid-map, and it's an easy 3-piece with Kenny.
We'll see if he can pick up any more kills here at the moment, but his teammates certainly aren't. They haven't managed to find anything for him, and Kenny's just being very, very careful as he checks everywhere he could go. But I'll tell you something, Legion have decided to kind of change the tempo of this one, switch straight over to B, pushed over there instantaneously, and Kenny hasn't seen anyone for a couple of minutes.
Well, the thing is, with Kenny pushing over towards the kitchen side, that forces the spawn over towards lights for Legion. He says, oh, well, thank you very much. Shooting fish in a barrel, Kenny. 5 in a row, make it 6. Surely that's the gunfight win. My goodness me, he is a Reaper on the map. Give him number 4. No, not quite going to happen. But fantastic work from Kenny. Even though he pushes over the kitchen, does force that easier spawn for Legion to push over towards B. It's a forced spawn they don't want with Kenny behind you. We just chalk it up if you're Legion. You head over towards A now. I said it is the easier one to capture. Bryce, let's see how they do.
At the moment, they've got to try and use every single header to stay alive, and ProLuke finds one as well. Pushes out. Only one real player left in the area. It's Octane. And because he doesn't have anyone with him, he isn't going to try and push it. Doesn't want to give away his lives. And now Legion are going on a huge rap for this. Nobody from Thieves is sitting in the minute. They're going to know this is coming, surely.
This is a big push from Legion, and it's not one that is untoward as soon as you do get a hold of over towards A. But look immediately what Thieves do. They start to rotate themselves over towards that bedroom side. That will, when Legion do dive, force them to spawn all the way towards kitchen. You can see Kenny starts to retreat all the way back towards platform. The spawn in there for Legion over towards kitchen side. It's a difficult push, but still 3 members of Legion in and around the lobby. And they're just picking their way through the Thieves meticulously here from the backside.
Yeah, they've used a lot of time to do this, and that's why they're being careful. Kills now coming in for them. Controls will be the difference. Already a fight coming through. He finds the first 10. Gets that trade coming in as well now. Time going up for Vegas. Kenny is trying to stay alive up here at the top, and eventually Envoy will get 2. It has slowed this push down significantly as Octane guns Clayster.
And that was a big gunfight, actually. I think if KiSMET is able to find that, still a little bit of purchase around that bedroom side for the side of Legion, but they just go again. We'll wrap around the outside. We're going to try and go through plat. Kenny is reading it completely, though. ProLuke will fall, as will KiSMET. Good defensive hold so far from the side of Thieves. The lives only a 2 advantage for the side of Thieves, but the time is not on Legion's side.
TJ's found one, but he's super weak. Has to back off, and there are players all over this map.
Next kill's big.
TJ wants to get into this point, but he's worried. He doesn't really have support, and that's what he's making him a little bit nervous. He knows he has to stop the clock, but he can easily be gunned down. Just too many places to watch. He was a little bit nervous. And now KiSMET's going to try and fly in himself. They've only got 12 seconds to do this. The Legion do not have the lives, they do not have the time, they do not have the positioning, because it's just a mop-up for Thieves.
Yeah, not an easy job now for the side of Legion to get themselves in. Really well played by the Thieves. For all that, Legion were never really in where they expected them. They were kind of in their spawn, then pushing from the front. Thieves managed that fantastically. Every single time that they had a position that they could fill a gap in, they would fill it immediately. As soon as they knew they didn't have anybody pushing through bedroom, they would get bedroom control. Bedroom control is kind of what you want to hold of for B, because you can peek that so easily. You can force the spawn as far away as possible. Ideal situation for Thieves on multiple occasions there. And they work it to the best of their ability, find the kills where they need to. For Legion, they tried, but it was ultimately unsuccessful. Let's see if Thieves can maybe go a step further here on the attack.
Oh, there we go. That's a return of the favor. KiSMET taking down Octane straight away. But the kills will go to LA. TJ now trying to stay alive. He knows there's going to be a spawn up for his team. Can he find a way through this? He has to check every single corner.
Look at these ticks at B's. You haven't been quick enough if you're Legion. That's going to be two locked in here for the side of Thieves. They're progressing so quickly over towards B. It might be locked.
Bro's going to have to fly out as well, but they still managed to make the kills, and that might be B already shut down. It's taken too long, and KiSMET comes flying in, but that one piece is going to do nothing. A is only left now, and they've already found their way in here. LA Thieves not messing around on their attack.
My goodness me, Legion were just so slow on the retake when it comes over towards B. They couldn't find a way through. Thieves were set up perfectly, but now it's all about holding down A. That's nearly two ticks about to come in. Vegas Legion trying to find the push. Envoy finds one, finds two. Carpets his temps, the only one to answer back. This is a Thieves round. In record time, it's done. It's dusted. We're going to round number 3. Thieves, 2 to the good. That was sublime.
Well, they pushed the tempo onto that one, and I think it may have just caught Legion lacking. They were expecting maybe to be able to get a bit of a stag, a bit of a push coming through, and they were waiting on their teammate, and they lost the kills, they lost the gunfights. Kenny's 12-4. It's not easy.
And I don't think there'll necessarily be an inquisition on that one from the side of Legion. I mean, they kind of got gunning around bedroom. The push comes through. And then that one guy left in mid-map with a Vazdev. It's like, yeah, bro, what do you want me to do about it? Like, I mean, there's nothing you can really do in that situation. Legion now having to win an attack of their own. Gonna go the simple way, straight over towards it.
Kenny's already said as a player hit stun, and that's an easy kill for him at the same time. Pro, though, managed to get Envoy down. They have not lost that trade. Kenny just trying to stay alive. He knows pressure's going to be coming in through Dyna. Drazah trying to stay alive as well, and that's a great nade coming through. They are managing to deflect this one, Thieves, and there's a dead silence pop. He's going to try and make a move here. It's going to eventually be taken down.
Yeah, Thieves not going to find anything over towards A. Eventually, the push is going to come through, but once again, look at them ultimately controlling the middle of the map. They're actually going to have a little bit of a poke at this. They want to try and stop this from happening if they can. A couple of kills coming on through, so the temptation is definitely there for the side of Thieves to make this push coming on through. I think Envoy is going to be the ace in the hole for them. They'll find one in mid-map. Drazah can then push through. The pinch is developed. The pinch is there. The final kill comes through as well. And Thieves retake A once more. I thought they would maybe go licking their wounds back over towards B and just lock that one in, but no. The aggression comes through. Kenny ready and waiting over towards Plat as well. The position you want to be in the kitchen, the spawn is forced, and Thieves are already over towards the diner ready and waiting.
Now they've got to fight their way into it. It's not easy to break in. Too many corners, too many places to hide. They're trying to find a few kills on the map here. Envoy already finds one. I don't think he finds another. TJ tries to make a hero play, but Envoy guns him down as well. And now with 28 seconds left, Vegas Legion need a miracle to break in through here. They have to go through Octane. They have to try and take him out. There's more players backing up. The trophy goes down. Octane has got 5 health. Down he goes. Prolu finds 2. Prolu finds a 3rd. And the Legion swarm in. All 3 kills there from Prolu that they needed, they found. And they are going to capture A. Wait a second. I see Kenny. Kenny finds the first.
I mean, this is just going to be
nothing.
I mean, even if he did find that, Legion would have had time to probably rotate round, but it has slowed them down somewhat in their progression over towards B. Drazah's found 3 of his own. And now the push up over towards bedroom, going to come in from the side of Thieves. You know, Thieves played that perfectly, but Prolu with the 3-piece is not something you can account for. It was 5 in a row before he eventually does get cut down by Kenny. But again, look at the side of the map that Thieves have set themselves up on. Forces the spawn over towards kitchen and diner. And good luck pushing through this. Kenny on the head glitch over towards the stairs. Pushes the issue as well. TJ will say thank you very much. And a little bit of pressure now starting to come in from the side of the Vegas Legion.
Well, they've got a lifeline. just a little bit, but 40 seconds between them and going to the next map. TJ finds one towards the back. He's going to try and find Drazah here. Flies out towards him, but Drazah's ready. Drop shot. And now no respawns remaining. Has to be perfect. Has to be fast. A cruise missile's incoming. The dead silence is going to be popped. Vegas Legion do not have an awful lot of options.
Cruise control here from the side of Thieves. Envoy will find one. CG will find a break on through. Kalista will find another one. So a glimmer of hope, but only a glimmer. 2 lives remaining. Bryce, this one's done and dusted.
It certainly is. Well, I'll say that. There's 2 players on, and surely they can't hold against everybody here. TJ managed to find the first, but Envoy says, oh, wait a second.
Sure.
Wait a second, surely not. They're just going to pinch us in with all 4 players. Probably finds one, but it's not enough. And LA Thieves strike back after the S&D. The hot 3-0 on the control.
Fantastic, fantastic work from the side of Thieves. Honestly, I know the attacking run was impressive. It was that push through bedroom control, absolute, from the side of Thieves on the attack, but the defense is what impressed me the most. They know exactly what they're doing. Bedroom control at all times, forces the spawner kitchen, forces them into what feels like just a shooting squad over towards the diner. And Kenny lighting it up with 21 and 10, multiple moments from him. It only took something out of Prolute, a magical moment, to even give Legion a chance in that final round. The LA Thieves, well, choke up Greenberg Hotel from control. You ain't seen that for a few weeks, lads. I hate to tell you, that was impressive.
Yeah, it really was. And Kenny probably was a star of that match and just continued to go through this. And this final kill, it kind of set the tempo for the rest of the game. A little bit of wobble, a little bit of shake, and eventually he gets it through. And from that point onwards, it was all about Thieves just making more kills than the enemy team, having better positioning. I will say, you could tell there was some practice there from Legion. They knew what they wanted to do, they just couldn't get it done.
Yeah, and I think, you know, when it comes down to it, you think about that initial break-off that we just seen there where Kenny picks up the 3. They kind of did everything right in the sense of pushing through bedroom, finding those kills towards plat, but I mean, in that situation then, you need to make sure that somebody was covering mid. I mean, it's the easiest gunfight for Kenny from Sofas. If you send all 4 towards the B site or 1 over towards A and nobody covering mid, you are then open to that kind of thing happening. And somebody as talented as Kenny is very much going to take that invitation to find those kills. It is a 3-0 dominant control win from the side of LA Thieves. Mikado hardpoint coming up though, Brycey. This one is not done and dusted yet. Legion feeling very comfortable when it does come down to hardpoints. They like Mikado as well. But look at that squad, just vibing at the minute.
Could Kenny look more comfortable as the guys he's back? He's chilled. He's very much enjoying him. Octane probably putting out a banger tweet. I don't know what he's doing. He's doing something. But
he's been on form.
He has been on form. Very relaxed though. Very, very relaxed here. But it's surprising because obviously this team coming in, I feel like Vegas Legion don't have a lot to lose, essentially, because they are facing the champions from last year. And obviously with their track record, nobody's going to say, hey, they're going to come out and dominate. We are expecting them to be pretty good as we go through. But for Thieves, there is kind of more on the line. Nobody really expects the champions to take an L this early.
No, but at the same time, you sort of don't know what you're going to get. I mean, how many times have we come into a season expecting the team to be fantastic and just straight away coming out the gates and winning every single game? It sometimes just doesn't happen that way. It's a new game. Things are very, very different to what we've seen in Vanguard, of course. So, look, I mean, it was still a clean slate for everybody, but the caliber of player and the caliber of team that the LA Thieves are is very much showing through here in the moments that they needed to. Search and Destroy was a little bit mixy as soon as Legion got that first attacking round. Then, of course, it was always going to be their game if they could just hold on to their defenses, and it did so very, very well. But when it came down to that control, that was dominant. That was very much men against boys in that sort of situation. They knew exactly what they were doing. Hardpoint was a little bit shaky, but I said they really do have that caliber of being able to clutch up in those moments, find those kills where they need to, find those crucial points where they need to, in closing games out was essential. And heading into Mikado hardpoint again, it's a little bit mixy. Let's see if they can do it. But Legion will be heading into this one with some confidence, I believe.
Yeah, I think I wouldn't bet against Legion at this point, and that's something that you wouldn't have said last year at all. This time, I think the world champions, the Thieves, like I said, it's kind of a weird one for me, right? Because it's easy to say, hey, obviously they won last year, they should be great this year. We've had a big change. Legion has had a big change. We don't have all the stats. We don't get to see all the scrims either. While we, as talent, do get kind of privileged access to some scrims that we can kind of sit down and watch, it doesn't always tell us the entire story, because it could be anything going on from they're trying out a different way of playing the control to they're focusing on X, Y, and Z rotations. So, like, for us as well, we're kind of learning at the same time as you exactly what we should be expecting to see from each of these teams. And I feel like at the moment, you can give a very good account of both of them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think especially in map number 1, I said that really could have went either way. The couple of rotations that Legion had that you would think is locking in at least a minimum 40-50 points, they don't get it. Yes, okay, that's a setup thing. Well, you know, these are things that you can work on. Same for the side of Thieves on that map, but they just did a little bit better, it has to be said, with that 46-point win. But control was very much something that the side of Legion will have to look at and repair. But Mikado Hardpoint is another chance to try and get a map back here. We're sending us to a map number 5 back on Hotel. You never know which way that one is going to go. So do or die here for the side of Vegas Legion in day number 1 of CDL Modern Warfare 2. And Mikado's an interesting one. There is a lot of hills, Brycey. I've never said P7 in my life, but for the very first time, I'm going to get to say it.
No, that is very true. This does go on for quite a while. It's the most hard points we've ever had in competitive. I may be wrong with that, but I can't think of one with more.
No, it definitely is. It definitely is. But looking at the side of Legion, they spawn on what you would call the more beneficiary side. Heading over towards P2 is one where you spawn if you are the Vegas Legion, so you absolutely want to keep a hold of it. That's the aim of the game when it does come down to P1. A couple of points here and there, don't go amiss. But for the side of Legion, lock down that side. Look at where Thieves are now pushing from. It's a little bit more difficult push, that side of the map. You've got to contend with hedges and the top broken building, and they are actually going to find a route through here, so the Legion have collapsed just somewhat. Prolute a couple of important gunfights to win here.
That's huge from Prolute in the end. He knows he's under pressure. He knows there's players all around him. His teammates are trying to back him up, but the longer he can stay alive here and the more damage he can do, the more opportunity for his team to come back. But they haven't found a single kill, and he's been sprayed. And then Thieves have ripped that away from Legion. Already with a dead silence, TJ is going to try and find something here for his team as well. They are pushing towards back alley. Oh, they come down. He already knows where he's going to be. And Envoy wins it anyway.
I'm not quite sure how. 2 HP in a dream. But nonetheless, it's now a really hard push from Legion. You can see pushing down this alley side is just so difficult as you try to get back into Cantina. It's just so tough. But the gunfight has been won by Clayster. Coming through the tunnel, he'll get cut down. So the rest of the team now make their way through. But Drazah ready and waiting. 6 in a row. The rest of the team there to sweep up the final few pieces. Prolute is still here trying to do something. Make it 7. Phenomenal stuff from the side of Thieves, but that is a fumble from Legion. And now heading over towards P3, it's going to be another rotation for Thieves, showing their class here on Mikado so far.
And that's it. That's a chain back-to-back kill, but Legion are stacking. The nades are raining through. They have the numbers here to do something. Can they make this push successfully? Octane with the pre-aim, waiting for somebody he knows is coming. But it doesn't matter. Drazah cuts down 2. Envoy gets the 3rd. Octane has to do nothing as Kenny comes sweeping in for the 4th. And all that stacking, all that time from Legion, it comes to naught, and Envoy's trying to push out and gets gunned by TJ. It doesn't really matter. It's a mile away from the hill.
For the side of Thieves here, watch for them now. Pushing down the caravan side as soon as they start to make their push. There's still 40 seconds left of this hill, though, so can Legion maybe do something about it through the front door? TJ, you're all alone. You're already dead. Thieves now starting to make their push. You can already see Drazah dying over towards the barbershop, which is where we're heading in a second. Thieves not in the best position to rotate on this one, but, I mean, they're going to have a hefty lead. They're going to break 100 points, Pricey. It's going to be about 80-point difference, but Legion not in too bad of a spot to get some good points here themselves.
Well, this is the key. Hold this for 60. Get the setup. Get it locked in.
With the spawn and number 6. Kenny's already dead, but that's the danger if you're Legion. There are close spawns here towards hedges. You need somebody where Prolute is right now. Eventually he does lock it down.
Waiting for this one. Temp just making sure nobody can push through.
Oh my god, he slipped the net. Look at Envoy. Look at Envoy. He's got through it absolutely ridiculously easy. What is Prolute watching? The answer is absolutely nishty, Brycey. There's no... How does he get through?
And that's not what you want to see if you're a Legion fan. The Thieves have broken barbershop. They've managed to get bodies in here. Now coming through the back. Going to be a bit of a push going through. Prolute is trying to find his second. It's not going to work out for him as he goes for the wallbang, but Tem gets another one, and PaulEhx eventually gets in. Octane fighting for his life as TJ comes swinging in as well. Octane's still alive and has been playing around this position for ages, and eventually TJ takes him down. It's a good recovery from Legion.
It's a recovery that didn't need to be made, though. I mean, that's the sort of site where you absolutely need PaulEhx just to be stopping anything getting through. Maybe it's a slip of timing or something like that, but in the end, him actually surviving behind the fact that LA Thieves pushed through that side means he can pinch with the rest of his team, and it kind of works out as a retake. So that deficit is somewhat reduced, it has to be said, but it could have been a little bit better. Temp will find the first kill into Envoy, and these trades are going to work out in the favor of Legion as they break through towards the courtyard side.
Now Octane is just holding, but eventually gets pinched out, and it is a comeback from the Legion here. TJ is now starting to smoke. He's desperate trying to stay alive here from PaulEhx. PaulEhx managed to find a second one as well. Not going to get that one this time around, though. But the Legion are holding pretty. Kenny finds a second. And the numbers do have the advantage, but going through little cut is not easy.
Thieves on the side you want to be spawning on for heading over towards the next hill. This should be dealt with by Drazah, so we're just having a little play with this. It's a big gunfight win. 17-7 out of him, shooting beams out of the M4 at the moment. Now looking over towards this next hill. It's a nightmare situation here for Legion because they've got to push through the alleyway. If Thieves can get set up here, it is a disaster, but Legion have managed to find a way through here. Bryce's will rotate over towards P6.
Just flying out there. One voice is all right. I'll do this. Now Octane just wants to set up at the right place and not really challenge too much. He's going to go for it as well, though. The angle's working out perfectly for him. The kind of gunfight he was built for.
Oh, it's one of these moves, though, with Legion. It's kind of desperate when you're pushing down this alleyway side. It's so difficult. You need to get something going in the middle of the map because you're just going to get cut down by the human turret that is Octane. 4 in a row. He's making it look easy, but hey, you're going to give him this sort of position. He will make it look easy.
And PaulEhx going to throw his shoulder. And he knows Octane's still there. It's like, I can't push this guy, by the way. I can't do anything.
Oh, they can't? I mean, chalk it up and head over towards the next hill at this stage.
Yeah. They're ready for it. They're waiting for the push. There's no that's coming. It's a big stack from them. Envoy's going to be here. How many players they commit? There's a dead silence. Fine, TJ knows exactly where it's going to be, but that's why the double stack comes in for the trade. And it's Octane versus PaulEhx. And it will be PaulEhx again with a 2-piece. It's a 100-point difference in this game. Can Vegas Legion find something on this hill that they so desperately need?
And now we can see Thieves starting to rotate back over towards blue side. Not necessarily when they want to be, but they find that this push is maybe a little bit easier, hitting through mid, and there's the pinch that could potentially develop, but the gunfights are going to go the way of Legion. Locking down some good time here, good time that they absolutely need. Thieves played those last 2 hills. 3 hills very well. TJ just cleaning up on this potential pinch. Good time still here for the side of Legion.
Look at that spawn out, though. Clayster is a mile away. They know the pressure is coming from every single angle at the moment. Legion are holding. Clayster gets the pinch onto mid as well, and that's going to be them shut down. Huge points here for them in the end. 20 seconds left to go. The Legion want to hold, but Thieves are trying to push this one home. So let's find out how they are dealing with it. For the LA Thieves, listen in.
Alright, gate. This is actually huge. If you want to hit tunnel, dove in the tunnel. This is dagger time. Digley, I think. Nice, I'm trying to go break. Yo, L. Back bricks, guys. Go on time. He's like front yellow. I'm shut down. I need it, Tom. He's on top. And one going RB late.
2. He's in hedges right here.
That's RB. RB? I spawn Zig. This is these time, boys.
I
will. I'm gonna help them out.
Donnie.
Ready, go. Missing Donnie, boys.
The first back alley, come for.
Missing Donnie. Give me Donnie. Maybe. I haven't killed Donnie in a while. Oh no, now we. Nice job. That's 1 and step 4 factory.
Factory.
I fucking spawn. They give me back alley, bro.
Hey, I got
Dick check the mid, bro. Hold me back alley. They me. I haven't helped whoever's jumping. Yeah, let's hold open. I have tunnel. Shoulder your head. Tunnel done. Not telling me half, bro.
LA Thieves playing it calm and making sure they had these spawns for P2 ton.
Yeah, they did have the spawns from P2 once again. Legion were the first ones there as P1 pops, but they haven't been able to hold it. But can they find a break here, actually? Kenny not able to find the shot, so Legion will find a breakthrough, so maybe just damage limitation when it does come over towards P2. Drazah still alive and kicking, does have some support from Octane here as well. The shots over towards Hedges are solid. Temp is going to find 2 here as well, so the rest of that time going over towards Legion. But once again, because of these rotations, if you can spawn them together, when the push comes in, it spawns you out if Legion push hard. And Thieves get spawned over towards P3. We're heading over towards Tin. LA Thieves only need 25 or so more points as Legion gonna have to try and find another break here.
TJ finds one. They're going to look for the second one. Tem gets a second, and now the pressure coming through. Vegas swarming in, but it's going to be Octane with the first. He's trying to switch gun. He's going to go down, but Clayster finds another, and only Drazah are left up top. I don't know if they know he's here. They're not even trying to look for him at the moment. Does he drop in? Finds him, drops in. Drazah takes him down, and it's back in control of Thieves.
It's completely in control of Thieves. Here comes the push now from TJ. He kind of has to do it on his own. The rest of the team are on their way, but only 2 players here on the side of Thieves. But they can think about the rotation. Legion need every single point. 3 seconds away. They're going to go.
TJ's gone up top. They're trying to drop through as well. TJ's got the second one with a knife. Has managed to break in. They've stopped it at the last possible second. But the issue is always going to be, now we've got to get across map. Now we have to somehow break a hold in 2 seconds.
It's on Temp. Even with these shots, he's just going to let Drazah to exactly where he is. Who's just going to stay alive. Bryce, this is Thieves all day.
And that's it. It pops. 1, 2. It's done. There wasn't enough time. Vegas Legion fought all the way to the end. The time was against them. It will eventually fall to Thieves 3-1. And what a game to start it off with. I will say they did look pretty good in there. It doesn't help the fact that you've got Drazah absolutely spinning all across the map.
I mean, I said it during the listen. The guy looked final already. It's only day 1. Absurd players coming out of Drazah, but LA Thieves very much stamping their authority immediately. A really, really solid game out of there, but 30 and 18 out of Drazah. It just almost felt like he was unkillable at times, but it has to be said, rotations for Thieves, it felt like they had every single one, and it felt like when Legion did have a positive rotation in their favor, it got broken too easily. It was kind of the story of map number 1. It ended up being the story of map number 4. Ultimately, the scoreline doesn't look too bad, but I think when you look at the positions that Legion were in, they had the opportunity to win maps 1 and 4. There was definitely some openings that they could have taken advantage of, but Thieves shut that door pretty much immediately every single time. And I mean, it does help when Drazah's doing things like this straight off from the get-go. I mean, look, we talk about the good side and the bad side when it does come down to Mikado. Vegas Legion had that good side when they spawned into the game. They had that good side on the second rotation, and not once did they make it count, Pricey.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. They also went down quite significantly in the beginning, and that's what we said is the issue, right? If you chain hills back to back, you put yourself in such a great position to win the map. The other team is always going to be fighting on a back foot. But this is the result we expected, and I think I'm going to take away from this that Vegas Legion don't look half bad. They do not look like the team we saw last season, obviously because it's got different players, but it looks much more competitive, Tom.
Oh, 100% looks more competitive. I mean, look, it's not like they had much competition to go up against. I think there's a lot of things would have looked more competitive, but they do look a solid outfit. I said, you know, it's just a couple of rotations, a couple of lock-ins here and there, and all of a sudden we have a very different series. They look great on the Search and Destroy. Control was the only one they got completely blown out by, but I think that'll be probably a quite frustrating loss. It has to be said. I mean, look, Thieves were the stronger team. They deserved to win that game, but there was definitely moments in those hard points specifically that Legion will look back at and sort of say, well, this could have been a very different game. We could have been staring down the barrel of a 3-1 win for the side of Vegas Legion with a couple of holds here and there, but has to be said, you've got to get the job done. It comes down to it. Thieves, they had their holds and they did hold on to it. They won those rotations. Spawn's working out in the favor of them as well. It ultimately was a comfortable win for the side of Thieves, but Legion will be looking at that with a little bit of hope, but also with a little bit of frustration, I would imagine.
Yeah, I think so. And obviously now it is time to hand it over to our wonderful Des to break this one down. Puckett, over to you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Yes, we're only 3 matches in, but this is our first top seed to come out with a W. The LA Thieves walking away with rings at the end of last year, now coming in with a beating over Las Vegas. My mic's up, guys. I don't know what to tell you. Let's talk, though, aLLeY, as my stuff is broken.
Yeah.
Walk us through.
Yeah, we can just walk through for me on this side of things. So aLLeY Thieves, obviously continuation from last year. Our back-to-back champs still look incredibly in form, which, again, not super surprising. I know I had the hot take heading into this, but, I mean, we are talking about the #2 hardpoint team last year, and that's what pulled them through iLLeY qualifiers and pulled them through LAN events all the way until champs, when through the middle of the year they figured out S&D. Looks like they're struggling in S&D again earlier in the season. I wonder where the folder is when it comes this time around. Hopefully we'll be able to ask Sam later on.
Absolutely. And in that series, I mean, I really like what I saw of the aLLeY Thieves. I mean, there were key moments across all the respawns that they won where they really took over. I think about the Glass Hill on the first map where they rotate around the back. Octane gets the big kill. And in control, for me, it was that play on offense. When they push B off the rip and they manage to capture the point that is so difficult, you know, it's a risk versus reward. But, you know, even if you end up dying there, you're going to spawn in kitchen. You have potential to get A. So they take that risk going over towards B. They're able to trade out Clayster and secure that capture. And then on that last map, that break that we saw on the Barbershop Hill was absolutely beautiful. Like picture perfect, going around through connector. aLLeY Thieves, they look formidable right now.
We've got a lot of big matches and a lot of big moments within these games that we want to highlight. This is our scuff play of the game. And Nameless, you got all excited. You came running out of the green room. You said, Control, we got to talk about what these players are doing. aLLeY Thieves going up against Legion. Break this one down for me from Control.
Yeah, we're always looking for, you know, a wonderful clip to show you guys. And this was a great one here on offense for the aLLeY Thieves. Off the rip here, Clayster actually gets a kill up top plat, and then the Thieves, they trade that kill out. And what you can see here, this is the gauntlet setup. Once you get, if you're on offense, you get the trophies down, you get a guy up to that plat desk, you get that first blood, and then from here on out, like, they have to either wrap arches mid or they have to win an unfavorable gunfight from their back base. And you can see here, everybody's just trading effectively, and Kenny gets the damage in, the trades come in, and then simultaneously after they capture that point, they're already set up for A, because as they're dying on B, they're spawning kitchen so they can set up the capture onto A and get that progression. Just a flawless offense.
aLLeY, at the end of that one, we saw some incredible M4 play coming out of Drazah, 30 and 18.
Him and Kenny with the M4 in hand might be one of the scariest things heading into the rest of the season. At first, I was like, wow. In my notes, I just have, wow, Kenny's gross, 21 and 10. And then you head into the next map, and it's Drazah. I mean, 30 and 18 is insane. It's just a continuation of respawn from last year.
Is 3 ARs too many? I don't know. Let's talk to the captain, the man who's been known for his assault rifle since he entered the Call of Duty pro scene. We got Octane on the line. Octane, how are we feeling right now?
Hello, Christopher Puckett. It's good to hear your voice again, my man.
It's good to see you, my friend. And, of course, it's good to see you not slacking off. Your kills are still there. The gunny is still there. The team's still walking away with W's. What makes Thieves so strong, and what has it been like going from the previous title to now this title?
I think going into this season was just making sure that it was a continuation from the last. You know, there is the champs curse out there. So I think we were just kind of harping on our practice tendencies from last year when we really got good and making sure that we were on top of that going into our first league match.
Octane, I saw the guy you sunned at champs earlier trying to copy your haircut. I mean, can you believe that? But on a serious note, where's the folder, Sam? Where is it?
It's still.
The folder's definitely
needed.
Where's
the folder, Sam?
Yeah. S&D wasn't great there. You know, that's one of our favorite maps for sure. But I think we were just picking up what they were doing a little bit too late into the map.
Okay.
We figured it out, but we were already down like 5-2 or 5-3 at that point. But yeah, definitely to go back to the drawing board a little bit on the S&Ds, but that's to be expected with early season stuff.
Sam, congratulations on the win. You guys look absolutely fantastic, trying to shut up the doubters and the champs curse. But I wanted to ask you sort of about switching over to this game and then transition. You guys figured out Vanguard towards the end, and you guys went back-to-back events. This is a little bit slower of a game. How was the transition, like trying to break those old habits coming into a game like this?
The first couple of days of scrims were definitely Vanguard-esque. We were just running around at the pace of Vanguard, but I think the thing that made us so good at the end of last year was just teamwork, regardless of the pace of the game or anything. Like, if it's Vanguard, Modern Warfare 2, slide canceling, whatever. It was just how we were playing together, and I think that our practice habits, as I mentioned from the first question, is just the #1 thing. As long as we're playing together, any type of COD, it doesn't matter what it is. We've been playing jetpacks right now, which would be fantastic.
All right, bring him back, says Octane. I'm ready for it. Octane, I got to ask you, though, when you guys aren't playing, now that you get a chance to kind of get to relax after your series, are you watching everyone else in this CDL? Are you going through your own VOD, or are you just thinking about the next game and getting some sleep tonight?
Definitely looking at our S&D for sure. but definitely watching. I think early game, there's a lot of things that teams pick up on that you may not, and vice versa. So just trying to get as much information as you can early in the season is definitely huge, especially with the format for champs this year and last year. There's just early season is a lot more important than a lot of people realize. So trying to basically cram for a test is how I would compare it. Just getting as much information as you can from other teams, or like we've been playing 3 scrim blocks for like it feels like a month straight at this point, putting in like 10-hour days. So like I said, I would definitely comparing it to cramming for a test.
And final question for you before we let you go. We've got Seattle Surge, your old team, going up against LA Guerrillas. I got to get your pick here on the ARs. Do you feel the edge is for arcedies or accuracy? I know you've been going up against these guys
Chris,
for years.
Are you setting me up right now? What type of question is this? Listen, I got Alec.
Okay. It was a good question. Better answer.
They're asking me who's better. What type of question?
You didn't ask who's better. You just said who.
It was a softball.
I mean, come on. I mean, that's the answer, though. Like, if I'm not going to say, that's wild. I can't believe this.
Lamar,
First win in the league, and set me up like this.
We're going to talk about it more on the podcast. Octane, thank you so much for joining us. LA Thieves going home with a 1-0 on opening night, and we are not done yet. When we come back, we have the final series of opening day. You've made it, people. We're going. Match number 4, LA Guerrillas, Seattle Surge, after the break.
pressure for the opposition. How they crushing any competition. Long range, yeah, I got the vision. When I'm in the trenches, anyone can get it. I'm with the team when they need me. Or out on a dodo mission. They get rocky riding on this road to riches. If I catch you slipping, then it's over finished. War, ready, crew, coming through heavy. Aim steady, lights out as the gorillas. Not any winner, one out of many. Five talents, empty, lights out as the gorillas.
One of the awesome surprises from last year was just how strong Seattle's surge was, with the veteran in accuracy holding down the main AR spot and then bringing in the youngsters underneath his leadership. Now we look at the standings, Nameless, and this Seattle surge squad is a team that kind of finished in the top 3 last season. They're coming in near the top of a lot of people's coaches' rankings. What do you see in this team right now as we kick off the new game?
A solid squad across the board. Everybody brings something to the table on this team, which is extremely impressive. Then also the teamwork aspect. Like, we talk about this game and how it plays out. You have to have teamwork, good communication on those breaks, and this team doesn't lack that at all. They were so solid throughout the year last year. They had, a period in time where they struggled a bit, but the most impressive part of that, Puckett, is they fought their way out of it and then won an event. Like, this team is the real deal. I'm expecting them to pick up right where they left off and be one of the top 3 teams in the game.
Now, I was living in New York City when the Subliners picked up Mack. The whole city became Mack fans right away. Yeah. Now he's playing for Seattle. But, aLLeY, you're not a Mack fan as much as you are a Pred fan. Why is Pred the guy that you are saying is the player to watch?
Listen, we gotta get the record straight. I am a Seattle Surge fan. I am a Mackenzie Meltz fan. I am a Sib, Accuracy, and Pred fan. But we do have to talk about the fact that last year they had 2 rookies, one of them being Rookie of the Year, and that has to be Pred. And we have to talk about it, right? Because we have to talk about he came from a different region and did what he did, taking home a win, being Rookie of the Year, and just amazing stats overall throughout the entire season.
Where'd he come from?
He came from Australia.
Australia?
He came from Australia.
With Miles' people.
Like, literally out of nowhere, and he has been lighting up the scene since. And I have to talk about, like, last year's stats. Like, he was in the top 5 overall KDs as a sub. Every other one was an AR. We talk about Cellium, we talk about Attach, we talk about Dashy in the top 5. Pred with a 1.09 overall last year and a 68% non-traded kill percentage. So he was constantly in high engagements and constantly coming out with 2 or 3 pieces and alleviating pressure on the map for his teammates. I am very excited to see what they do in this coming year.
In Aussie and America, I'm always cheering for them when it comes to Call of Duty. Nameless, though, they are going to have to go through a very tough squad representing LA. Yes. And LA, they just upped their big gun in a trade. We're going to see RC's now playing for this squad. Tell me about what to expect from our purple team in this showdown.
I think this is the team with the biggest question mark over their head. People don't know what to expect. I mean, you're getting RC's on this team, a fantastic leader. We saw what he did over there on the Atlanta FaZe, and then he's got to guide guys like Neptune, a guy who just went back down to Challengers, and he came out and he looked a lot better when he got that second opportunity. But Spart here being the AR duo alongside RC's, this is the dynamic that I'm hoping is fantastic for this team. When Spart came into the league last year, he got MVP, he won a championship, and the guy was taking over in Search and Destroy. They won 9 straight Search and Destroys to get their championship, and then after that, LAG, they struggled. They didn't know who to place on their team. They swapped players in and out. They could never commit to a roster. Well, they're committing to Spartan RC's with a 3-year contract, so they're hoping to get the most out of this guy. 3-year contracts.
Exactly. Lock them up, so trying to get the youngster and the old man for the long-term deals. And honestly, big props to the GMs behind the scenes there at LAG. You got a Rookie of the Year. You got a known entity who's got a ring.
Yeah, big moves.
Why not? Well, we've got the matchup ready to go here. Let's take a look at the maps real quick here and get our thoughts. aLLeY, where are we leaning? How do you see this playing out?
On it already off the bat. I'm mind blown. Fortress upon fortress, and then followed by 3 hotels. Should we get there again? I'm a little bit surprised on the fortress search and destroy continuously kind of being able to slip its way by. It's been very aggressive. It's been very high engagement right off the bat. So I'm interested to see that these teams are still letting it slide through, but also that triple hotel right at the end, that control is going to be probably one of the better ones, depending. It doesn't matter if you're on defense or offense, where defense has obviously been very heavy here when it comes to the spawn traps in this game.
And real quick, where are we leaning? You going blue or you going purple here?
I'm gonna go with LAG. They got good side first map. And
it's done.
I feel like RC's gonna fry.
Seattle. There it is. It's done. We gotta go to the casters on the mic for this one. We got Miles and Chance. Let's close it out in a big way, fellas.
Thank you very much, Desk. Y'all are lit. It's been a long and beautiful day of Call of Duty. And hey, I have got no idea which way this one goes, but either way, we're getting a double dose of Fortress, and then we're spending 3 nights at the Greenberg Hotel. Here we go, Chance in map number 1, Fortress Hardpoint. Let's get it.
Hey, look, I've seen that hotel. You just know that is an incredibly expensive stay. So, you know, we got to save up a little bit. But this is what's interesting. Seattle are spawning on the bad side. If you know that you're like the team B and this comes through and you end up on the bad side on Badra, you might not have a good time, and that's not exactly the ideal start. So I think this is going to be like an all-year sort of situation of letting this map get through. How do you make up from quite literally the side you stomp on?
Yeah, we heard Nameless bring it up saying that, you know, oh god, wait a minute. 3-piece Neptune, great start, 30 seconds remaining on P1. Nameless saying that, you know, LAG is starting good side on this map, and we're seeing why, ladies and gents, if you cast your minds back to Control. Of course, the way this plays out, not easy to get out of that far right-hand side of the map, but so far, we've got a little bit of an open. Pred and Sid being the men to get that done. Arsty's posted up. He's going to find kills aplenty from here, but now they've managed to slip inside. That's going to be a tough move now for LAG to handle, although Chance, it's a great start.
Yeah, I mean, at least you get out towards like P2 though, so, you know, about as bad as P1's possibly going to get, but you have an opening. You get the guys out of the power positions, and you at least have some wiggle room to work with, and more importantly, you're all over. Like this new hill, you're getting picked apart along the way, and it looks like LAG are just going to continue to fry. But maybe not worst case scenario with Pred in the mix, so Seattle, they have a bit of an opportunity.
So Pred, our Rookie of the Year, can fire up here on Fortress. Nice work from Sip, though, up close and personal there with the M4. It's a clean hard point, clean trophies, accuracy right back in with, though. No more reinforcements. Here comes Pred. Better late than never. Into the point that's going to keep it in the hands of Surge for now. But with 25 remaining, you're still thinking about new. That's what the right-hand side of the minimap's all about. Los Angeles Guerrillas with a late break. Next 20 seconds of theirs.
And just to stay on the theme with the spawn traps right now, yes, Seattle do have the rotation on the right side of the map, but you don't want to end up there by the time the hill, like if there's less than 20 seconds left on it, you have to find a way to actually get out. So see how Seattle's going to play it. And of course, step one is making sure you do hold on. I don't know if I see a trophy by accuracy yet. Well, there you go. He's got the coverage.
Right in the foliage there. Solid coverage from that trophy. Accuracy brought down. LAG wants to go on the approach. Whether it's good side, bad side, don't matter though. Sib, he fights forward. Mack in the kill feed as well. Wonderful work there from Surge. Keep it all together. 45 still remaining here on Fountain. Good work either way as the kills keep coming through. Still holding the time. Now's the moment though, Chance. You got 4 dead. You got to get out towards the next point.
Yeah, I tell you, that's making the best of a bad situation. Sid making a big play in that moment, but now the try is to, you know, get out of your spawn. No success there, and you can already see on the minimap, LAG. Maybe try to get Sib out of the hill if you have enough nades to make it happen, but you set up this trap.
We've seen this in a few times. A few different Call of Duties have hard points where, yeah, you might get the time, but you're going to lose the next one. Now, what's the game plan here, Chance? Where the hell are these guys trying to go from here?
Well, right now, it's what? I mean, one player spot wrapping back towards the hill. Everybody else was trying to get in the power positions, but in the meantime, accuracy has actually managed to slip through, but he gets caught out, and I mean, he was just full speed ahead, trying to sprint his way across, and the Mew are just back to square one. Mack, the gate is not open. That gets shut down. It's only the top side of the map. LAG have consistently left that open. That just means you're able to at least get through the actual break. Well, that's step number 2.
This is it. They're finally out for Surge, looking to get towards that point. Kills are there. Accuracy and Sib. Good work. The trades are down. Over to the cannons, we now finally do get Seattle Surge. Neptune, the last man up and alive for his boys. Oh dear. This could get an ugly fight. He's managing to stay alive. Good work out of LAG. For now, it's try to break in. And Neptune, the man with the trident in hand, no problem. Finds a few more. It's a 3 spree.
And well, ooh, I was going to say that might be number 4. Simp with a slide kill. You don't see those too often anymore, but able to deliver in the moment. and maybe who can roam a little bit, or maybe chop it up just a little bit.
Oh, we might be facing a techno issue. No, it looks like everything's cool. We're leaning forward, leaning back. It might have just been a technical, a slight bug there, but for now, the play still seems to be continuing. Over to the next hard point, the blacksmith. Neptune's got himself the corner. This is one of the spots to be, ladies and gents. Accuracy's up next, no problem, taken care of. Sib's here, and this is beautiful shots out of Neptune. 9-7 overall. Bit of an inconsistent player throughout the Vanguard season. Didn't exactly get the chance to shine, and I think this LAG team chance could be for him for life.
Oh, we're gonna see. Well, wow, life is such a long time. Now I'm getting all like,
that's a long time.
No, that is quite a bit. And well, the life, at least in the hill, did not last very long. Seattle just instantly storming over through the front. Sib can't get the second, but does the damage, and you still have the clearance towards the actual hard point. And this is the first time it's really felt like Seattle has had the opportunity to set up the spawn trap. LAG had sort of mixed success overall, but you know, when you start on bad side, you tied up the game, you get LAG now pinned in the back, and it's going to be interesting to see how much of a run they can get, because, I mean, you go to a 10-point lead, now you basically flip the script of how the game started. I think Seattle might start to take over.
Yeah, this is an amazing turnaround. Not an easy thing to do from bad side here on Fortress, but again, early days, everything we've expected to see here in the Call of Duty League in the 2023 season somewhat turned on its head, and that's what our pros are all about, changing the game on a daily basis. 130 is now climbing chance. Surge are still in the driver's seat. The blacksmith is going their way fantastically so far. God only knows what happens next.
And if you remember LAG, I mean, there's a couple different times where the spawn trap gets given up by just leaving the left side of the map open. Pred right now is shutting all of that down. Sib is posted up in the single window watching the left side. So right now, Seattle, I mean, this setup is as good as it gets. It has been a nearly perfect P1 hill thus far. And again, there are no openings on the map for LAG to work their way through. LAG couldn't hold this down. Right now for Seattle, it is perfect.
Wow, this is solid. Indeed, gameplay. Trophy's going to save him for a moment. Here comes the rest of the flood from LAG out through that art side of the map. Top side, bottom side, they can do what they can to get across, but man, that's one perfect P1 into P2 now, the Gallows. And immediately, Seattle Surge, they have not stopped for a single moment. It's a 5 spree from Sib, it's 2 for Mack, and now it's a listen in with Seattle Surge.
They're stunned.
One more there.
Stunned. One more, yeah.
Let's go, Kyler.
Look front.
We're missing Kyler.
Top rails.
Top rails.
Oh, he's behind you. Top pot.
Alright, I have your side door.
He's gonna come to you,
I heard you.
I'll spawn out. I'm on you.
Right here.
In the back pit. One more in the back. Nice. I'm on
Second
you.
arch.
Nice. Alex, second arch. Hit 3 times. Alex.
Other cross.
I'm challenging him.
You're gonna come side door on me. Where's our new big kills?
Yeah, I'm on you.
I hear him.
Second arch and first arch. Second arch, Alex. Second arch and first arch. Alex, second arch.
One shot, first arch.
Get to
I have a trick for new, guys.
One
already ran across P5.
Going top art.
I'm gonna try to get a kill in maps.
Yeah, try to get a kill.
I stun over P1. I stun him over gate.
I'm looking top circle. I can't see him from top art.
He's like in the corner.
One's on the map. Play this guy. Old flank.
Yeah, watch your back.
Top circle. Circle dead.
One's on the map city.
Old top.
Cages low.
Nice. I'm running through gate.
I got him. Nice. On time.
Yeah, go out. I ran through gate. Backside time.
Nice, Lamar.
I'm holding map flank. Running gate. Hold gate. I made a P1. P1 dead. I have my front. I'll get gate. Hold on, I have gate.
I can see top maps.
Stage. I'll spawn front. I don't have gate. I do not have gate.
One more front. Nice. I'm good. Alright, Alex.
Magical moment right now for Surge. Hip fire there from accuracy. 4 spree. This could be game chance. It's looking magnificent.
I mean, could be game. It has been game for a long time now. I mean, I think LAG, they were up like 105 to like 85 or 90 or something like that. And Seattle just legit went on like 130 to nothing run. I mean, again, the theme of the map is the spawn trap. LAG got gifted the good side, and they did get the lead off of it, but multiple times let people out the left side of the map. Seattle, when they had the opportunity, I mean, literally just a stranglehold on aBeZy Fortress. I mean, that's textbook. That's how you do it. At one point for Seattle, all 4 players were on like a 4 or 5 plus like kill streak as individuals. And I mean, again, there was no looking back there. So I think maybe that'll be the, you know, if Team B lets the aBeZy through and they're going to get bad side on this map, they're doing it when they're confident that the other team doesn't have enough for them. And LAG definitely did not have enough that game.
Jesus! 24 and 10, 3,000 damage from Sib. Big work from him. Stats that prove already to not mean terribly much in Modern Warfare 2. We'll see how that evolves over the course of the season. So don't take away too much from this, but damn, that was one hell of a show coming out of Seattle Surge. Once the man, they hit that listening. Don't really look back, Chance, you called it, man. 3 hard points without a single point garnered from LAG. They could not make anything happen there. Damn. Fortress, brutal, manages to slip through, but don't put your shoes on just yet, friends. We're going to stay on Fortress for Search and Destroy after these highlights.
Yeah, and I think these highlights are going to be what? Here's the good things LAG did for the first, like, 2 minutes of the game, and then it's just going to be a non-stop, like, Seattle highlight reel. And I think they really just did start to completely take over. And even just, like, keeping track of the score, like, up towards the top. This was all because they started at the good side. LAG, they had, what, a 50 or 60 point lead just going into P3. But as soon as they lost any semblance of control, there you go, 105 to 90. I think it ended up 213 to 105. So, I mean, I don't know. They got introduced to the blender, spun around in the cycle, and I don't know. They have to wait for map 2. Go back to aBeZy again.
I mean, this was an incredible turnaround from Surge. We will stress this spawning on this side of the map here on the fountain side, the B team spawn, is not an easy place to come out from, but kudos to Seattle Surge for making that one happen. LAG certainly get this one slipped from them, but hey, still early days for that squad. 250 to 126 there in the opening map. Staying on Fortress there for Search and Destroy. The triple dose of Hotel. 3 expensive nights in the Greenberg, I forget what it's called, but we're going to see that come up in a moment. Of course, control hardpoint Search and Destroy if we have to go deeper into the series. For Search, though, Chance, I've already seen it. Kind of dumb lit on Fortress. Very speedy game.
I also think Seattle are going to be a very fun team to watch on it. I would say, like, thematically, especially through Vanguard, they were playing hardpoint where, like, Accuracy's entire job was just to be in the hill and let his teammates fry. Well, this is one of the first times I've seen it was actually Mack that had the most tilt time, and I think Accuracy was 3rd in that category. So they switch up their style based on the map. Their S&D last year, it was the same kind of thing of like, oh, okay, we can plant the bomb on Berlin and just leave Accuracy and AR in the back of the map in one of 37 clutch spots. And it just makes sense to play the game this way. So I want to see like what their like evaluation of aBeZy or Fortress S&D is going to be like, see what idea they have and like see how they play it. Because I do think Surge is one of the better teams at like identifying sort of like a standard, but like your default best way to play something. So I think they'll be a fun team to watch, map 2.
It will be a fun team to watch indeed. Seattle Surge, a squad that simply oozes confidence, and whether it's in or out of game, they are having a great time. Vibes at an all-time high. And I would honestly say the same thing about LAG. I mean, just coming into this matchup, based on what we've seen, based on what we've heard about, you know, the impact that RCs is having on the squad, of course, Neptune being a newcomer here as well, it's been good. It's been very, very good. It's been a great turnaround. Seattle Surge, obviously a very, very tough opponent. One of the few teams that did not make a roster change coming into the Modern Warfare 2 season. And Hook, he is locked.
That's not a frozen camera.
That's like, not a frozen camera.
That is actual reality in this moment. But
he's bringing the Major II Undertaker stare vibes to online games. That's how locked Hook is.
That is interesting. I don't know how much has he talked about this a lot of like I don't know, is there like a book he read or like a mental switch, or if this like if he just finds this is the rhythm that like keeps him at his best. I'm not entirely sure what it is, but it's always a slightly scary sight to see someone locked in quite to that level.
He is locked. Well, we'll see if he can remain locked going to the Fortress S&D. Very, very different game to the hardpoint we saw there, because that was a very exciting run around things. We'll see what happens, though, coming up on this Search and Destroy. Snipes chance, Fortress, doubt it.
Well, Octane, hey, we saw Octane for multiple rounds pull it out. Like, you can do it if you really want to.
Hey, that's true. That's true. That's true. The Greenberg will await us in just a brief moment. Of course, Hotel and Spa, ladies and germs. But until then, we will stick it out here on Fortress for the Search and Destroy. I mean, dude, we can see anything coming up on this bad boy. I mean, this is early days. This is day 1 of the 2023 season. It's all going to be happening, brother. It's all coming down to a climactic showdown at Champs later on in the year. We'll see what happens. Into the Fortress now we go. Tough run of things for quite a few teams we've seen so far, but a 6-0, of course, the Røkkr OpTic series in Search and Destroy. We'll see if we can get another 6-0 here and move things along.
Hey, nice moves by Neptune as well. You saw Pred was trying to hunt him down towards the middle of the map, but that is a big first blood to be able to deliver. Now, I was going to say, I talked a bit about Seattle, but Spark, S&D kid, always solid in the game mode. Sib, you good?
Wait a minute. 2v4. It ain't a good round for Surge.
Where could he have possibly thrown that nade to hit his teammate directly underneath him?
I mean, if I speak up,
Miles nade.
What the Nonsense. Nonsense. Either way, though. We're making
what is going on,
What's going on? Who's killing who and why? I need answers. Well, either way, Spark's going to recover the bomb. 1v3. 1v2. Sib's alive. Technically 2 kills in the round because he took care of Mack, but who's counting?
Sib is trapped, though. Number 5 does have the cross. RCDs.
Lets
him through.
Spark's gone. Turn around immediately. Wait for it. Pops the doors. Sib could... No way. No way. 1v1.
Oh, and he knows, too. He knows. One of his teammates called out RCDs that he spotted him on the cross, so he knows he was P1.
Wait, 1v1. Wait a minute. No! It was close. It was so close, and he's smiling. He knows how close he came to a preposterous round. Technically a 1v5 if you count Mack.
We would have counted Mack. By the way, I'm pretty sure that was a spectator. I don't think Sib actually saw RCDs like sitting in the P1 corner from his POV, but one of his teammates definitely did. And whether it was spectator or just like the helmet cam, based on the way he was like flying out of the doors, he was ready for RCDs to be on that side of the map. So that's just good communication, and that is a heck of a try for round 1. But also, don't team kill Mack. What? I don't get it.
There was a team kill on the other side as well.
I know.
Crazy. We're still rolling though. Mack's gonna get that bomb. We lose Pred early on here. Bomb's gonna get planted at A. Here comes the 40-second timer. Good luck.
I think maybe Sib could break this down if he's playing like the super off angle. Yeah, he was the first one to engage. Hook walks off the Semtex. He's able to move just away, but 3v4, they're trying to hold this down.
Good pick up there from it, flying forward. Oh, another one from RC's there. Like a bulldozer right now through the backside of Fortress. It all comes down to Mack. He gets 1, 2. Wait a minute. No, done. 20 seconds on the clock there to get the defuse. Great work out of Mack there. Takes a couple with him, but Neptune's going to be there. Spark on the defuse. Good round. LAG go 2-0 up.
Hey, just great picks overall on both offense and defense. Just figuring out where Pred's, well, not that it's complicated where Pred's going to be. Bottom green both times, but either way, doubled up on the first bloods. And I think that is sort of, in my mind, going to be the main theme of this map. Like, first blood's going to be ever more important, especially because everything is super tight. Everybody's going to be around the same building or in the archways. And if you can't move because your footsteps are going to be too loud, you have to take your time. And if you have the man advantage and you're taking your time with the guy that's going to be standing right next to you, there are moments that can be, difficult to screw up in a sense. So LAG get the picks and they deliver. And more action down low. It looks like maybe off to the P1 side of the map. Go Seattle.
That's an interesting theme that we might be revisiting this year. Is that this is a difficult situation to screw up. Let's see how those words ring out across the Modern Warfare 2 year. For now, though, stalemate. Very quiet. We're going to see a slight peek through the arch there as Accuracy, the man, looking towards this one. And he may have just given Sib clearance. Hit it. Run for it. Here come the tags.
Hey, at least you get the bomb down. Number 6, by the way, I think Hook might have been trying to make a play from the top window. He gets back down, so Seattle now, they're looking to pounce.
Waiting for it. 30 seconds. In and out goes Hook. Great work. Daddy pop. Now he can make a real move. Accuracy's managed to get himself right on top of the bomb site. Now just desperately trying to clear out these remaining players, but sneaky little Neptune. There's the fight. Big win from Neptune. Trades out immediately once again. Last man up, Sib.
Yeah, Hook's making the play as well. That's the second kill he's able to get this round. And now it's just about the chow, and you see the shoulder being thrown. Bomb is clear. We are good to go. And send in Hook for the final kill. So 3 on the round there for the nuke. Efficient stuff, and well, obviously 3 rounds in a row for LAG. Just good work to be able to get the bomb down. I think you see the idea from Seattle. It's 1 AR and Accuracy. We've already seen the little crack spot under the doors where you can spot the cross towards the bomb. He's calling that out to Sib, who from the other archway is actually trying to get that kill. And even though Sib gets the first blood, you still are able to get the bomb down and get out. And that is just the opportunity for the clutch plays playing around it. And LAG putting in some work.
3-0. See our Surge now on offense, trying to make their way forward. And again, interesting looks. A little slower. But that right-hand side door, A1, the archway. We're going to see plenty of players taking the little peeks through there. Mack's going to be able to get the bomb down. Doesn't get away with his life, though. Hello. Pred trying to answer back. 3v3, just over 30 seconds on this one. Seattle have given up the bomb site for now, but it is a tactical retreat. This is going to sting. Spark gets tagged up. It's all down to he and Neptune.
Yeah, they're so worried about the flank too, and rightfully so, because that flank is coming in quickly. Pred, either he gets the freebie or he hand deliver it to his teammates. The chow comes through, and Pred and Sid, the 2 CDL rookie all-stars from last year, taking care of business and get a round on board. I mean, funnily enough, the round before that was the exact same thing. Like, you die basically off the bomb, but you still get it down, and then you clutch the 3v4 for the post plant. Seattle able to do the exact same. And I was going to say, for the moment, I thought LEG were just giving up the bomb plant for free, and then the 4 nades came in at the exact same time, and I said, oh, okay, maybe the timing was slightly off, but that was their game plan for the retake.
And it's perfect numbers play there from Seattle Surge. You got the manpower to throw it. Not necessarily wasteful, but guaranteeing the win, and that's what everyone played for there. 3-1. Is this the start of the comeback now for Seattle Surge? We go back towards A. I mean, the chances of anyone seeing B, slim to none on this map?
Like mid to late round adjustments. Like if you ever get a couple quick picks and like extra time to work with, you could daddy pop it and work through like P1, but off the rip, nah, that'd be bold to try to get an all out B hit unless you know a team doesn't actually watch it, but it'll definitely be A at the start for the majority of the rounds. The nade to back down accuracy, but he has no fear in his heart. That's his first kill.
Oh, come on.
That's his second kill, collecting scalps along the way.
I mean, accuracy is still on those stairs. He's watching that one. He knows the bomb's there. It now falls to Arseties and Hook to try to make something of that. And the setup around this, I mean, you know accuracy's going to be there. The rest of the team's posted it up. Pausing problems. Pred, the hitman. In he goes. Iron Boost gets taken care of. Hook's in and out like a light, but is it enough time to take care of the rest of the squad? Maybe. 20 seconds. 2 players remaining.
And he does have dead silence, but he doesn't have the bomb or the angle, and nope, just going to get shut down there. Might have had a couple freebies up top, but too good of a trap and too good of a bounce back round from accuracy. I think he was sitting on the donut before that round started, but gets the first blood, follows it up with a second, and that is an angle that I think many people probably learned today. And I'm under the impression I will be seeing a lot of it from this point on in the CDL mosh pit.
You would expect that, but you truly never know, brother. Still, another round back to back. We're now in the throes of the comeback. A 3-0 deficit. Surge now 1 away from the equalizer.
And back to the down low fight. 2 SMGs potentially dueling it out, and Hook hasn't quite come through the door, so little statement. Neptune has found the free 2-piece. Oh, he's so sneaky. Look at him go.
So sneaky. He might be able to get another one here. The stun check lands, connects, information passed over. Absolutely melted. Sib, good work. 2v2.
I mean, who knows that playing prop hunt would have paid off, right? I think Octane used the spot earlier. TJ guns him down instantly. A little bit less ready for that spot is Seattle. And Hook taking his time. And it ends up working out. 2v1 now. Sib, he nearly clutched the 1v3. A 1v2 is much easier in down low. He spots Arseties. It's the exact same matchup between these 2 AR players.
Danny Alec, though. The read is there.
Always.
Double back. Finds the timing. Catches Sib out. And we stop the run right there. 4-2 now. No equalizer. Daddy Alec. What a play. Throughout the entirety of the Vanguard season, when Atlanta FaZe needed him the most, he stepped up time and time and time again. Put the squad in his backpack or made a huge play. Massive turnaround moment. He has it in his repertoire. And he's looking to get it done here at the opener for LEG as well.
And those really are sort of the moneymaker moments, right? Because obviously Sib, absolutely phenomenal player, but RC's 2-time world champ, so that is the expectation to clutch those ones and maybe to have everybody in line. I think he spots them all, and unfortunately, too much to handle. He gets dropped for the first blood, and this is a serious advantage Seattle now has.
Yeah, this is big. No Arseties. Will it be a problem? Max posted up. If Hook gets a little curious, he's a dead man. Spot. There's one. And that's a big win for Mack. That's a 3 spree. It's a great round for Mackenzie Melts.
And accuracy is going to see his feet underneath that crack. So, yeah, that is hopeless.
Oink.
Not a fun stun grenade to hit with. And
they haven't chased him.
There's just nowhere to go. I mean, number one Sib, he's got the cross. You can see out both the windows. Max got the pinch towards the back. Superman.
Oh, wait a minute. He's dead. dead now, but wait a minute. Neptune. Still alive, still kicking. Dead, he popped. Could get a plant. Seattle are going to hold this. Wait a minute. Oh, okay, fine, that's done. Woohoo! What a round that could have been.
That is the goofiest movement I've ever seen. It is funny, you know, I think today a lot of the players we're seeing fry are like the old heads. Like Scump was dropping bombs in the hard point. Clayster was dropping bombs in the hard point. I'm trying to think, who was the first series we casted? I already forgot. Was it, yeah, Slasher as well. I don't know if I already said him, but like a lot of the OGs in a game with no, like, you know, what's it called? The slide? Oh, how am I forgetting this?
I don't know. We call it advanced movement. That is cap. But slide
cancel. How did I forget slide cancel? Yeah, the first game we've had in such a long time without a slide cancel. All the old heads are frying. And now you got one of the new guys, Neptune, literally bouncing face first off a rail and flying. So that's a thing.
Hey, man, you do what you can. Everyone stacked up on the bottom side of the stairs. Here we come through A1. This is going to be one hell of a hit. Mack will get away with his life. What? Wait, history repeat itself? No way. He's tagged up. There might not be enough numbers here to make this work. The Gallows may not be the cause of death, but it didn't exactly help. Pred on the flank. Beautiful work. Gets himself a second. It's a delightful round. Here comes the equalizer. Massive round out of Surge.
And that is just, I mean, so quick. I mean, that seems to be the major theme when these guys are stacking up around the archways of like that middle map flank to come through. This time, Pred, timing perfect, gets the big 2-piece, seals the deal. And that is number 11 for Sib as well. Maybe he hasn't clutched either the 1v1s he's had against RCDs, but both of those where he's in 1v2s and 1v3s. So he is definitely finding a massive amount of kills along the way.
Pred's playstyle really suits, you know, waiting for the team's comms, making something big happen based on the information. Very smart player, very aggressive player. 11 and 4 for Sib. Pred being the man to really make a lot happen in that last round. Good stuff. Either way, though, we're all squared up at 4-4. And already, it's a pacier round with a great degree of flavor. Still some spice.
And no one yet crossed over towards that A bomb, so Seattle don't have to burn too many of their nades. That's why I think Sib maybe holding on to that Semtex. And I was going to say, funnily enough, the bomb might start leaning towards B. That seems a little bit crazy, and now you see they're actually making the moves over towards that A site. So Accuracy to be the first man to spot the cross, and as soon as he gets that intel, that's when Seattle is going to pounce.
I mean, we are playing with pixels here. That is exactly what we're seeing. Here comes the info. There's the feet. There's the snap. The trophy might survive a little longer. The battle's already taking place, though. Onto the bomb site we now go. Here comes the quick plant. It's a 2v3. It all comes down to Sib accuracy.
And you just got to wall bang it too. And you're getting flanked as well. And they're concerned about it. And Sib found the kill. And accuracy, he read the flank, but it doesn't matter. And now RCDs is just so distant, but not for long. And now a 1v1.
He's still active. He's flying. Checking every possible corner, every possible angle is going to be enough, though. Will he get it all done? This is for kill number 6. This is for streaks. There's 15 seconds at the very least. The consolation of the streak would be sweet. There's the check. Spark's good. The round is safe, and most likely his life is as well, but you never know. Wait a minute. Pistol in hand. Ends the spree. Map point, LAG.
Damn, it is wild watching players be able to play the game with dead silence popped, because then they can actually just fly around the map and make moves, and a ridiculous change of pace. But there had to have been some angle up top that Spart was going to have where he's throwing a shoulder just to peek the bomb, and as soon as he knows it's clear, he can just keep hiding. So that's a bold play. Accuracy and Sib, again, so close to delivering on these clutches. I mean, always just an ounce away, but LAG have clutched in those, you know, sort of nail biter situations time and time again, and just one more round they need.
2-2 split. 2 players go towards bomb site, but oh my god, Hook has flown forward and he pays for it. But the attempt was there, the damage was done, but no kill. Pred now on the inside. Spark's going to level it up with a nice nade. 3v3. A pacey round indeed. Can Seattle Surge force to round 11?
They are taking their time as well. Maybe waiting for that next pick to fall through, but RCDs is watching the P1 side of the map, so they got all their bases covered. A little bit of a standoff down low between the two SMGs, and in the meantime, Sib finds the kill, so man advantage over Seattle. Neptune, it looks like he's starting to creep up and make moves, but yeah, too good of an angle, too patient of a play. Seattle should have this one in the bag.
Last man RCDs, and he is top of the tippity truck. He's got a kill. Pop Daddy got out with his life. This is not over yet. 30 seconds on the bomb. Oh, maybe. Ankles. Clearly not his thing. Oh no, it's fallen to pieces. It's round 11. I swore RCT saw it. I could have sworn.
Maybe one of his teammates on the feet through the rails down low, but I think Brett had the perfect pinch anyway, so nowhere for RCTs to go. First round 11 of the year, is it not?
It is indeed.
It only took us 3.5 series to get here.
Ice check now for both teams. Is it the tried and true Seattle Surge, or is the new look for the LAG squad? Round 11, here we go.
I will say the biggest problem for Seattle, I think, on this map for a lot of the rounds they haven't won is Pred just getting picked off for that first blood. So I think the setup's going to be the exact same. Accuracy watching the exact same cross. It's just a matter of like waiting for the play to actually come through and coordinating the nades before any player falls.
Simp looking for kill number 16 here in the search. Gunfire prattling out across the map. Pred now. That's it. He's had enough. Oh, the timing was good. Gone. Damage again. Bomb down. They're out. Advantage LAG.
Close those doors as well. Close those doors and try to make it a little bit confusing. Mack working the deep side, but RCT's even deeper. That way, 2 versus 4. Sim and Accuracy trying to deliver.
She's out. Doubles back a little bit. Throwing more than shoulders. Works throwing more than shoulders here. Sim's going to try to get involved. Can't get it done. Accuracy now done. Damn. All he possibly can. Beam's good. Time, though, not on his side. 3 bullets as well to play with. It is simply not going to be enough. Not even in this game. LAG, the lead pays off, and it may have come down to the wire, but they do manage to secure the map. Our tale of Fortress comes to a close. We're all squared up 1-1.
And they just played around Pred perfectly. I mean, if you love alliteration, that line is for you. But how many times do we see like a standard sort of default setup where all the guys on Seattle are covering X, Y, and Z, basically telling Pred, here's the information. Now you can go and make that play. But LAG, time and time again, we're just able to play around it in the meantime. So Pred never really able to find an opening on the map. And in spite of Sibs, 16 kills. That is not bad for a search and destroy, but so many of those kills were coming in the 1v3, 1v2 kind of situations where he made them interesting, but too tough to actually succeed with the extra round win. So hell of a try, hell of a stat line, but the only one that matters is the dub. LAG delivered.
Well, first round 11 of the 2023 season so far, and it was a fun one. There we go. Fortress, we finish it. The chapter is now complete. Over towards Hotel we go for control, hardpoint, and search and destroy if a game 5 calls upon it. Hey man, first game 5 of the season, wouldn't be too disappointed. What a way to close out a ridiculous day. But before we get to that, we're way ahead of ourselves. Now it's time for a quick commercial break. On the other side, Hotel Control.
The Call of Duty League sends out amazing newsletters before each major tournament, curated with premium content for CDL fans. Scan the QR code on the screen to sign up today. You'll not only get the latest CDL updates straight to your inbox, you'll also be entered to win a free 2023 team pack.
Get a chance to win a team pack, and I've got a chance to help me get through Control on Hotel coming up now. How you doing, brother? After that interesting bounce back there, we got ourselves a first round 11, tied 1-1 in the series.
Doing great. Again, I'm just ripping strats from PaulEhx for my own personal gameplay in the CDL mosh pit. So I think watching Seattle is a pretty good way to go about it, of getting sort of a default standard overview of the map. I will be stealing all of Accuracy strats, but towards the Hotel we go for Control. I think we've learned a bit already from the match that Vegas played of like, A is gonna get captured at some point by the team on offense. The real battle does go over towards that B zone, and question is, how long can you successfully hold on to that defense? Because I do think defense is slightly favored, not like by a crazy amount, but like, you know, 60-40, 65-35, like in that mix.
Yeah, but what do we think about Fortress? I mean, what are we skewing that one? And it's FaZe. You know,
I mean, if you're Boston Breach, it's 100-0 for offense, right? They are perfect on that map. So
can I just say, I'm also looking forward to more of these online cams from Seattle Surge. Seeing Phoenix, the coach of Seattle Surge, creep his head around Pred's little camera there on the right-hand side. Always makes me chuckle. Always makes me chuckle. Just when you least expect it, boom, there's Sam Phoenix.
Is Pred playing in like a kitchen?
It's their facility, the Seattle Surge facility. They're definitely near the kitchen space. Again, you got to find a spot to stash all the PCs and the backdrops and all the cameras and everything, all the lighting and all that stuff. You got.
I will say, if I was on the Seattle Surge team, I would also want to be closest to the snacks when I was playing. So maybe Pred is actually in prime position for the facility. There you go.
We got some stats for Sib from the previous season again, who had a brilliant run of things, an incredibly exciting debut into the CDL. He led the Call of Duty League in damage on Control. I mean, look at that. For 10 minutes, man. I mean, the guy was putting in the work. Certainly turned a lot of heads all the way back to sort of Kickoff Classic, the very, very start of the year, and right all the way through. Of course, they managed to win Major 3. A brilliant opener here from Sib, and of course his teammate Pred. Not a bad turnaround for guys who've just entered the league, and they came in with very, very high hopes. A lot of pressure on their shoulders, and they rose to meet it at nearly every occasion. So kudos to both of them there. Great stuff, and again, a wonderful turnaround for the entire Seattle Surge organization, Chance.
And I think it's just a matter of like keeping that momentum going, right? Like already proven you can win. And despite the inconsistencies, it was 2 rookies on the team who turned out to be CDL All-Stars. And like, if they continue to get better, you know, the conversation, instead of being at Rookie of the Year, it will turn to MVP Candidate of the Year. I think Pred specifically, like by champs time, was certainly looking like he could have been an argument for best player in the game. And now we're going into a situation at MW2 where it is a hefty AR meta. Maybe Sib could be like, hey, it's my turn. I will say, sleeper pick, because we talk about these two players so much. Mack kind of is the MVP of the team, like of the core four, like so much dirty work, so much like fill-in spot. I think Miles, I don't know if you remember it slightly better than I do, but one of the craziest stats we saw from Vanguard, I think it might have been Brian's stats that was throwing it up. It was the like bomb carrier KD of when they have the bomb versus when they don't. And Mack quite literally was just the bomb guy the entire year. And I think the league average literally dropped like 0.4 or 0.5 KD in search when you're the guy that has to like work with the bomb. And Mack was defaulted to that role the entire time, and is just like, he's forced into the spot where he's never going to get the spotlight, but does so much work for the team. So I don't know. We need to start taking advantage of any time Mack that, like, when he plants the bomb, we got to hype that up, you know?
I think it was our very own Tim Takes who managed to get that stat one.
Tim that did that. No,
it was Tim. Yeah, shout out Tim. I'm sure he can hear us. Very, very exciting though. But yeah, Mack, the playmaker, and boom, just like that, we're good to go. As you saw, yeah, fist bumps are out, ready to party. Here we go. That was, I have never seen a more decisive game time. That was fantastic. Good work, Seattle Surge. Fantastic coordination. Over to the Greenberg Hotel we now go for a quick game of Control. First to three, this final happens. A and B, you know the drill by now, Call of Duty League fans. Let's see how this one unfolds.
Wow, I'm just looking at the map. My settings are horrible. I just like, I've never seen those guitars before. This is so much shinier than what I have. Like, I gotta upgrade my PC.
Well, look, you've got it set for like max FPS. We're dressing things up here to make sure it's pretty for the viewers. I mean, that's where this is going. And also, if you don't look, Chance, you can't observe it. You have to see those little guitars in the middle. What do you call that? Just like the box in the middle of the zone. It's full of, I mean, there's a lute in one of those, I believe. There's all sorts going on.
There's a what?
A lute. It's like a guitar. It's got strings, another stringed instrument. There's a lot going on in this hotel. There's a tremendous amount of detail paid by the IW artist, the art design. A lot going on. A lot of people think that those little benches up there, it's a bar. It's a bar. That's what it is, man. That's what it comes up in the hardpoint name. There's a bar down low. You can see all the booze and stuff and glasses and everything. Most of that broken and destroyed because one concussion is certainly going to cause a mess in that kind of area. We have had a little bit of an issue with the lobby dropping, but we're going to get back into this one ASAP, ladies and gentlemen, because that's the way we like to roll. But yeah, Chance, Control, from what we've already seen, any predictions going into this?
In terms of who's going to win, I mean, the predictions for the map being played is like A is going to get captured probably 90%. Like, it's almost thematically like Tuscan in the sense of you have the one site that you expect to get captured at some point, and it's just a matter of doing it quick enough to have the extra time on the clock to work the other zone and to make sure, like, if you're on defense, maybe the opportunity to just like pour the pressure on and get so many kills that you get the life advantage. But A should get captured the majority of the time. It's all about that actual B zone. So I would wager that the majority of like the opening breaks on the map, the team on offense will just try to cook something up over towards B to hope that they can get a couple ticks, maybe a clean 4 down and actually capture that point and work from there. But generally speaking, that's where the most important action on the map is going to be.
We like to hear it. So eyes on for the action as we get the lobby rebuilt and get all the players back into this one. We're rolling towards map number 3. We will definitely be seeing another hard point here on Hotel at the very least. If we have to go the full distance for the game 5, we stay on Hotel. The search and destroy, which should be a lot of fun as well. For those playing in the mosh pit, take notes, friends. This is how the game is sort of meant to be played at the highest level. We're still learning, of course, the very first day here of the 2023 season. Full of drama, mate. True drama, and then, you know, in-game drama as well. We've had a little bit of everything so far, and if it's any indication of how the rest of the year is going to go, gosh darn, I'm well excited.
Yeah, I don't think I had on my bingo card that Minnesota and OpTic were going to be like blood rivals by the end of the day, but there was some spicy tweets, some spicy moments, and I have to imagine plenty of people are going to be having fun with that. And those poor Twitter accounts, even Standy was catching strays, you know? Like,
that was the funniest thing that happened today.
Røkkr players. Yeah, it's tough. So that'll be a fun one to pay attention to long term. Minnesota, maybe just, do they have all the rivalries? Because I think one of the matches I'm most looking forward to is Minnesota versus Toronto. Because that's like the Toronto like 2-2 split going to the different organizations. So that's going to be a fun one. I mean, Røkkr, they got a target on their back at this point.
It's a lot of fun, though. Hey, man, we love a rivalry. And if you love a rivalry as well, why don't you buy a jersey and start some good stuff here at the League, ladies and gentlemen. Check out the CDL store. We've got an extensive collection of the official CDL apparel and merchandise, including we've got some classic favorites. We've got everything from team jerseys and hoodies. It is shop.callofdutyleague.com. Gear up today. All of the new kits, as you can see on your screen, all your faves. Everyone got to design their own jerseys now, and they do look lovely. Of course, all of that available at the shop.callofdutyleague.com. Now, if you're not like some people and you don't want to wear the gear out of game, dive in the game. You can get all these packs available in the Call of Duty store as well. Because you can, I mean, look, you can dress up top to bottom. And if, you know, you're like some people, that top right LA Thieves skin, jet black. This seems to be helping some people in aLLeY find an extra double or two. But either way, friends, the kill time in this game is so fast, it doesn't matter who sees who, or if you can't be seen or whatever, you die in a split second regardless. FaZe, all the way down to Vegas, Legion, everyone looking spiffy in their brand new in-game kits. All of this available right now at the in-game Call of Duty store. So get your points, get your cash, dive in there and dress up like your favorite team. Tons of that available. I'm currently rocking, I think, the Toronto Ultra skin right now, looking very lovely in the mosh pit. Also running the plain white Call of Duty League skin, because that's kind of our team, Shots, isn't it?
Yeah, I'll take that. Yeah, I think then our team might be one of the higher selling ones. It's funny to me, though. I'm seeing so many of those jerseys for like the first time just because 80% of the people in my lobbies are, it's the LA Thieves skin. Like even in Warzone, it's just the LA Thieves skin is just out and about. So that is, I mean, perhaps the smartest move that has been made this offseason is just the design of that jersey.
You know what we can also do now is we can revisit the idea we had in Cold War about like, well, when you see a jersey, it gives you an idea of a team's or a player's approximate skill level. Do you know what I mean?
100%.
Based on the
100%.
frequency in which you see them, you can make assessments and easy judgments. And now the cool thing is most of the LA Thieves skins, those players are they are.
Well, it's just a dice roll at this point. Like,
it's so below average, though.
Well, no, now you just don't know. But yeah,
it's
you
below
definitely
average.
get a very wide spectrum.
I'm collecting data, baby. I'm in the lab. I'm putting the numbers together, and it's below average. Because
I'll put you on the spot. What happens when you see a Seattle Surge jersey in game?
Oh, that's way up there, man. No, that's like coming across a Florida Mutineers skin in Cold War. You're like, damn, this is a player. Careful. Yeah. This is probably a Challengers player. They got some gunny. They probably know where to go. But that's like when Cold War, when you saw an OpTic skin, free kill every time. You know what I mean?
I'll just hit you with a hard no comment on that one, but hard to disagree with you there, Miles, if you're picking what I'm putting down. Hopefully, we would be loading into Hotel before anyone else's mentions get flamed, and I think with the fist bumps out and about, even a smile on Hook's face. Can't imagine after a performance like that on map 2. There's always something to smile about.
Well, the skins are nasty. All of them. Absolutely gross, baby. Here we go.
Where's the loot at?
Oh, come on, man. Maybe where's the loot?
With the guitars?
The loot. Yeah, there's one in there, and there's another one. There's another one in P2. P2, there's a loot, and I forget. There's plenty of different stringed instruments. Have a look, brother. We'll do a little map walkthrough, just you and I. We'll do a tour of the hotel together. I mean, there's only one room. I find that kind of weird for such a large place. Like, where are all these people staying? Either way, into the control we now go. 30 lives apiece, 2 zones, and in the end, 1 winner.
And yeah, definitely a B hit off the rip for Seattle on offense, and not the bad start for the first and second blood. Spark may be the next man to try to take down. They succeed, and the pressure on the B zone is in.
Here we go. It's kills from Seattle. So far, so good. 2 for Pred right off the rip, and B, making quick work of it. You've still got players from LH on the outside, though, looking to get involved. Nice shots out of Spark. Whoa, my word, the turn and burn there. Who caught out throwing an 8. That's another thing we're going to be watching out for a lot in this game. As 3 clean kills come through from Surge, the B zone is basically done. Massive work at them early on, but keep an eye on the time to kill. Throwing nades, getting caught in that situation is going to eat many players alive. Now, if the cut-off kills here a good chance, this round is done.
Yeah, I feel like this is already over, right? This is 3 players about to run into like a firing squad, and Mack does the damage. Someone there for the trades. It was Spark with the team kill on himself, and they might have actually found the opening. A lot of players just got away one shot. Now it's Simp trying to work with Mack on the flip side, and it is Mack collecting all of the kills.
Oh, God.
He's at number 5. Pred's back in the mix in Seattle. Well, you spawn right on top of the hill zone, rather, and
oh, wow.
Be good to go.
Pred, there's one more, mate. You may as well go for it. Heavy tags. Cleanup kills are there, but the round is done. Seattle Surge, very succinct work here in the opening round of Control.
And they didn't even entirely have to stack the B zone. I mean, they left Sid by themselves, but as soon as they got like that initial wipe, that's as clean as you're really going to see a round ever get. So I mean, that is by the book. That is done to perfection, and that is a very strong advantage. Because I do think the map will be defensive-sided. Again, not by a crazy amount. You obviously have opportunities. There it is.
Well, what do you know, mate? What's that? Is that a loot? It looks a lot like a loot. It might not actually be. I might be wrong there, but it does look a bit like a loot. Either way, though, thank you, Cleaner. What a fun year it's going to be with all the details in these maps. Sib with the 2, accuracy involved as well. And oh my good God, everyone gets a piece of the pie. Defensively, very sound out surge.
Yeah, and well, now if you're talking about pie, the spawns are over in the kitchen area, and they might be stuck there for quite some time. And it's actually massive flanks coming through. And I feel like this has to get read by LAG. Someone's going to turn around and prepare for this. I think a couple players have turned their arrow a few different times, but they guessed the wrong door, and Mack guns them both down. Suffocating right now on defense is Seattle.
Well, it's working out, mate. Still though, oh, nice win at Neptune. Second bit of segment goes through. Daddy aLLeY get to get a kill, but that's fine for now. But this game is getting away from LAG. They've been cleaned off the point for now. Hook's making a bit of a run. Pandemonium across the map chance with less than 50 seconds to go here.
Yeah, I mean, so the spot that Sib is playing right now on the bottom left of the minimap, he is going to be forcing LAG spawn inside of kitchen forever. And so Seattle are going to know exactly what they need to deal with. Hook's the only man that's actually been able to get out, so you will get a free flank, and that will be the opening for LAG to actually try to secure this A point. But until they clear out Sib of this position, they're spawning across the map from B, and it's just a hike across the map to try to make something happen.
It is possible that Seattle are aware that that point was getting captured slowly by only one player based on the progress, but now the defensive lineup shifts over towards B. Neptune, once again, alive and kicking. He's going to be able to try to sniff out Sib, who's still running amok over by the parking lot.
And even in the back, yeah, accuracy just perfectly with the nade to clear him out. Finally, though, Sib falls, so maybe you can hope for a bit of a closer spawn, and funnily enough, it was splits in that moment, but a couple players are going to be around. I think it's what, Pred, because of course it is, that's down low bedroom, so they still have to clear out their own base, and there's always someone there being annoying.
Still being annoying. Spots trying to go toe-to-toe with Pred, catches him out. Good stuff. Now you got that part of the map open. Big win from Ook. Now, bit of progress to fly forward. The numbers are working out for LAG. They only have one life down, but the more mans on the map, the better. Can they get in towards the B zone? Yes. Mack takes his head off.
It is sort of a two-step thing, because even like once you you can clear out your top and bottom bedroom, you can clear out the plat, and it's still not easy to get B. You have to get trophies out. You still need some sort of clearance. So LAG, I mean, they did like the first part of clearing out their base, but steps 2 and 3 are by no means that easy. And Seattle right back in position, cornered up, ready to go. Everything they have covered.
One last hit of this one. You got to go fast, though, lads. If you're going to get on this point, time's are ticking. 10 seconds. Dive on in. Kills are there. Can Ook find one and maybe dive on it? No, you've checked the wrong corner, mate. No one's able to get to the point. Unless, here we go. 2 seconds. Anyone there? Shots are good. They stop the clock. And 0 point. Done. 0. Unlucky there from LAG. Not able to get the job done. And that's going to be it. They're down in the segments as well, Chance. Should we have to go to the final round?
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's day 1. These are, you know, hot takes abound, but Seattle do just look a little bit more well orchestrated so far in the respawn game mode. So neck and neck in S&D, but I mean, map 1, there was a section where Seattle go on like a 130-point run on the aBeZy Fortress. And I mean, so far 2 back-to-back rounds where it is just clean, efficient, well orchestrated gameplay from Seattle. I mean, Sib's doing his thing. Yeah, I mean, look, there's no surprise there. It's the 2 sophomores, the 2 all-stars putting in the work.
No major surprise there. Good shots out of Mack. Nobody get the kill. Pressure now still mounting. It was an exciting and extremely efficient attack for Seattle Surge the first go around. This could be another 3-0 in control. Is this the dagger over towards B?
I just don't want to deal with Pred in that situation. Neptune at least gets rid of him, but it's still Seattle. I mean, really taking their time to try to set this one up, and for good reason when you're winning gunfights like that. But still, no actual pressure on this B zone. You see the middle of the map has been dominated. This is why last time Sib and Pred stayed around couches, because if you can't handle that cross, you're still not going to get that zone. So Seattle are sort of stuck just on the opposite side of the map.
Capturing B now, though. 38 seconds remaining. It's a better look out of LAG this time around. Do they have what it takes, though, to sweep Seattle from the point? Nade, stuns, all getting thrown. Good coverage there. Arstees and Spark going to make their way around. Neptune's got eyes on the backside, but Mack is going to plant it, stay there, and not move. Here comes the gunfight. Wow, lightning fast bit of work there. Sib's back onto it. Couple of kills going their way. Spark, last man here on the defense, and he's been taken care of as well. Sib is cooking. 30 seconds on the clock. Stopped it. Is it enough? Man alive. Back and forth on B.
And I'd say, Seattle, you might have to pull the plug and just, like, eventually just straight up go for A. They're not getting a close spawn for it at all, but trying to flood into this point has not been panning off, and there's Hook as well. 17 kills for him, by the way. So that's why he was smiling earlier on. Now that Seattle are spawning in kitchen, though, but I was going to say Neptune was quick to be there on defense. Sib just shreds him, though.
5.7 seconds left on the clock. Getting the job done by A for a sec. Is it going to be enough to seal the deal here? Got to hold on to it for quite some time. No stack at the moment. It's only accuracy getting the cap done. Chance, LAG might chalk it.
They don't have to just yet. If it's only one man, like, you know, stacked on the point for the moment, you can take your time and look for these kills. Pred will get a freebie in this moment. No major flanks coming through, and I think you are correct. LAG effectively just chopping it up, getting all the pressure over towards top bedroom, over towards the catwalk, but I don't think anyone's going to overcommit and try to defend this at point.
Massive work from Sib. Smooth dancing and fantastic centering. You get those 2 kills. A's gone. 1 minute to play with. Life count relatively even. Seattle Surge, that slight advantage. Is it going to amount to a whole lot here? Because you're going to burn through these lives. Sib on 4, and he is frying, son. 22 and 9.
Yeah, I got to get that class. I feel like he's killing before the second bullet comes out of the gun.
I'm trying to get a good look at what the grip is, but it's not true. Either way, though, we're making our way over towards B. The first segment is a thing of the past. Oh, my good God. He's frying. Is it the attachments? Probably not. It's the player. As Sib is sensational right now. It's a 5-speed for him.
And he's going to be the player at least forcing these spawns out, but his teammate's still spawning over towards kitchen. So you are going to have to stop this clock, even if you want to try to win this game on lives. But I think LAG, that is a nice little spurt. They might have just daggered them. Now Seattle, they're going to be forced. You have to fly towards this point. You're going to get shot in the back, shot in the front. LAG should have this one ready to go.
They should. Final 10 seconds. Will it come down to kills? Will it come down to a moment on the point? It is possible. There's the stop. Kills are there. Neptune finds 2. Clock opens up once again, and that could be the round. Wait for it. Not over. Just yes, it should be done. Wait a minute. It's not over. Just there. It's done. Blimey, that was nutty. A crazy finish towards the point there. Trades work out. LAG stay alive.
Yeah, just nowhere to go towards the end. I mean, if Sib wins that gunfight against Neptune, like in the back, maybe there's the opportunity. I mean, it turns into a 2 versus 2 towards the end, but a little bit too much pressure left towards the end. And that is definitely not a shot at Sib. I mean, he's like 22 and 10 or something like that. He has been frying this entire series. And right now, LAG, they got to respond. They're getting picked apart in the slang column. Sib has been, or slang column rather. Sib has been taking them to task, and now you got to find a way to win on offense. And it will be a B hit off the rip. Hook will be roaming towards the middle of the map and maybe look for an errant killer too, but he gets shut down instantly, and now his teammates in effectively a 3v4 at the harder point to capture. Good luck with this one.
Hey, man. Sometimes all you need is a little bit of luck. We're still committing towards B. All angles covered right now for Seattle Surge, and we're waiting for that push forward again. The sort of trap you had Seattle put LAG in the previous rounds was so strong, forcing them to spawn that kitchen side. But for now, I mean, it has to come down to big wins. It's got to be big kills across the board for Seattle Surge because they're quite spread defensively.
I gotta say, the Dolphin dive gets me every time, but they're trying. Yeah, dude, they're trying to find
disgusting.
it through the middle of the map. Yeah, Sid, he just kills faster.
Can we get a trade here, mate? That's the plan. Sib's still holding that capture side. He's posted up. Nep's going to try and find it. Unconnects. On the point, we now finally go for the capture. 30 seconds. We're pausing it. That's a big win. Nep's there to back him up. You're off the point, though. Keep an eye on the time.
Like everyone on Seattle is either full flanking or trying to cut in through mid, so they're not even hitting from the back right now. It is just the full wraps, and there's Mack, the hero for the team from the top rope. Give him the 3 and maybe number 4, but he leaves Arcees by himself. Credit to Arcees, he does what he can, but 15 seconds left on the clock. Now you got to sprint yourself over towards A, but I mean, accuracy potentially ready to pinch. Sid may be ready to just gun people to bed, and That'll be the play call. Number 4, though, Pred, you know it's him going on the flank. Seattle, I think they're going to be able to break this.
The timing of the pinch will be fantastic, but you get these kills, you end the game. Here we go. Pred's made his presence known. Here comes the pinch for the front side. Stay down if you're on the point. That's going to be the game plan right now for LAG. It all comes down to this last hit. Spark's finding kills, though. He's managed to make safe one of the flanks. It is now all quiet on the eastern front. Towards the west now you look, and Pred's done. So, with that gamble, it didn't pay off. You should capture A.
Yeah, it was a good try, but just good reads from LAG, who are honestly pretty quick to roam over towards this B side. They haven't cleared out bedroom just yet, but they're winning the initial gunfights, and there's number 3. Last man standing is going to be Mack. He is up top. Last time he got the 3 piece. This time, though, he's going to get gunned down. Hook is ready for it. You get a 3 stack on the point. This should go quick.
They're stacking it. They're stacking it in a big way. Sib's trying to fly forward. Accuracy's taking his time to get another fight, and time is not what you've got right now. LAG almost looking to push the final round. Here we go. They lock it down, and from the jaws of defeat, they buy one more lifeline.
Yeah, that was so quick as well. You know, you see the flank coming through. It gets developed for the longest time from Pred over towards A, but that gets spread. They find a couple kills, and it was a much faster version of we'll leave one player to capture that old point. We need to pounce on new, and they just got all the kills. I mean, every single one falling like dominoes. Even Mack was in the spot to make the hero play, but it just gets red. So, I mean, that is incredibly well done on the attack, and I might have jumped the gun a bit too soon. A few rounds ago, LAG straight back in it. But I do think it's a slightly defensive-sided map, so it is important of who actually captured more segments to get defense for the final round. And so in my mind, this will be a slight advantage towards Seattle, but obviously we've seen 2 offensive wins. It's nothing crazy.
Hey, man. Anything can happen. We're hitting A first. Here comes the capture. Seattle Surge going to have to now fast scramble over towards this point. 2-man stack for LAG. And Mack's going to start the counter-attack. Here we go.
And it's more just about trapping these players in, right? And that is an interesting spawn. Mack is actually in here. Players spawn directly behind him, and I think Neptune spawned a little bit further back than usual, so thought someone was going to be nearby. Thought correctly, but all's well that ends well. 1 player on the point to capture it, buying number 5 and number 6, RCDs and Hook, all the time in the world to go on this flank. Try to clear out that side, play for some spawn kills. Obviously, Pred has been spotted. And Mack, yeah, he's not reading the full flank. He's going to fall.
Oh, my. LAG have played this round fantastically so far. Can they get on towards B? It's another gunfight that Pred wins massive. Keeps the backline safe. All eyes towards the front now as LAG wait for the numbers and try again. So far, minute 50 to play with, tons of lives.
Yeah, and you try to flank, the stun lands at your face, and that means Mack is going to be looking down for 2. Players cross, but Mack has both of them pinned in the back, and everybody else on Seattle just gets free reign on the map. I mean, just look at the position from accuracy. Keep in mind, he's on defense, and he was basically just standing in the spawn at LAG. And where he falls, it's just trades back and forth across the map, but Mack on point on defense, and Sib still in position for some spawn kills.
Hook bides his time, but his chance is up. Here comes the push now from Seattle, trying to get that front line going forward. They've got themselves in position now to clear up or to force the spawns towards the top side of the map chance. This is a good look for Seattle. LAG have got a lot of work to do from this spot.
Well, there's number 1. He's been the hero for the moment. A lot of work to do, and a couple more in front of him, but dodges the nade, and honestly, it's just about buying time, but Sparta's there. They've cleared out bottom bedroom. That's step 1. Now you got to get past Pred.
Step 2, Pred's behind the bar, and he's serving up a little bit more than a tasty beverage. Who's going to hit the top side? Pred's still lying in wait. He's got Sib just behind him covering the top plat side. You have 35 seconds to get to the point. Here comes RC. Big win. Sib, though, finds himself 2 more. Spark from the top bedroom side. Surely now the pressure is on. Through the mid-map flow, you're going to see LAG try to make something happen, but no, all angles are covered. Spark's keeping the space safe, but you're running out of time. Here we go.
Accuracy's going to fall, though, and that means the cross is going to be open. That is a 3 down, and Sib is the last man standing. Just like that, you get the clearance on the point, and once again, it is the stack. It'll be 3 players on, and Seattle are going to be forced to flood.
The Guerrillas are in. They're in. Hook finds another one. Third comes around a corner.
Easy.
Hook nails it. That's going to be that. Surely now, Pred, the hero play. There's the kills from Spart, and ladies and gentlemen, take a standing bow. LAG, they pull it back 3 straight.
And Smart maybe had a little bit of something to say. Series ain't done, but I don't know what that aggression is about, but he is letting somebody know something. Maybe me for doubting him after the first 2 rounds, because that is what, 3 out of those 5 go to the offensive team. LAG delivered twice back to back. And I mean, it almost plays like a round of S&D in a sense, right? Like, as long as there's no one back bedroom or like top plat, and you're the team that's on the attack, it is these next set of gunfights. If you get a clean 3 down and you get the 4th as the cherry on top, like, you just stack it and it goes so fast. And they were just perfect at setting those gunfights up. I mean, Hook fried the entire time. Big 3-piece towards the end. He was helpful on clearing out the points, but I mean, that is just LAG on point. Battled back 3 rounds in a row. Gotta tip it.
I mean, this is something we're going to keep coming back to, is whether the stats matter or not. And right now, I mean, it wasn't like they were putting up tremendous numbers. Hook obviously has some great stand-up plays, 3,500 damage. But at the end of the day, you play the game, you play for the win. Massive stuff out of LAG. Highlights now across the board. Some brilliant plays here on Hotel in Control. Map number 3 was a fun one. Getting a lot of love towards those opening hits. You found a weakness there in Seattle Surge's gameplay in that final round, and LAG walked right on in, steal the restaurant point, steal A, and then it was plenty of time and plenty of lives to go for it there by B. Oof. And the last possible seconds, charts, we get the game. The series now on our hands. We got a hard point on Hotel.
And I think maybe sort of similar to what we saw in the S&D of just like LAG finding ways to not let Seattle play their game. Like on the aBeZy Fortress Search and Destroy, it was, we know Brett is going to get the intel. He's going to make a play off of it, but they picked him apart. They first blooded him maybe 4 or 5 rounds, and that in my mind was the pretty big difference maker. And this time, whenever Seattle was behind him, it's Mack picking up the big plays. It's Pred going on the flanks. That was very problematic, but they did just a great job of containing him in the final moments of the rounds on the attack, to where instead of Pred being behind you or doing something hyper aggressive, he's forced just to like lay down in that bar area and wait. And as soon as you sort of like, you know, contain the pace of Seattle, I mean, you just pick them apart after that, and the round gets that much easier. So, I mean, maybe some pop-off plays towards the end, but LAG, they came to play.
Yeah, they certainly did. And again, there were sort of a lot of moments in Seattle Surge's gameplay there. You can see they've got a really good understanding of how control works and how the spawns work in this game and mode. Again, it's just sort of, you know, the moments there are brilliant, but LAG just sort of taking the chances and managing to work things out as a team, playing their lives very well, managing to maintain presence on the map. You have that top bedroom spot, you don't make the hit until someone's just behind you to bump forward and let you get into the play. A couple of sprees like this from Hoop don't slow progress down whatsoever, but you have to tip the cap to LAG. They had a single game plan, that was get on the goddamn point, capture it, and my word, they did it. 6-5, 3-2. You can't say LAG don't like to make things exciting. Let's find out what happens now on Hardpoint. We stay on Hotel and search and destroy for that final map, if Surge can pull out the goods here. But let's see what happens, Chance, because I'm dumb here. I'm excited, mate. We've been live for a while. It's been a long day, but the opening day here of the 2023 season has been spicy, been exciting. I'm ready to go, man. Get us in a Hotel Hardpoint.
I mean, you know, the sooner the better for this one. And it's, I mean, I don't even want to make a prediction at this point, because I was thinking the respawn, especially after the first 2 rounds, was like clear cut Seattle. I mean, you start on the bad side on aBeZy Fortress and in effect, I mean, dominate LAG for the rest of that game. So I still, if I'm thinking about it, would like want to lean that direction, but Hook's dropping 33 out here. Spart's winning massive gunfights. So it is truly anyone's game. And obviously on a map that is very rotation heavy, where you can absolutely lock down full 60s on pretty much any hill outside of like P1, definitely not P1, but outside of that, you can make big plays. So we'll see if LAG are ready for it. Who's going to be the route man for the team?
We will find out in a brief moment. But again, when it comes down to what we call in rotations, it's essentially putting your players and putting your team in a spot to grab that hard point when it pops up early, and make sure that you've got the spawns that are closest to that hard point, so you keep that steady flow of reinforcements. Sib, once again, he's the stat man. Ski baba bada boop when it came to you know, how the series is going so far. 75 and 38, that boy is cooking, and he looks great in that new jersey.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose, I mean, that is an absurd KD. They're down in the series, funnily enough. Dropped 16 for the L in the S&D. I didn't see what his stat line was towards the end. I think he had like 35 or something ridiculous like that. So maybe one of the guarantees in life. Death, taxes, and Sid frying. In every game mode.
Yeah, pretty much. Absolutely. Don't forget, friends, packs are on sale. You see the skins these players are running around with in game. You too can look as Flash while you fly around and try to get anything above a 0.1 in this game. It ain't easy, friends. Everyone's going to be absolutely We now go into the hard point. LAG, match point. Can they close out here?
And funnily enough, just one of those sort of advantages you get off spawn. Seattle, they get to the hill first on Breamberg. So just what are you going to do? One team just going to get guaranteed the first few seconds. But I suppose in a sense, LAG will have the spawns for P2 on the right side of the map. But, you know, there's a balance to things in life. Just not hotel.
It's 5-star, baby. You got to pay for the goods and accuracy. A great force pre to start the map off. Helps his team net 21 seconds there in the opening hard point. But that time is done. Can Mack stop the flow of points now as LAG? Slight tactical retreat off the point for a second. The last sort of 18 seconds remaining here are going to be 4 over. Again, looking towards the next hard point also. That's where Surge are right now.
And this is more or less exactly what you want. If you're Seattle, you get to the hill first just because you spawn closer to the hill. You turn that into flipping spawns over towards new, and this is pretty much as good as it gets. Couldn't ask for anything more. You got Pred pushed out the deep right side of the map. You got players pushed up mid. You got Mack pushed up the bottom side. So everything is covered. It is a super deep spread across the map, and it is Pred you have to get past, and right now he is just cooking them up. LAG, there is nowhere to go.
Oh, he's tagged. No problem, though. He slowed down the flow of reinforcements now from LAG. Unable to get anywhere near the point. Finally taken care of. Here comes a lane to actually get in, and Hoop takes the advantage. Opens the door. Sib slams it right back in the face of LAG. Neptune on the flank, though, is going to amount to much. No! Sib, Jiminy Crickets. It's a 6 spree, and he's got full streaks.
Yeah, I don't know if Mack just fed Sib that information, or if he heard him, or if they just countered out, and that was good comms, but that is a nice little moment. We're now trying to chain it. Pred, not quite by himself, but he's a little bit lonely. It'll be Mack the next in line, but he's going to fall as well. So Seattle trying to make some big plays on this rotation. And honestly, the big plays going to continue. LAG, nice recognition on that. As soon as number 8, Spart, spawns up, he gave the call to his teammate who immediately started to turn around. So they know there's players in the back.
Holy dooly.
And why do you aim down the sights? There's no need.
From the hip, or rather from the elbow, as Hoop there prone nails the tags. Coverage there from Nastie's the outside. Kitchen looking very, very safe right now. Sib, accuracy, fighting the way forward. Here comes the timed hit. Beautiful work. They both get their kills. That's going to be the break, Seattle Surge.
And Vaznev's a wild gun, right? I mean, Hook's popping Betty, he scores the hip fire it, and he just fries accuracy like it's a normal gunfight. I'm thinking close range against Sib with the M4. Hook's got this for sure. Nope, not in the slightest. Absolutely gets destroyed. So can't always predict the gunfights in this one, and Neptune and Smart maybe on the bad end of those gunfight predictions. Now a combined 5 and 16. Trying to get things going. In the first hill, really, LAG have an opportunity to try to lock down a decent bit of time. Should have trophies out, have good map coverage, have Hoop pushed up into bedroom. It's pretty much all you want.
No lead is safe in Modern Warfare 2, though, especially in hardpoint. So, however good things are looking right now for Seattle Surge, this ain't over yet. 12 and 5 out of Sib, though, as you said, death taxes and throwing in respawn. Your boy's on it. 5 spree there for Pred, as he's also getting things going. The 2 young'uns, newest additions to the CDL for this roster, are looking fantastic so far.
And now I'm seeing the M4 at range, and I'm like, yeah, that's going to win against the Vaznev, and then Neptune just guns him. So again, these predictions, not easy. Good luck with your bets this year, but as far as betting for the final 25 seconds of this hard point, LAG down heftily in this game. Basically get the full 60 and at least chop away at the lead. Obviously, though, still a long way to go, and Pred from the top row, triple positive for the moment. Again, to the surprise of no one, him and Sib are frying.
The table's up now in the restaurant in a few seconds. See how Surge will be eating away at these hard point seconds. Time's up. Lamar can't win it all, though. Is actually taken care of. Neptune through the corner, and the old cheeky crawl on your belly. We're going to see lots of that this year in NW. Pred wins another. Flying forward. Neptune, though, on a bit of a spree himself. Now comes down to Sib. 16th kill of the match so far. Chance 40 seconds on the point.
And RCD is also, funnily enough, is like kind of behind the entire team right now. But how many can he get along the way? Only one just gets dropped. Mack, that spidey sense was tingling. And again, I said pretty much every hill outside of P1 can get held for a full 60. And right now, Seattle doing their Sunday best in Simp with the Beamer. every direction. It just doesn't matter. And him and Mack working together, poor RCs. I feel like there's almost nothing you can do. Or maybe the nade to take down Simp, but it's just Mack next in line, man. Dancing everywhere around the diner. It takes so much to kill these players on the surge.
Hard work. I mean, RC's getting in the habit now of just aiming lower, and everyone seems to be prone at nearly every moment of every game and every fight. Over to the rooftop, just above the parking lot area now. We're going to see how the LAG players can now fight their way forward. Seattle Surge in full control. Let's see how the break goes. We'll listen in with LAG.
Back left. And back right.
Back left, dude. One shot. Back right.
Yeah, back right.
Back right kitchen. Back right kitchen.
How much shot, bro?
Front open. Try to get front hill, dude.
Yeah, I'm coming. He coming, guys. Top left, guys.
It's two.
Pick it up.
Yep. I don't see anything cutting mid.
27 seconds. It's a good time. Go. I got naded. Cut off.
One shot.
Rotate off on.
So there. I'm trying to nade it.
I'm going to the right.
Stop bed, I think.
Top.
I got naded. I got naded.
He's close right and he pinch close steps. I have the right cut off.
I have
the right cut off.
We can bring the shit back.
Yeah, we can. 100%.
Yeah, one full.
I
spawn small. You right stuff, Kyle.
He's
hurt. I'm trying to help you now. I'm watching bed head through.
Gonna be light.
Could be lobby or curve. Yeah,
I'm going lobby. He's bricks.
Nice stuff too. I'm missing Lamar and Mack, okay?
He's bricks again.
Yeah, I'm holding left.
Bricks again.
They're gonna work Cal on.
Bricks set.
Cal left on me.
Last guy. They're mid idea.
Yeah, they're top glass.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, he's gonna be top cat. He's top cat. Top cat got me. Top cat got me.
I think he wants that top guy. You wanna work the right? You wanna work?
Yeah. Nerd got me, okay? They're couching nerd.
I spawned cat.
Couching nerd heavy, okay?
Are you nerd?
I'm cat.
That one's down heavy. I'm trying to spray. Could be lobby or something.
He's top cat. Walk top mid.
Back right hill. Absolute back right hill.
I
got needed. Top cat walk.
Top cat walk. He's long through. He jumped down. He's looking. He's in between like the.
I'm playing for skill.
In between the couches. In between the couches.
You got you.
Now, it's not a bad situation whatsoever in terms of the comms for LAG. They're doing everything they can to keep this game alive, and no sign of any sort of deflation when it comes to the 217 80+ scoreline we're seeing.
No, I mean, you're right. I suppose that's a good sign in a sense that like you're keeping the vibes flowing, like trying to keep the comms like very like they're not as depressed as you'd think for being down by 120 points.
That's because they're goddamn professionals. There's no crying, there was no tears, no nothing. It was just I'm trying to do this. Let's get this happening. I mean, I'm with it. LAG not out of the woods yet. They're in trouble. P2's up and accuracy's on ahead.
Yeah, and it's just. I mean, the hard point, this is just a little bit tough. And yeah, the choppiness of the gameplay as well.
It's almost happened.
Super not ideal.
Well, according to accuracy's face, everything seems to be fine. That might have just been an issue on the observer side, which is good. So still 10 seconds now for the win. Seattle, one more big hit, trying to make their way forward. And accuracy, I'm stealing this spot. My God. There's the lineup for Sib. There's the kills. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be a game 5. Here we go.
First 100-point club of the year, yeah?
You know it. Massive work out of Surge. Massive work.
Yeah, and it's when like the power rankings come out, when the teams scrim, obviously it's the majority respawn. Like obviously, especially towards the start of the year, S&D is getting scrimmed, but not nearly as much. Especially 2 series or 3 series a day, depending on the team, of just respawn. And I know LAG off the rip for like the coaches polls and whatnot were towards the bottom of the power rankings. Their S&D looked great. Their control, they brought it together. But hardpoint, we have identified as a potential problem. 100-point club in one sense. They got beat by 125 on aBeZy Fortress when they started on the good side. And I mean, Spart was very aggressive towards his camera after the control. And I think the camera might have gotten a little bit of revenge, maybe blinded him in that game. 9-21. Least damage. Not ideal.
We've easily identified. I mean, I'm no doctor, but there's a problem here. LAG not exactly bringing the thunder in hardpoint, but so far they've got the ice in search and destroy, and they've got the ice in control as well. Now, the scary thing is that you go to another search and destroy. Game 5, the first of the 2023 season is upon us now. We stay in on hotel, and hey, if you're a betting man, which, hey, it's up to you. You could be. This is going to be an exciting one indeed. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, the final match of the day, Hotel Search and Destroy. We'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for Game 5. Seattle Surge, Los Angeles Guerrillas in our run-up towards Major 1. The 2023 season may only be 1 day old, but holy dooly, ladies and gents, is it full of surprises and fun and games so far. Sib continues to put on a maybe historic look at his stats so far in this series. The boy's cooking. The rest of the squad have managed to force themselves into a Game 5 situation. However, LAG have had the ice, not only in the search, but in the control in those final dire moments. Chance, what in the name of all things sacred are we about to witness here on a hotel?
That's super good question. I think Hotel is like a much more diverse map when it comes to like strat opportunities when you're talking about Search and Destroy, at least compared to like Outback or Fortress. So I think the game plan it seemed like LAG really had going into it sort of seemed like just playing off Pred of like, we're going to do normal stuff, but we know once there's enough information coming through, Pred's going to try to do something. So I think Seattle will have like that type of idea as well going forward, but like Pred has like 37 different options to work with now. So it'd be an interesting little battle between these two teams, I'd say. And I think LAG is going to be a fun team to watch in S&D as well. Cause again, Spart always super solid in S&D, who can fry at every game mode. He's a world champion. Neptune is one of the grinders in S&D, even in the off season was grinding like the Cold War Childs as well. And obviously we saw Arcides. I mean, he wins his ones. So it's going to be a fun team to watch. They've had the ice, and we'll see if they can follow that up for a nice little Game 5 win to start the year.
I mean, the Los Angeles Guerrillas continue to prove, their worth in Search and Destroy. Of course, it was the world record set for most consecutive Search and Destroy wins that got them towards that Major 2 victory in the Vanguard season. And hey, man, who can spot a part of that one? You add Arcides to the roster, only a good thing. And Neptune, since diving ship quite literally from Halo over towards the Call of Duty world in Cold War, I mean, you called it, mate, grinding. I mean, putting in the hours. Not only has he had some sensational teammates alongside him to help bolster that knowledge, but he really does have a very strong work ethic, as we can see. A lot of late night VOD sessions, a lot of late night grinding up in early hours, playing Search and Destroy with all sorts of people. See if they can put all that hard work and practice to the test now that it matters most in this Game 5.
And a fun team to watch as well, because all three of these guys like going together. But I know that's a lot for LAG. I think a bigger question is Simp about to drop one of the most absurd stat lines of all time?
Maybe.
For an L though, because like that could happen. Because this dude has to be like well beyond a 2.1.
Not for the L.
105 kills in a series, and obviously this game plays out different than Vanguard. But if you're getting 100+ kills in a full series, I mean that's phenomenal. That was like a semi-rare occurrence last year. And again, different game. Who knows what the stats are going to turn out to be. But like, obviously, the dude is frying.
Well, another thing as well, once we, the punditry going into this game, we didn't expect to see that many kills in a hard point, just given how solid setups are. Most teams are trading out, perfect 60s. Games don't last long enough for you to get anywhere near sort of like that many kills in a series. This boy is working his ass off to find these kills. Was it 15 or 16 in the Search industry as well?
And I'm thinking about it now. How many players on LAG didn't get 16 kills on the Hotel Hardpoint?
Jesus!
He's doing that on Fortress S&D, so like...
Unbelievable!
Look, he's having a good series. That's all I'm saying. And I want his M4 class.
Yeah, I'm going to be in the DMs in moments, quite frankly, to find out what the hell he's running on that bad boy. But all talk aside about historic plays, whether he wins it or loses it, it is certainly an unbelievable stat line to this matchup with. Stats don't mean everything, but holy, it's pretty good so far. We'll find out, though, as we get into this Hotel Search and Destroy Game 5 in a brief moment. But Chance, I mean, these are record numbers, but for the L, tough. I mean, all that really tells us, though, is Seattle Surge have certainly got the firepower. It's just that sort of precision they need to really close out, the more objectively heavy game modes.
Absolutely. And I think, again, just sort of tailing the point from the earlier Search and Destroy and say on like the Seattle theme of like, I don't know what the default really is on Hotel. I know at the start of the year when we were using the smoke grenades, it's smoke out the A bomb, bait out a couple grenades. If you have a trophy, throw that and just go for the bomb plant. But with no smokes, it's a tougher call. Both bomb sites can get utilized, opportunities to push through the middle of the map. Sib could potentially pull out the sniper on one side. I don't know who the sniper would be for LAG. Either Sparta or Arcides would be my guess, but I think, it's honestly a toss-up between the two. So that'd be a fun question as well.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, we saw Spark running it on Fortress for a spell. I mean, he didn't actually hit the snipe, so he used pistol side it, but that's a possibility. We've seen Nastie snipe in the past. We know Daddy Alec. Yeah. You know, he's a dangerous man with the big gun in hand. I mean, you could throw it to Hook. I would not doubt that the nuke can hit a shot or two. I've seen that boy play Halo, and let me tell you, heads are a thing of beauty when he takes care of them. But we've got a moment before we get into this matchup again. We're nearly there for the final map of the day, and what a day it really has been. We thank you, Call of Duty fans, for sticking out with us through thick and thin, through, you know, bugs and glitches and all sorts to get to the end of this day. And we promise you a wild and crazy season throughout the remainder of this, what feels like a very short year already. Can't believe it. It's not even 2023 yet, technically, and we're already rock and rolling.
I mean, honestly, it was about time. That felt like a long off season for me. So the sooner we start, the better. But it'll also be a fun first day of like wild results. I don't think many people predicted Minnesota to beat OpTic, and obviously no one predicted it would be the way it happened. But like, that's an interesting start to the year. I'd say for this one, it could be like a narrative flip as well. Of like, I think most people probably had Seattle either top 4, like in the 4th or 5th spot, but definitely towards the top of the league. I think the expectations for LAG were sort of like in the 10th or 11th spot.
Yeah.
And if they come out and just get a first win to like kick off the year, maybe even a new contender for like the 2-3-5 sort of a strat that they were rolling with when they got their tournament win as well. So always a dangerous team. If your teams that are at the bottom or where they're expected to be are taking teams at the top all the way to a game 5 and maybe even get that win, I mean, who the hell knows what we're going to see this year?
Hey, also, don't forget, you know, Atlanta FaZe bottom of the league right now. Unbelievable.
True.
Unbelievable.
True. Absolutely true.
Bottom,
Forgot about
dead
that
last.
one.
It's facts. This is facts for now. Absolute facts. But hey, shout out to Boston for coming out and taking care of business. That was an incredibly impressive series as well. Madness, utter madness. Search and Destroy game 5 in its way. But honestly, just enjoying postulating about how nuts this season could be already. And what the hell is it going to look like at Major 1? Because don't forget, Challengers players are going to be there as well. Challengers team's going to be involved in that bracket because it is essentially a pro-am. So it's hitting the fan, boys and girls. What I'm trying to say is if you aren't already going to Raleigh, try to book that ticket. Try to get involved. I know ticket sales are flying off the shelves because we have COD Mobile and we have the Code Bowl taking place here as well. All sorts going to be happening. Tons of creators are going to be there. It is going to be a mad event. If you can't make it, do be sure to dive in and watch it for a moment. Tickets are on sale. The Raleigh Convention Center there, of course, December 15th to 18th. All possible to make your way there as well. I'm sure hotels are available, but it is going to be dumb lit, as the kids say. Can't wait to see how that one goes down and how different the game will look, Chance, in what, 3 weeks time? Because think of all the information we've already learned from today. All the practice in the world doesn't matter. Once you bring it to the actual game, once you bring it to league matches, that's really where the learnings are. That's where the success is found. We're going to apply all that, try and true methods, go out the window. Everyone has to level up their game. By the time Major 1 rolls around, it should look like a totally different, you know, matchup. Every one of these matchups totally different.
100%. Even just the fact that like matches play different than online, because like it isn't just like ours as casters expectations of things like Outbacker Control being defense sided. Boston comes out and just wins both of their offensive rounds, and even coaches and players from other teams will be like, what is going on? Like, that's not a thing at all. Like, I haven't won a round on offense in weeks, and these guys do it twice in a match. So like, matches are just different environments where weird things can happen, and now you're doing it on LAN, an even more intense environment. And I just, you know, who knows how many little nerdy things have been in this game that already players are starting to discover. They're just like little things that teams are like, ooh, this works. Let's never do this again in scrims, and just wait for like whatever match where we need this moment. So I think we're still very much on the precipice of understanding this game and sort of what its final form is going to be. So a lot to learn, and I would say a lot to learn even for Bringberg Hotel. Again, a diverse amount of strats you can have. I don't know if there's going to be one standard go-to, but I think these are going to be two very interesting teams to watch and search and destroy, if we ever get there, to see what they're bringing to the table.
I like to think about all the sort of lost secrets that die when a game ends and don't get used at champs, you know, because the perfect opportunity didn't arise, you know. I mean, that's what we saw that with Cellium and Shotzzy sharing the secrets towards the end of Vanguard. I mean, God have mercy on the souls of the players who are still running wages and challenges on those games, because I can't even imagine all the sort of dirty little nooks and crannies you could find yourselves in, all the wallbang spots. Again, even the stuff that players have already learned now that they're holding on to. And if we potentially play this game for 2 years, the hell's it going to look like in Season 2 when everyone's throwing like a nade off one wall that bounces off 7 other places, appears in the spawn, and bang, you're 3 down. Bang. What are you
okay, that might be too far, but maybe you'll get to the point where like, do you remember what like TSD was doing on Hotel, for example?
Oh, Jesus.
Where you can sit like top bedroom and you can shoot players in kitchen off of, the A bomb or the B bomb. I know the control point's the A point. Whatever bomb is in this site, you can shoot through like 37 different walls and just shoot through like butter. So you're exactly right. There's a lot of potential within this game to break things in very particular ways to look for that extra competitive edge.
There's nothing we love more as players than to subvert the way the game's meant to be played for our own nefarious needs. Can't wait to see all the twisted and horrible things that you guys come up with in the chance to, chase glory. Why are you rubbing your face? It's going to be great,
Two different kinds of players. I mean, you're looking forward to that. I'm just thinking about like, I just shoot people. Like, you're the player that looks at loots on the map and like takes everything in. I just shoot people. Like, it's not.
We are not the same.
I'm not that deep.
We are not the same. You never run around, find stuff. Love to do that. Love to do that. All those little angles, all those strange little things, places where you can slip, cruise missiles through if there's no trophy there. I hope that changes. Sure. I really do. I think something's wrong with the lobby, guys. I think it's safe to say something's wrong, but we'll find out in a moment and hopefully get into this game 5. We saw the LAG players a moment ago doing the best they can to keep their hands warm. Again, Search and Destroy seems to be their go-to here. Close game abound if you're a betting man or gal. We'll see what happens, though, as game 5, Hotel, sticking it through, is hopefully just around the corner on the horizon. But, hey, man, what a day it's been. What a crazy day, Chance. Crazy.
I still can't believe Boston beat Atlanta FaZe, especially in the way that they did as well. Because like beating him is one thing, like tip the cap, brand new team, start of the year. I think Atlanta FaZe has lost their opening match the past like 3 years in a row. So like, it happened, but just dude, those offensive rounds honestly will drive me insane. I don't think we're ever going to see that again. I think we actually witnessed the very first control map of the year is the most impressive one we're going to see the entire year, or for the 2 years that we have this game, if that's what it's going to be. And that's how we open things up.
Maybe. A lot of the professional players and coaches on the timeline saying, I haven't seen too many of those wins, and now we saw 2 in a single game. That may be the only time we see it. Time will tell, though. Indeed. As today has been full of true shocks and surprises. But we are slowly but surely writing what will be a very memorable league and a very memorable season here in the CDL. We thought Vanguard was crazy. Strap in, friends. This one's going to go all the way. And again, Scump's final season as well. So whatever happens in terms of the other teams, that will be one of the major talking points throughout the year without a shadow of a doubt. So all happening here in the CDL, friends. Truly, all happening. And again, we'll see what the hell happens. But as far as we know, guys, I haven't got an update on where the lobby's at, but I presume something quite serious is taking place here. This must be either a dev error or just getting players in the lobby. Not a clue, bro.
Someone forgot to bring their ID, couldn't get past the front desk, so like you gotta like go back to the airport, pick it up, get your things, and like now you got to carry around all the luggage. And that's as far as I can go with hotel-related jokes.
I've just received word that everyone's stuck at the Santa Senia border crossing. No one has been able to get through customs. There appears to be a traffic jam. That's why we're waiting for that. Everyone's just making their way here now. That's right. Even though we're staying on hotel.
I forgot about that map, if I'm being honest. I really did.
Why did you forget? How could you forget about that map? How did you forget about that?
It's burnt into my memory, but like I've been grinding the mosh pit for the past 2 days that we've had it, and I've probably played maybe 50 or 60 games. So I'm stuck in CDL land, no more border crossing for me.
We did forget the border crossing. Yeah, there is a lobby issue, guys, and hoping to get that resolved ASAP. Forcing the players in, it's like trying to wrangle sheep, maybe, who knows? But we're almost there, guys. We're almost there. But Charles, any sort of wild takeaways from actually, you know what? Screw that. Let's go to a break.
Be selected by the rest of the league to a top 10 list in a year I didn't really feel like I had the top performance I could have had is a pretty good feeling.
When you say CleanX, I think hard carry.
CleanX, he was my teammate on Ultra. He's out of his mind. That kid does some things that you're just like, how did you just do that? And why did you do that? He's really improved, and he's like a really smart, aggressive SMG.
My God, CleanX, the tissue is an issue.
CleanX's biggest trait on the map is his speed, definitely the pace he sets.
He's a fast player, he's very smart. I guess a good word is ratty. He's very methodical when he plays, and he's a talented player, and his career is going to go a long way.
Doing everything they can to hold down this remaining 30. CleanX!
When I first think of RCDs, I think of someone I really respect as a player and as a person, and the biggest thing I would take away for RCDs as a teammate is just his ability to lead. He's a big reason for our Cold War success, you know, the amazing season we had, and I feel like people didn't really give him the gas he deserved for that season.
It's the championship for FaZe!
A turret with good comms. Like, if a kill streak could speak, is him, bro.
He's really good in high-pressure situations where he can just make the right play.
RCDs has to be the hero for them. Has to be the hero. It's good Octane to be possibly lining up. There's one.
There is times where you talk about it and you're like, what did we do wrong this map? It's like, we didn't do anything wrong. He just popped the piece on us.
Team player, he just does what it takes to win.
Whatever needs to be filled type of player, so huge respect for that guy.
RCDs, he is daddy.
First thing comes to mind, I think Sib, straight shooter. Definitely one of the straightest shooters in the league. He doesn't miss.
Sib, top 2 AR in the game. The main role of an AR is to get kills, and he does that very well.
Gonna take a lot more than that to kill Sib. 9 now in a row.
He's on a power position, you know, he competes with the likes of Dashy and Cellium and RCDs, and you know what I mean? Like, so if he gets in those good positions, he's very consistent.
I don't know, he kind of plays like me sometimes. He's just like a gunny ego child type of player, gonna take the first gunfight he can take, and he's really confident in it, so.
His confidence is his strength, to be honest. Like, it shows in game and out of game.
Just chows everything, he just runs around. Like, he's really, really good at playing God, so that's just annoying, sorry.
As he's growing, he's just becoming more well-rounded, but I would definitely say his raw talent is his biggest strength.
Another massive victory there from Sib.
It feels amazing, especially like to be picked from your peers because they're your competition and they're probably the biggest or the most credible critics you can get.
What comes to mind is why the was he running an AR for so long? I mean, he was so good with an SMG and everybody told him to run an SMG. Takes out the SMG, they win a world championship.
As a sub player, he is really good at communicating up front. You get super in the moment, the crowd's going, lights are going. He's popping 2 pieces and still telling you they're spawning here, they could be here. Like, that's a big difference between a decent team and a great team.
When I hear Kenny, I just think about last year and that crazy bounce back that he had. That was extremely impressive.
Kenny! The teams are running it up!
He became more comfortable. Everyone around him became more comfortable. You know, whenever that happens, it's like a win-win for everyone.
Overall, they kind of just had our number, LAT as a whole, towards the end, but I feel like Kenny did a really big job of kind of stepping up for the team. I mean, he was back-to-back MVP the last 2 events, so it kind of just shows like how much work he was putting in and how much effort he put in to really get better.
So I feel like I started the season out pretty good, and then like the middle of the season, I had some rough patches, but I think ending the season out like this was kind of like the cherry on top.
And imagine if you're Kenny right now, back-to-back MVPs, he is him, man.
Fred, I call him Alfred. We just talk crazy when we play 2K. He's just calling us bins, we're trash, yada, yada, yada.
I mean, that kid just took the league by storm. He came in and had probably one of the best rookie seasons you'll ever see. If you ask everybody around the league, he's far and away one of the top SMGs in the game.
Probably the best sub of Vanguard. He knew every single timing, he knew where to be, he knew when to play slow or fast, and he kind of just, he had it perfected by the end of the season. He was frying everybody.
I think similar to CleanX, he kind of has like that play style where he's just super ratty.
Teammates tell him don't get the hill, just run around, really get in their face and be a complete nuisance to them and like make them have to worry about you at all times.
Always trying to get behind you, spawn kill you, just I guess play a little cheesier if that makes sense.
Cheeser. You know, there's a lot of old head people who they don't like the snake or they don't like to abuse the slide cancel mechanics. He's the complete opposite, and he flanks everything. he's just a pest. He's just annoying. You just see the confidence just flowing through him.
I think Pred had a really good Vanguard season, but I definitely don't think that's his peak. I feel like that's just the start.
When he goes off, he lets you know he's going off. He'll get up, he'll scream at you.
The Pred flex is awesome. Like, I think it's hilarious.
He's Jack, so like you gotta let him know.
Am I a fan of the Pred flex? No, I want to slap him across his head every time I see it.
I don't look at what he does when he celebrates.
He just feels like God on the stage. You can tell he's just like.
So anything to not be boring, I support. You know what I'm saying? These people are more than just COD players, you know?
Pieced up and Pred delivers.
Yeah, Shotzzy is terrible, dude. Probably one of the most overrated players in the league. Nah, but seriously, Ants obviously. I mean, his movement's the best in the league. The kid does some things that shouldn't be done. He's like Spider-Man, so I'll give him gas this one time only.
He's a glitch.
He's hard to, like, you know, shut down.
This guy be skating on the map.
He's the best sub in the game.
He was just this new kid that no one ever heard of in Halo.
He made the switch into COD and just took over the scene.
Movement King, I think Finesse King.
And Shotzzy just dancing around the map.
And he ended up here, and he ended up there, and he ended up here, and I'm just like, bro, we lost.
Because if you don't kill him, if you don't take him out of the map, he's just going to be annoying.
Every team says when they go into playing Texas is keep track of Shotzzy. If you don't keep track of Shotzzy, you lose.
I kind of just like amazed, even as a teammate, just watching him. It's like something you've never seen before.
He almost plays like he's just not gonna die.
Not only is he incredible for himself, obviously getting all these kills, but he's also one of the best team players.
You're so good, son! Damn! He knew everything. He knew all the spots.
I joined a private match and this guy's running around like no care in the world. Like he's just showing me these spots.
He like climbed up on top of a building and popped a 3-piece that no one even thought you could get up there.
He's kind of like a ninja. He's just hopping on spots I've never seen before. And
he's always going to have like the nerdy spots.
He's doing all of his part to win, so I respect that. He's definitely one of a kind.
The guy he's obviously cracked for an AR, which is impressive because most ARs are rather slow.
The straightest shooter. But I think Dashy, the straightest shooter.
Okay, Dashy with the pistol.
He was runner-up for MVP.
I think of, you know, main AR, I think turret, and I just think one of the best players in the league.
His raw gun skill.
He does it at like a different way, but his actual just pure shooting is the best in the league.
His ability to just snap on people is crazy, but also his positioning is amazing on top of that.
When someone that talented is good positionally, it's very hard to take them out.
He takes an old formal role for me. They're super like locked down ARs.
You know, he's gonna get a lane and he's gonna lock it down.
That guy had top traits and middle map unlocked. If he was already set up there, you were not killing him there.
I mean, he's just a funny guy, obviously. You know, Dashy, I like him a lot.
One of those like upper echelon, like really talented guys that can get themselves out of sticky situations.
You know, he's not afraid to take chows. He wins the hard gunfights. He wins the unwinnables.
To get voted by your peers is like the highest level of respect. It's truly an honor, so I appreciate it.
aBeZy is just another one of those really aggressive subs.
Hardest kill on the map.
My personal hardest kill.
The new GOAT.
I think cracked. I think that, you know, that's my guy, that's my duo.
This is what he does! Oh no!
Just this SMG that's playing at such a fast pace that's opening up lanes for his team.
Like Sonic, he's like a little hedgehog.
He kind of just flies, bro, like honestly.
He's just not missing, he's just flying at you, he's playing so fast.
It's a little snap, dead body shot! I want to see more of that. So do I!
He will pop a piece. That guy's guaranteed a piece at least.
I gotta tip it. He's one of the hardest players I've ever played against.
His role is unbelievably hard. He's going in first, he's going in with no information half the time, and he's somehow getting two.
When you want a sub, like, just to run in front of you, he's gonna just run in front of you.
I actually like playing against aBeZy because that kid just loves chowing.
He wins so many ego chows and so many gunfights that you can't even say it's a bad chow because you know he's gonna win it.
He'll be running and you'll have him weak, and for some reason he'll fly at you, and sometimes he'll kill you, which is kind of filthy.
He's doing these crazy flashy plays, and it's every single map.
He's really good at what he does.
I don't know, bro. I hate it. I hate it. He kills me sometimes. I'm just like, this little kid, man, I guess.
He is like the perfect submachine gun.
Yeah, he was nasty.
aBeZy, making it look easy.
It feels great to be able to be on this list, especially a list being voted from people you compete against. It's special.
He's like a do-it-all type player. He can use an SMG, he can use an AR, he can use a sniper. Very good positionally while also being one of the most talented.
He's got the gunny, he's got the mechanics, he's got the smarts of how to play respawn, S&D.
The great work out of the young god now brings it to a 1v1. Simp versus Crim, and he's got the clutch.
He's always like aiming at your head.
He's never easy gunfight, and he makes you work for it or you're gonna get gunned.
He's kind of ready for all gunfights.
Even though he's like that star player, he can always like be whatever needs to be like done on the map.
He's learned that I just need to be Simp, and once I do that, and like I do that with my teammates around me, I'll be the best.
Simp is like Scump 2.0. I feel like he plays so similar to how Seth used to play, like, or still kind of plays.
I don't want to gas him up too much. I kind of think like LeBron NBA. Like, he can just do it all.
I feel like he's just always calm in these situations that are not calm at all.
He's definitely nasty for sure.
He has virtuoso gameplays. That's how you know he's just one of the greatest ever.
That guy's really, really good at Call of Duty.
God! Simp is a demon. Is going to be Cellium. Dear God Almighty, Cellium again!
When I think of Cell, I think there's about 1,000 words I could probably use to describe the guy. Overall, he's just a robot. You show him one thing, and he does it. He makes a mistake, you tell him it's a mistake, he never does it again. So good at adapting, and so good at just being the best.
The first thing I think about when I think Cell, MVP.
MVP for a reason, and I think last year especially, he was the best player in the league.
He doesn't do bad. He doesn't have off games.
He's consistent. Every map seems like a highlight for him.
Cell is a rat, man.
Cellium with the 1v4!
He is the epitome of a hard kill. Just getting him out of position is such a difficult task.
He bails his team out all the time out of sticky situations.
He's always at the right place at the right time doing the right thing.
Playing against that guy, he's different for sure. If you're not bringing your A game, he's gonna fry you.
He's always able to like play his life somehow.
If he's on point, it's not going to be easy because he's Cellium.
He's the person I try to steal all his spots.
He's always in a really good, hard to kill spot, and you add the gunny to it, and then you add like, you know, some snaking to it. We can't deny that. We've definitely seen that.
That guy will snake.
He will do whatever it takes to win and can care less. If he snakes you, he doesn't care. You snake him back, he will out-snake you. You got to tip it. You can't knock it.
He's #1 in almost every single category. He did his job at the highest level. Simple as that.
Just his ability to make you laugh and just make the vibes high. Like, no one really knows MC.
He's a funny guy, like, outside the game. I don't think anyone actually gets to see that side of him.
I feel like once you get to know him, like, you realize how much of like a unique character he really is.
This past season, we're about to walk on stage to play Cellium. He looks at me from across the stage and goes, "I see that bulge, Zenny." The kid's got a sick way of playing some mind games, man. And I was checked out for that series, and they 3-0'd us.
It might sound like mental warfare, but to me, I think he's just having fun. Every single time I meet him, he always has something funny or positive to say. He's one of the players over the years that I've really supported. You know, I want him to be the best that he can be. And I never say that to him, but, you know, he's one of those players like that. It kind of inspires you to be better yourself. And
Absolutely destroying.
He's just a good kid. I want the best for him.
Hey, what's up guys? It's aBeZy here and welcome to CDL Vocabulary.
Today I'll be teaching you some CDL vocabulary.
Who's ready to learn? Gunny. Okay, gunny means someone that has good gun skill, or not really good gun skill, just about someone's gunny.
Gunny means gun skill, obviously. So gunny pretty much means anything. Like if you want, like if you have that gun, you could chow. That's how you could say it in like a sentence. Like I have that gunny, so I could chow that.
It's either they have a good gunny, or you can say they have bad gunny. Depends. It's just gunny is determining someone's gun skill.
I don't know the origin. I just feel like that's something like Former would say, like just randomly.
Someone just one day just randomly started saying gunny. I honestly don't know where it came from.
Do me or my teammates use the word gunny when we're playing? Nah. I mean, not really. I don't think.
I don't think it's really used throughout the games, like or mid game. It's more of like just when you just rewatch a VOD, maybe and be like, oh yeah, he has a good gunny. I think gunny is just used just right.
Alright, so fugazi basically means like that's whack, like it's kind of sketch.
Just you know, like the hell, like it's just like confusing, you know, like it's just fugazi.
You just know like something sketchy or random or crazy happened and you just move on. I don't know what the origins are, but someone that like pops in my head right away that says it a lot is Tommy Zuma.
Tommy Zuma kind of group somewhere in there.
It came from Zuma. I feel like Zuma did create this one, but I could be wrong about that. But I feel like Zuma for sure did.
My teammates don't really use the term fugazi. Maybe, you know, once every blue moon.
We use fugazi a lot, especially like random one-on-one happens or something fugazi happens, you know, you got to say it like, bro, that was fugazi.
How does he not see him in that spot?
Our team really doesn't, to be honest. I feel like it's usually only Zuma whenever he joins the team speak, like, yo, what's up guys, like he just trolls with us, you know, but I feel like he uses that word a lot. So our team really doesn't, but Zuma for sure does.
No shot is like something when you're like in disbelief, basically. You're like, wait, what? Like, no shot. It's probably like more so like something you say when you're like, you can't believe it.
There's no way that has happened. Like, I think that's what people use no shot for. I think that's something new to me as well. Where I'm from, we didn't say that. You know what I mean? It's something fugazi happened.
Wait, aLLeY just got turned on? No shot. Like, because you just can't believe he just got turned on, basically. That's like the best way that I can use that in a sentence. The origin of no shot, I'm honestly not sure where it came from either.
Another great question that I can't give you the answer to. I have no idea.
I'm not exactly sure where it came from, but it definitely was like...
Oh, hi, is that Game 5, CL Surge, LAG? Yeah, don't refresh your device. Don't do anything. Just shut up and watch the card. Here we go.
First Game 5 of the year, and there's been a lot of firsts in this series, including what might be the first of a record for Simp of the highest KD of any series in the CDL. Dude, legit as like a 2.4. Well, ooh, we got first blood. If I cast or curse him after like an hour delay, I'm going to feel so bad that LAG right now trying to fry.
Somebody said at the start of the day that you're going to see a lot of drop shots today, and I think it was Brycey, and he was not wrong. I know he's still awake right now because he's insane, but it's a 2v3. LAG with the man advantage, 50 seconds on the clock. Neptune, that bomb in hand. We're going to B.
Or we're having a well, it's a long discussion. Do you want to deal with Pred or do you want to deal with accuracy? And they might have chosen wrong.
Yeah, actually hasn't lagged out. He's still lying down here. He's waiting for it. And this is true patience. That's good timing. Great coverage from the nade. That bomb's getting planted.
And he popped that silence to not move a muscle. So that is typical. Pred has rejoined his teammate, though, and I got to win a bunch of incredibly difficult gunfights. And the nade actually might connect, but Spark's just going to be able to back away.
Wow.
And snake as much as he needs to.
Talk about a series of unfortunate events. I mean, brilliant timing, but here comes Pred. Deddy popped as well. The round's been going for quite some time. 25 on the clock. Gotta go. Pred, gotta go, baby, gotta go. There's the first. Not gonna happen on the second. LAG. Opening gambit works out.
And brief recap for the series. Seattle Surge. Look, man, coming some slack, you know, right, Miles? It's been a long day, all right? Recap of the series. LAG have gotten obliterated in the hard points, clutched out a pretty impressive, honestly, hotel control, won 3 rounds in a row, including 2 offensive rounds. And then the S&D clutched away in a 6-5 victory in spite of the fact that Sib dropped 16 on map 2. So I would say for the fact that you just first blooded Sib, you're already feeling great about your chances. LAG continue their success in Surge.
Flying towards B. Hoop might be able to run into a couple of players. Definitely heard a footstep or two. Stunned. Gunfight's there. Trades are abound as aCQRacy, who actually lands the first 2 kills of the round. 3!
Neptune trying to shoot his teammates too, but now he knows he's got to worry about accuracy and the ace that Pred is going to steal from him. Bounce back rounds, and again, we talked about it. I know nobody forgot the diversity of strats that you can break out on a map like Hotel. This time for Seattle, just bullying out, not completely towards the middle of the map. Obviously, a little bit of pressure over towards the dining side of things, but basically the full swarm over towards mid. Seattle get it done. You had a bit more of an oscillation strat for LAG round 1 where they're bouncing back and forth between different sides of the map, but already good stuff we're seeing between these 2 teams.
I mean, look, it's a Hotel throwdown, and it's 1-1 thus far. Good stuff out of Neptune already. 3-1. aCQRacy, 4-1. On that bit of a 3 spree. Not that streaks are too influential here on Hotel. There is more open spaces on the map than you would imagine on the inside. Here we go, though. A much slower look this time. Seattle Surge on defense. 2 towards B, 1 mid, 1 look towards A.
And heavily right now playing for picks. Maybe a few players waiting for Dead Silence to be activated to make moves. Neptune obviously has his, and he can be ready to jump, and it is going to be the slow approach. Number 6 is actually crossed. Yeah, there you see Hook actually. Looks like he uses Dead Silence just to get across the bottom bedroom. So he's the player right now to make the play. Uses the Daddy, gets the regen and the first blood. That's what LAG needed.
Can't get away. He's so close. Couldn't get away with his life, though. Let's give him enough space to get the plant down. Sadly, 2v3. The Seattle Surge are now going to make something of this. Net pops Deddy, quick reposition, will be able to set himself up for a nice kill. Will he hear Sib? Surely does. Or unless Sib's got Deddy going, he does. Wow, 2 ships passing silently in the night. Hello. That's unfortunate. Big work out of Pred. 3v1, all down to Nep.
Yeah, take your time. You got a nade to work with as well. You got to beam the guy off bomb and then throw your tax and nades and pray you get it right. He's going to start with the nade, and that might be perfect.
Oh my God.
12 seconds left.
10 now. Max straight on it. Nep's got to go. Flies forward. Oh my God. Neptune 1v3. Wow. What a f***ing round, boys and girls.
King of the sea and king of that bomb site as well. I was thinking shoot the guy and use the nades for the second. Instead, he gets the love tap with the grenade, finishes him off, and then the stun after the fact was perfect. And I don't even think he was reading the guy to be up that close on that bar.
No.
He definitely brought the gunny reaction time on point, and the Vastnev in his finest form.
With that true composure, you see how heavy breathing Nep was after that one. That was a huge round to put himself at 6-1 to get his team the lead for now, but massive composure out of a player who has received his fair share of criticism. Another round, a lot of wind in those sails.
And that's a guaranteed top 5 play of the week as well. Honestly, I think that might be the one that takes the #1 spot, but we can get to that later. As it stands now, a lot of creepy crawlers trying to work their way up towards the top, and successful to make it there. Smart, you got a player behind you.
Sneaky.
There we go.
You might have 2 in a second. Knock, knock. Do you have a minute to talk about your car insurance? No, says Spot. Absolutely not. 50 seconds left. Man advantage, LAG.
And still one more player behind enemy lines. I think there's some awareness of the fact, but they're not quite sure. Hook, though, he finds the freebie for the 1v2. And they're vaguely aware of Pred, but if they didn't know before, they certainly know now. 35 seconds, 1v1, Pred v Hook. And Pred popped Deddy, but he should know Hook was playing over towards your bar desks.
Yeah, he's over by bar 25. Got to get moving. Got to grab the bomb. We'll find the kill on Hook. Oh my God, heads up play. You check this corner. Massive, massive round out of Hook. Heads up play from the young man. He's got Deddy, puts himself in a good spot to see all angles. And Pred, no patience, sends it straight to the grave.
Well, unfortunate timing for Pred. I think his Dead Silence ran out as soon as he got into blue, but it was also just a perfect position from Hook there towards the end. Can see the cross towards bomb, has a tight angle on the side, and there's a chance that Pred is going to check that, but even then, it's kind of close to a 50-50 gunfight because the angle Hook had, and that is just very well played. And I mean, it's one of those things. You get a 1v3, that's just a massive amount of momentum for your team, especially after a delay like that. Not hard to make your opponent tilt. We'll see if Seattle can bounce back and keep their resolve.
Yeah, that front cortex is absolutely ringing right now. Let's find out, though. Call GRND on YouTube. Check it out. Here comes Pred. Oh, no. Oh, no. That's That's unfortunate. That's only going to piss you off even more, though. One thing that is annoying is big gunfights like that of Arstie's. Sim's got him trailed in the corner. Mack's there to help out. B-bomb site all safe. Bombs going over towards A. That's where accuracy comes in, and he's still here, baby.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you know, he'll be in this spot all year. I wouldn't necessarily be surprised if you have easy tags.
Ooh, close, but no cigar. Seattle Surge back in it.
I mean, you know, every time we see accuracy, it's going to be belly down to the exact same spot, or he'll make the adjustment and play top bedroom and hold the exact same angle. But I mean, honestly, it's the perfect sort of standard spot to play. You get the cross to bomb, you can feed the intel to your teammates, and it is sort of a guarantee on the map of getting the quality information that you need. So standard stuff for accuracy, and I think he's up to about 8 kills already. Only 5 rounds deep, so he's had a solid performance on Hotel thus far. In Seattle, maybe a little bit of aggression in this round, leaning towards that B site where they bullied out mid before. Now they're just trying to bully out Hook.
Yeah. Here comes Hook, though. Gets his corner ready. Here comes the noise. Single shot. Oh! All good, though, baby. He was on single fire, but it's not going to make a difference. He managed to get 2 out of that one. That is basically all he could ask for from Hook there. Neptune steps up immediately. And Sib standing on the chest.
Strong lampshade. That is a strong lampshade.
Absolutely ridiculous.
Is no one checking this corner?
No one's checking corners. Seattle Surge not checking a single corner. Pred. Did he pop, though? He's going to soar. Will speed be the gift? Nope, it will not. My word. LAG. Talk about composure. That was a very, very long delay. A huge break. Their mental game has not waned. They're looking good so far.
And that's a couple awkward moments, right? For Hook accidentally switching his gun to single fire. Like, that's happened to me a few times, but in a CDL match, that is not ideal. But he delivers, turns that into 2. But also, it was the exact same corner. They got used twice, and, you know, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, won't get fooled again. I think we got to learn from our mistakes in that situation, but Seattle just not quite ready for the kitchen hit. So no success over towards B on the attack. And it looks like if B is the play call, we'll see if LAG could maybe take a turn or maybe just play for picks again. They're consistent with sort of this 2-2 split.
It has worked. I mean, it's 4-2. They're blasting through this game 5. Much heavier presence towards the A side of the map now for Seattle Surge. Here comes the check. Prez just on the outside of the bar. Players all around him. Here we go. We're committing to the site. We're committing to the play. LAG flying forward. Pred with a tactical retreat. Getting ready for the fight. Here we go.
Oh, and they're able to catch him out as well. Nice first blood pickup for Arceus, who delivers with 2, the island player. We talked about it, how Slasher loves to do it. Well, Arceus succeeds as well. And now poor Sib have 3 players dancing around him, but he can hear what's about to happen.
He can only hear some of it. 2 of them are dead just before they got in there. Here comes a door crack. He's by the fridge. Ice cold in the game. Less than 30 on the clock. You've got 2 players left to take care of. Oh my God, Neptune, what a hotel he's having so far. And that is unbelievable. Seattle could not get anything right that round.
Yeah, no, that is an S&D grinder right there in Neptune. You know, we talked about how Seattle not quite checking all the deep corners when they're going in towards kitchen. And granted, for that specific corner, not fun to check because you're worried about the deep angles as well. But Neptune certainly prepared. Guess is correct. And I mean, just sniffs them out. Dude, how often do we see players and teams when they're clutching 1v3s like Neptune have earlier and end up losing the map somehow? I feel like it's just such a momentum boost for your team, but don't want to cast or curse anything. I hope I didn't just do it in this moment. 5-2 lead. LAG just need one more.
It's a delight. Match point, LAG. Search and destroy been their bread and butter. It was much closer earlier in the day. Here in the game 5, they're walking away with it on Hotel. Spark. It's up. And it could have been absolutely outrageous, but Arstie's will land. The bomb has been planted, though. Surge getting absolutely battered over by the bar and in the wrong possible way. Spot didn't check the corner. Oh my God. No! Oh! Shut it off. Get a face cam up there or something. He's giving him the bag. He's giving him the knife. It is all wrong. They're defusing the bomb. Sweet Christmas. It's too early in the season for this sort of shenanigans. The headsets are off, and my God, LAG have done it.
And good God, I mean, Sparks over here, he's flipping off the camera after map 3. He gets slammed in a hard point and bounces back with the gunny like that. Sid nearly breaking records of top KD in a series. Who cares? You took an L. And LAG, who I think most people had at 10th or 11th in the power rankings before the year, well, they win their first map. Or match, rather. They pull off the Neslo, Miles. They got it done in the 2-3-5.
Well, that was a ridiculous way to finish it out, but the 2-3-5 word to Neslo. That is our series, our last series of the day, closed out. GG's LAG, Seattle Surge. Again, a tough delay to work with there, and I'd be out of the lobby too. But wow, a fast one. But son of a... that was a tough way to close out the map for Surge. Mental game certainly needs a little bit of rework there. They fell apart on Hotel in the final moments. Not an easy thing to do, but hey, LAG, they stayed strong the whole way through. And you know what? The last time we had a huge delay, LAG were the team to remain strong in game. They came out swinging. I can't remember who it was against. It might have been Atlanta FaZe, or it might have been Surge. But the last time there was a huge delay chance, someone's going to have to fact check me on this. LAG, major delay, straight back into the game, smoke them in game 5. It has happened before. It may happen again, but that's your series.
I mean, hey, frustrating day to be sure for, you know, I suppose just CDL fans like generically, but in the end, a couple teams are going to walk away very happy with their day one performance. LAG on that list, Boston as well. And I'd say what, LAT took care of business in their series, and just weirdness as well for the fourth one that will not be mentioned. But I don't know, cool stuff. LAG, again, the hard point, definitely not ideal, or maybe Seattle is just truly that gross in the game mode, but they had the resolve and the control, had 3 back-to-back-to-back rounds, 2 of which were on offense on Hotel. And the S&D, I mean, it's pretty clean, because I think Seattle honestly played aBeZy Fortress S&D pretty well. LAG just consistently had the answers. RC's had a couple nice clutches, and speaking of the clutch, I mean, Neptune's 1v3, without question, a top 5 player of the week.
It's not only that, it's our scuff play of the game, ladies and gentlemen. An insane finish. The 1v3.
Wow, I didn't realize how close Pred was.
Yeah, nade over the top. And Sib, he's been stunned. See you, brother. And immediately Mack again. The second time round so close. This was huge out of Neptune. Balls of steel.
And actually, so he might have known exactly where Sib was instead of just like basing off the reaction time as soon as the stun hits. Maybe that was the expectation. Maybe not. I don't know. But I know Neptune's movement is ridiculous. This is the guy hitting like the Superman dolphin dive, launch yourself on aBeZy. He had some weird stuff hopping off the bomb earlier as well. So, I mean, again, that is an S&D grinder and a half. And obviously makes the big play there. Shows off a little bit of the movement. And LAG starting their year off right.
Unbelievable. Well, we're going to take a quick look at the schedule now for tomorrow's matches, because, hey, this weekend is far from over. It's not over the weekend yet. Well, actually, maybe in the part of the world where you may be watching. But the schedule for tomorrow, friends, more Call of Duty League action here in the 2023 season coming your way. First up, it's the battle of the purple teams. It's the battle of the north. It's Røkkr versus Ultra, followed swiftly by the Subliners versus the Ravens Transatlantic Throwdown. Then Surge will take on Boston Breach. And the final match of the day, Vegas Legion going up against the Florida Mutineers. Coast-to-coast action there all day long. Another 4-game banger here in the CDL. Next, or Sunday, same thing actually, non-stop matches as we get ready to dive into Major 1. Chance, what a day, man. What a day.
What a day indeed. Day one of the brand new year in the books. And I think we hit a bunch of, you know, it was a day, Miles. It was a day. I got to say that Minnesota versus Toronto match tomorrow, top of the show as well. Incredibly excited for. It is the Toronto Ultra of old. They go their separate ways, the nice little 2-2 split. And I think that makes the Battle of the North truly that much spicier.
Super spicy indeed. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is it for today's matches. We will roll this one out and let most of you go to sleep. But on behalf of myself, Chance, and everyone here at the crew in the CDL, we thank you for sticking it out through thick and thin today. We come back tomorrow, same time, same place, here on Twitch for more Call of Duty League action. Don't forget, though, you can make your way to Raleigh Major 1. That's coming up soon. Get them tickets. And if you can't make it, well, stay comfortable. It's going to be a wild and crazy weekend indeed. Thank you again, ladies and gents. We'll see you tomorrow.